Is everyone asleep?
Hello.
Hello?
No,
You're awake?
Yeah, we're here, dude. We was waiting for Lonan to get back to watching the Black Swan video, but he's gone quiet.
Oh. Yeah, there's no geometric horizon. There's no water hill block on our view.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Lonan, I'm just in the car at the moment, but I think T-Dub's here. If you've got any questions on that video, direct them to him for the time being.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be Twad Wazzle.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Hey man, what's up?
I was sent the video in side chat and I just watched it. Also double checked the shoreline on Google Earth. Quick question: do you know how tall an oil rig is above sea level? Because I can't find anything giving a answer to that.
I can give you specific information if you hold on for a second. I'll search through my
Thank you.
holdings. I know where it is.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, awesome. But yeah, you understand that the argument isn't about the oil rigs.
It's about the curvature.
Specifically the horizon and its distance. So the focus isn't on the oil.
It's pointing out that you shouldn't be able to observe the oil rig at 1 foot above the.
No, it's more about the horizon. The oil rigs are like mile markers on a road. They're just there to tell us how far away these things are relative to where the curvature is supposed to be. So you could replace the oil rigs with mile markers or some other arbitrary designation. But I'm going to go ahead and post this information for you. This is oil rig information specifically for the rigs you see there off of the coast of Santa Barbara.
Oh, that's really handy. Thank you.
Like while it might be that the oil rigs would be partially obstructed from view, were they behind a physical geometric horizon, right? That's regardless of that, right? The focus is on, like Ego Slave said, distance to the horizon.
Sorry, I was reading. So you're saying that if there was a curvature, there would be some part of the oil rig that you would be able to measure against the horizon, and
saying regardless whether that may be the case
Yes.
or not, that would they be obstructed from view by a physical geometric Earth curve horizon edge, right? That we're still focusing just on distance to the horizon, because the horizon is the point beyond which things are supposed to begin being obstructed from view. Yes, but the distance to the horizon is the focus, because you can, like Ego Slave said, you can use the rigs as a mile marker, as a demarcation. So where's the horizon relative to those things of a known distance? Excuse me.
Mhm.
The horizon is supposed to be relative to those things. The oil rigs. The horizon is supposed to be closer to you than further away. Closer to you than the oil rigs. other than further away than the oil rigs, because it would be a consequence of the Earth's size, its dimensions, its radius, right, value, and your observer height.
Yes. So, but also to do that, you would also need the height of the oil rig itself, would you not?
Ego Slave was gonna fix you up with
Yeah.
that if he can find it. Yeah.
I think you sent one.
See, in this case, we're not really fussed about how much of the oil rig can or can't be seen, because it's not behind the horizon. The horizon is behind them. The horizon's the point at which things are supposed to begin getting obstructed from view due to the physical Earth curvature.
Yes, but to know if the oil rig is being obstructed, you would need to know.
No, it's obviously not, because the thing that they would be obstructed by is behind them. You understand the argument now? You can't say they're obstructed from view by behind the horizon that's actually behind them,
If
not
I
behind
have
any
a
horizon.
3-foot wall and behind it a 6-foot male, the wall's going to obstruct the view, but anything above 3 foot won't be obstructed.
Right, the horizon can't be behind the horizon. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't logically follow.
Well,
You wouldn't be seeing a horizon beyond a horizon. You're just going to see the horizon. And it's not in front of those oil rigs, it's behind them, beyond them. So they can't be being
if
physically obstructed from view by the physical Earth curvature, right? Before they go behind the physical Earth curvature. They haven't gone behind the horizon, which is going to define the limit to your view due to the Earth curvature. See, that's why they give you these horizon distance calculators, right? You can look it up online. Just type in distance to horizon calculator, and many of the Earth curve calculators as well have an inbuilt distance to horizon section. And it will tell you from 1 foot observer height that the distance to the horizon is no more than 1.225 miles away. We've got an example. Is it the same? Is it the one? It's the one I'm thinking that you've watched. I haven't checked. Sorry. So that the cameraman got down to 1 foot, and then zoomed in over the ocean. Right. Now we're told that the physical geometric Earth curvature obstruction of view begins at 1.225 miles from that height. And he zoomed in and saw that that supposed thing, the horizon, that supposed beginning of obstruction of view, which is the physical Earth curvature, is behind the oil rigs on 9.6 miles, not at 1.225 miles. So you can talk about how much of one of those rigs, or both of them, can or can't be seen. But the claim is that it should be the horizon is the demarcation and basis for calculating what can and can't be seen behind it. They're in front of the horizon, so how can they be being blocked by something that they're not behind of? They're in front of. So you understand the argument now?
Just quickly, is that oil rig dimensions in inches? No, it wouldn't be, because There's no way it just goes 211 inches below sea, would it?
You're not going to let it go, are you? You don't want to
No,
let go of the.
it's very important though.
Yeah.
Puzzle.
Yeah, it's only important, right, if they're behind the thing that is being claimed to obstruct them from view, which is the horizon.
Puzzle, when somebody tries to belittle me trying to get information, I don't take kindly to it.
I'm just trying to help you out.
Yeah,
Trying to help you out.
but
that
I'm trying to get specific
much-
information, and you're trying to A, belittle me for it, and B, getting aggressive. So I
No, I'm
appreciate you
not. I'm
trying to
just
help
trying to
me
help
out.
you out.
Hold on, Marshmallow. He's trying to help you understand how he's thinking about this. That's all.
Yes, I've heard him speak about it for 1 minute, and he's saying that the horizon is the point that we're focusing on, and the oil rig shouldn't be anything of contention, specifically the height, because it's in front of the horizon when it should be behind it. So I'm going to tackle that and listen to that afterwards, but I'm focusing on this point now.
Yeah, no,
right.
you're free to do that. I'm not trying to prevent you from doing that. I'm
You
just saying it's
said you're not going to let
fruitless
this
in
go.
this.
You were trying to dismiss it and say it as if it's a non-factor when I've been focusing on this and taking one step at
It
a
is a
time.
non-factor.
Okay. Well, then
Yeah,
I could
why
find
should
that
it be
out.
a factor, Marshmallow? What is so pressing about it?
Huh?
Why should it be a
So
factor?
the height of the observer, the height in which you're above sea level, and also the height of the object that you're observing should all be important in determining measurements, specifically when it comes to curvature.
Yeah, and
Yes,
we
when they
factor that
be.
in.
Sorry, go on.
Yes, so I'm trying to get one of the measurements.
I'm just
All right.
pointing out that those things are important when claiming that something is obstructed from view due to physical Earth curvature when they're behind the horizon. That's when that comes into play. That's when globers find that sort of information significant,
Yeah, like
not when something appears in front of it.
Mhm.
what is happening here is the surface of the ocean you believe is on the backside of a curving surface away from you. So what how is there even a path of light probable based off like the law of reflection? How is there a path of light reaching your eye?
Are you talking specifically from the horizon?
Yeah. If Earth is a globe, how is there a logical path of the light rays from the surface to your eye if the surface has no angle of reflection to your eye?
If I was to take a guess, I would probably say it would be reflection of the ozone layer because it would probably reflect light.
This is from 1 foot off the ground, where the temperature differential between the water and the air is less than 2 degrees centigrade.
Okay, so
No,
temperature.
so no refraction possible, at least not any kind that we know about.
No, you're saying observable light. Are you saying specifically so we could see the ocean?
Yeah, it's you can see it in the video. The man drops his camera down to a foot. It's really less than a
Yep.
foot, and zooms in over the surface of the water, way out beyond 10 miles. The curve should begin at 1.2 miles, maybe
Yep.
1.4 if you want to factor in extreme refraction, which we haven't even established is even possible. But we can give that to
Yeah.
you. So that puts the horizon using at extreme standard refraction. You can put the horizon at double the distance, which is a form of refraction that we don't even know exists, right? So we can give you
Yeah,
twice the
no.
radius of Earth, and you can still see like 3 times beyond that.
Let me find out why. Okay, 60. Got that down.
It's kind of like you got a hill like near your house, right? And you know that there's something beyond that hill, like a farmhouse or something. And then every day you go out and you know that that farmhouse is there. You've driven past it on a road before, but from your house you can't see it. But some days you go out of your house and the farmhouse looks like it's in front of the hill. It's supposed to be blocking it from view. You know the distances to the top of the hill, the distance to the farmhouse. And somehow, some days that switches around, reverses. No, doesn't happen.
And for the kind of refraction to exist that would be claimed, that path of light would have to be taken multiple turns. It's not just one little nice arc, because you're supposedly looking down on top of a surface that is being reflected in such a manner that produces an oblique angle that makes it look flat. And this goes for all the supposed trillions and trillions and trillions of other rays of light that each take their own arcing path to your eye due to some magical refraction, each arc having a different rate of change. It somehow produces, out of the trillions of rays of light, an image that just looks flat everywhere we look all the time. That's just astounding. Like, that is the Glowbird claim right there. I would love to see some evidence for that.
Okay. So, wait, are you? Is there confusion in? I'm a bit confused now. Because 2 different topics. One I was focusing on, and 2 others. So I'll drop the ORIG measurements for now. And I'll start looking at the light refraction, specifically over the event horizon, which I'm thinking you're talking about. So what's the question that you proposed to me? Is why can we see objects beyond the horizon, and make it seem as if it's flat?
Yeah, by what
Okay.
mechanism?
Yeah, well, yeah.
What law of physics?
Well, like I said earlier, I've only dabbled in it so much, but if I was to take a guess, I would say it would either be some form of reflection from the ozone layer or refraction. It would be one of the 2, I'd imagine.
Well, why would the ozone
with
layer have anything to do with the surface of Earth?
Because it's reflective. That's why it appears blue on a summer's day, is because it's reflecting the light from the water.
The blue
not
is due to
naturally
Rayleigh
blue.
scattering of light through the atmosphere, as opposed to me
Yeah,
scattering.
but where does the blue hue come from?
The blue hue comes from the frequency of light and the energy density of the photon.
Let me double check this, because it's been a while since I saw this.
After light interacts with things that absorbs, like it's certain parts of the spectrum have been absorbed or reflected, so what's left reaches your eye.
Right. Maxwell's equations provide some clarifying thoughts on this, because it's basically treating light as something that interacts with the electromagnetic fields of matter. And so different kinds of matter will have different kinds of electromagnetic properties that affect passive light differently. So like the speed of light. So what's happening here is you're going to have a phase differential from things that are close to you and things that are far away. There's going to be a phase differential and timing difference between light that is reaching you from a far distance and light that's in the near distance. And so what the Globers claim is that the far and the near swap places, effectively violating the speed of light for their refraction to work. Effectively violating Maxwell's equations on the propagation of energy through media. Yeah, that's what the globe does.
Okay, I was wrong. My bad. It is because it's reflected more. My bad. So what were you saying afterwards? I was reading. I don't I can't listen whilst they read.
Geez, make me say that again. All right. So if you're going to claim that like refraction makes a hill of water appear behind
Yes.
an object some days and in front of an object other days, the claim is that there's a phase differential where something in the far field and the near field swap places, so that the light that reaches your eye from the near field reaches your eye after the light from the far field does. And that is a speed of light violation, and it violates Maxwell's equations. And this is what the globe requires for the claim that we can see too far on a globe to exist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of wonky, right?
Yeah, no, it is wonky. Would there be any other variables that you could use? Because I'd imagine there would be some other variable, would there not be?
How about this? Earth is flat and we see too far. Nice and simple.
Yes, I get that. But normally if there's like something that affects the consistency when it comes to speed of light, there would be a variable doing so, especially when it comes to the ability to observe it. Because the speed of light would be a constant, but I would imagine what we observe wouldn't be. So there would be different aspects affecting the distribution of light, would there not be? So when it comes to affecting short and near reflections of light, then if there's something impeding that, then that might affect whether we view objects short or further away.
I mean, if that phenomenon has a scientific foundation, an empirically scientific foundation, I want to know what it is. Our entire community's been searching for it for 10 years. We've talked to geophysicists, astrophysicists, aerospace engineers. Nobody seems to know
about specifically that.
Yeah, like what causes people to think Earth is a globe scientifically and empirically?
Okay, that was a different question.
It is the same question because there is no observed curvature phenomenon anywhere. Nobody's actually seen Earth curvature or felt the Earth spin in the first place. What happens is people believe so strongly it's there, and it seems to match available evidence that people accept it prima facie on its face. And then they use math to contort their observations of flat Earth into the globe concept.
Okay, you're bringing up 4 different topics now. Specifically because I hate going from topic to topic, especially when I haven't fully digested the entirety of one topic. It's a pet peeve of mine.
Well, let me slow this down and tie it together because the globe constant. Oh, okay.
So I want
in
to focus
refraction
specifically on the light.
Yeah. They mathematically inflate and deflate the size of the globe. So I was just going to add one relevant point. So when people claim like terrestrial refraction is the reason, terrestrial refraction only mathematically inflates the size of the globe to account for why it looks so flat. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
It's not based off of simulating any actual like ray paths of light. No. They're just like, well, we can just say that light is making Earth look about 16% bigger. That's what it is. It's also interesting, just a sidebar and then I'll stop, but if you look over time, the definition of standard refraction has increased as our optics have increased and we can see further. Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was 13%. They'd expand Earth's radius 13% bigger and say that must be this unknown magical refraction that we can't prove exists. And today it's 17, 18%, as high as 23%.
Is that also to do with the fact that we're learning more about how big the Earth is, or has that always been a constant?
Well, if Earth is actually bigger than they said it was, then NASA lied about how they put men on the moon because all of their orbital mechanics requires,
Let me find out. I am reading at the moment, so I won't be listening.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. This is a very sensitive topic, and it can be very nuanced. And you will find that there are a lot of people professing to be flat earthers who might be in this for the wrong reasons. You know, they're clearly sharing and producing content of a very pseudoscientific and even occult kind of nature. You might have seen some of this already. That's not us at all. We're basically a bunch of pissed off empiricists from all walks of life, all kinds of disciplines.
And exactly, I'm kind of pissed off that academia hasn't taken all these observations more seriously, whether they accept that the Earth is flat or not. They just blatantly, outright, just like don't want to look at this stuff and say that maybe some of what they thought their modeling and their math is incorrect in some way. Just to have another look at it, reevaluate it seriously. You know?
Yeah, popular culture has sure vilified this topic and make people feel stupid for even researching it before they even have an interest in it. So you have that cognitive bias, behavioral bias even, already to overcome when you first hear about this. And then you have the peer pressure aspect. Like, what if your best friends and family members found out that you were researching this? Would they ridicule you? What about your boss or coworkers? Would they ridicule you? So you got to then overcome those obstacles, and the psychological pressure is very, very deep. And so I think a lot of the reason why we don't have as many people interested in this topic is just that bias, that cultural bias that exists. And it is a cultural bias.
Yeah, they're so locked in on the one paradigm, the one philosophical viewpoint, that it literally is like a religion. Anybody else that has a different one must be like like from a different religion. That's how you would view them, right?
Yeah, it's true. And it is it's a bigger religion than like watching like Calvinists argue with Lutherans. This is world changing. Like this, when you can train your mind to process the world as your senses actually take the information in, instead of jamming everything through a heliocentric globe filter first, you end up seeing things in a much different way. And it is very powerful. You really do feel like a little scientist because you're able to make observations and declare your observations with more precision and absolute terms. It is a training process for the mind that people go through. We find that with new flat earthers, people who are just starting to get into this topic, accepting it, they still have a lot of tendencies to slip back into their old ways of thinking, which is basing their worldview off of belief, off of the belief of something that somebody else handed to them to believe in, and not something that they developed through their own faculties. We place a premium on discernment using your own faculties instead of outsourcing that to somebody else to do it for you. And we can demonstrate that anybody can go and see flat Earth for themselves. It doesn't take a lot of effort. And to your earlier point, T-Dub, like why scientists, why the academic establishment hasn't taken this on, but it's such an easy thing to do. Go grab a mirror, a door-hanging mirror. Go grab a friend. Drive to a 3-mile lake and do a mirror flash across the surface of the lake to your face just above the water. You can debunk the globe just like that. Just a few hours, a Saturday, and a friend, and $20 for a cheap mirror. That's it. But our community likes to outdo itself, and we've gone above and beyond that. We've got flat earthers launching high altitude weather balloons to 120,000 feet with infrared optics on them. Like, that's what we are doing in our community. Some of us own high-powered zoom lenses and lasers and other toys and things like this that we mess around with, and we hold meetup groups with, and we do public demonstrations in cities and towns and on beaches with, and we go on tour, and there's a lot happening. And the mainstream news isn't interested in what we're doing right now. And so nobody really reports on us. But I think as far as active communities go that are rallying behind a cause, the flat earth community as a cause has been probably the single fastest growing movement of its kind in the past 5 years. And you just happen to stumble into a room of people who've been doing this a while and who also are themselves hardcore empiricists. And we're not in this for the conspiracy ideation. We're not in this for the speculation of why they would lie, or, how is NASA hiding this from the public? We sidestep all of that and say, no, look, show us the measurements. Show us all the data validation for those measurements. Show us your statistics. Show us your calculations. Show us everything you've got. And let's talk about it. And it's very important that we talk about it in an honest manner, that we are capable, as men discussing this, of separating our beliefs and our feelings from true knowledge and facts. And we don't want to make fallacious excuses for the sake of conflating the two when it suits our biases.
Damn, that was well said.
And why should you want to sacrifice your ego on the altar of a belief system that you foundationally have no actual knowledge of? Maybe it's a religious adherence, as T-Dub was saying earlier. There's almost nothing more frightening than a devoted fanatic to a religious cause. Spend a few weeks with us watching how the biggest globe adherents spiral out in emotional hissy fits all day, every day, and you'll begin to see what we see. There's something weird going on. Right. People often ask, well, how is it that NASA's lying and universities are lying and all these professors and scientists are concealing the truth from everybody? Why are they lying? Are they all just a bunch of Satanists? What's happening here? We're like, who cares? Who cares what their motive is? We have evidence that they are not telling the truth and they're possibly delusional or deceived. Maybe they think they're telling the truth. Who knows? The point is, their claims do not match observable reality. That is the real problem in our mind, right? Their claims don't match reality. We tell people about it and then watch people emotionally spiral out. We try not to talk about divining intent and motives. I mean, who knows? What if this whole thing was set up years and years and years ago by men smoking cigars in a smoky lounge, and then they all died, and everybody else who's running it now believes it? It becomes a self-perpetuating myth, just like a false religion does.
Yeah, it does. And like before before the advent of so-called space travel, right? People were already like claiming those, this, the spinning ball in outer space. They already thought that.
Yeah. So I've got a copy of the American Practical Navigator that was released for the British Royal Navy edition in 1808. And what makes this version different than previous versions, all prior versions, is it teaches new sailors at their academies and their sailing schools about the heliocentric model. Like chapter 1, page 1, leaf insert is a picture of the heliocentric model and their sizes and distances of heavenly bodies given. And there's considerable attention given where it wasn't given before.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's also interesting, in the same manual, they tell you that we're using the celestial sphere model, and it doesn't matter how far away or what size these stellar luminaries are. But then they devote like chapter 1 and then chapter 9 or something in there is another thing on the solar system. And it's just like, come on, guys, what are you doing this for? Well, maybe they believe their religion. They just want to share the gospel of heliocentrism, man.
Exactly. They're paying homage to it. Yeah, that's right. It's like, don't forget this, guys. But we're not going to be focusing on that today. But here, like, say a little prayer before we start, like.
Yeah, here's all your Cartesian, Euclidean, straight line triangulation geometry for how to sail all over the world. But don't get any ideas that it's flat. It is a total ball, guys. It's a sphere and it's in outer space and it's part of the solar system. Here's a whole chapter on it. So as you use trigonometry on flat surfaces, please remember chapter 1.
Right.
Right. Today's a full work day for me at the office, so I will be listening. Nice chatting with you again, T-Dub, and everybody else. Marshmallow, don't get too lost down the rabbit hole. And yep, talk to you later.
Here's Mr. Amish. That was great to listen to, man.
Well, thank you, TJ.
That was awesome. I got to clip that out and put it with some videos. Great. And you guys just destroyed. I'm gonna do it. You guys just destroyed their atmospheric refraction. You and T-Dub. The analogies that you just made and explaining it like that, claiming that it always rises perfectly to eye level as we should see it, whether we observe something 5 miles away, 6 miles away, 10 miles away, 20 miles away, 30 miles away, always just all rises perfectly to eye level all the time. You're right.
Well, ideally it would until you have like atmospheric effects and diffraction of your optics. But yeah, it is a rule of thumb because it does seem to hold true. I mean, pilots are taught this. I've got an old handbook that I got from ground school, and I've also got a manual that I downloaded online, and they both talk about this phenomenon. I'd just be very careful about using it though, because it is true insofar as weather conditions and optics hold. And I think technically it will never be at the perfect horizon line and across your field of vision. The vanishing line. The vanishing line does stay fixed. That's just part of your eyes. So I think that's the way to say it. Like the horizon in your eyes is always in the center because that is the vanishing line of all things, perspective-wise. That vanishing line across your center of vision, across the center of your lens, across the center of your pupil, is that 0.02 degrees arc size where things disappear and get gobbled up into and blink out of existence. And it's there
Right, yeah,
whether
I've
you
been
look
looking at it.
up or you look down or look to the side or look upside down. It's always there because it's in your eyeball. And here's another thing before I go. There's a perfect horizontal plane of reference from the back of your fovea where the image of the world is drawn through the focal point, through the lens, through the aperture of your eye, and going all the way out. That is a perfect horizontal line.
And I believe
Listen only mode, folks.
I believe somewhere that's connected to your balance system as well, bro. It's how you know your eyes are. If you're not looking at a thing level, your balance system will tell you as well.
Right, your eyes and your vestibular system work together in this manner. And this is why pilots can get disoriented during like terrible conditions and the plane is being tossed around. You might not even know you're upside down.
That's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, like what you were describing about, you know, your vision and seeing into the distance. I was looking at that since Jekyll posted what he posted, and I've pointed out, you know, the anomaly to the side. I see the same anomaly in some of in the second, you know, Black Swan footage. Box Ops posts often where it's has to be at least a 30-mile distant horizon, right? And you see these changing color fields, right, along the way. It's just depends on the light, you know, the angle of the light, of course, the observer height, right, and the conditions, you know, and weather conditions. Just how much of a non-changing sort of color field you'll see to a certain point before it seems to abruptly change, right? It's not like this. It's not like a slow thing, which is really weird. You know, it doesn't just gradually fade into each other. It seems like these hard lines, unless you get maybe close. But the thing is, it's weird because I was describing one day AI, Ardent, and Indio were talking about stuff like this, right? And the way they were talking about it, in my mind, I started imagining someone lifting a carpet, like lifting a rug up on a flat floor, right? And the higher you lift it, right, the more of the floor underneath you begin to see. And so the point, and AI Ardent then pointed out that the point where the carpet is still, like you're holding it up, and the point where the carpet meets the floor is the critical incidence angle, right? Critical point. And it's almost like that because when you zoom in on the 30-mile Black Swan imagery, right? Well, you let the video play, and as it zooms in, the color fields sort of start becoming like widening a little bit, but sort of like they're being chased, right? So if you were to also rise in altitude and increase your angle of view, right? That color field, that first lot of color field, that before it sort of abruptly changes into something a bit lighter, right, will carry on. It'll be like you're chasing it, like your eyes are chasing it as like the carpet lifting up, right? So it seems to be that, like, and Box Ops linked me some info to it, and I'm going to have a better read of it. But it sounds like it's got a lot to do with what was it? What did he say? But basically what I'm describing, right? Like, so because your eyes are trying to resolve something at that steep of an angle, right? It's seeing that it's seeing a color field there that appears to be close, right? And that can also present a false horizon sometimes. This is why we get those what are they, Fata Morganas or whatever, the floating ships in the sky, because they're not actually in the sky. They're on and they're not somewhere else, like the Globers claim, like it's behind the curve and it's peering up in the air. No, it's right where you see it, right? But water underneath it, right? Your eyes are having difficulty distinguishing the difference between that and the light that's being reflected off the surface at that distance, right? So there's because the angle of light's changing, your angle of view's changing, and it's giving these optical effects, like fooling us and thinking that we're seeing the end of the water. It's not. But in that one, the box office posts, the Black Swan, you can see that there's multiple. There's not just more than one different. It'll like go from dark then to light and then to sort of like a dark again and then a light again. Like there's this like a rippling effect happening. And it's really interesting. It's something I really want to get into and look at, because I'm sure it's present in a lot of photography that's presented to us where supposed ships are behind a horizon, right? But there's something else in the background that they're not taking into account. There's possibly signs of this occurrence of more water, right? That's just sort of indistinguishable, almost indistinguishable from the sky that you're not seeing. So you get these fake horizons, false horizons. They're not fake, they're false horizons. Right? Just nature playing tricks on your eye.
False horizons, bro. You nailed it. You perceive it as a horizon, but if the weather changes, you perceive further or less. I think it's this total internal reflection thing. That after a certain point, it's like looking into. I think of it as if you take the level of the sea surface as one mirror, and then you take angularly the sky as another mirror, and if you touch them at the far end and change that angle, it's the amount that the light's distorted from in the most acute angle. And if if the conditions clear, you'll see slightly further, but only to a point. And then it brings, like Jekyll's been trying to push, this horizon that things appear to drop behind. But that's also a lensing effect. It's changing the physical size of them, where you perceive it closer than it actually is as it's going away. But yeah, I think you're right. The more we need to, the more we'll look into this, the more there is. And India's gone into another thing about chromatic aberration. Like when you zoom in, the way that the light splits on distance. And yeah, it takes more and more learning, bro. And I think it's amazing, because what we perceive as curve clearly isn't. It just clearly isn't. But we're starting to come to terms with what it could be. But it's very interesting, because a lot of this stuff isn't just really in the mainstream. You have to really dig for it to find it. Quite bizarre.
I've got to go, but I've joined your server, and I read into it more. I'm going to go to the gym, and then I'll be back later. So I'll continue this in about 2 hours. I accepted your friend
Cheers, mate.
request. Have a good one. Bye bye.
You too. Don't overdo it with the gym. Stretch first, stand after.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. But yeah, like so like here I'm in a doorway at the moment, right? And it's like somewhat dimly lit where I am, because it's only being lit by a single fluorescent light, which is probably about say at least 10, but maybe 15 meters away from me, right? And I'm looking across a lino floor. Now, I'm on my knees and I'm just looking ahead of me. Now, the light from the kitchen, right, which is where I'm in somewhat darkness, but it's partly illuminated by the kitchen light. The reflection of it, right, on the floor, on the lino floor, almost like right in front of me, I could probably like gauge it's like, I don't know, 2 meters away, right? But as I stand up, it just increased by like another 2 meters. It's further away from me now, the reflection. I got higher, it would appear to even go even further. This is
Yep.
the sort of thing I'm talking about. This is the
Yep.
exact sort of thing I'm talking about.
And if you were to change the position of the light above your head as you lay on the floor, I'll bet that reflection would change across the course of a day as well. And that's what people don't understand. It's in constant flux. With the sun moving, with you moving in your angle to what you perceive, with ships moving around out there on the water, clouds letting sunlight through, it's bouncing around all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Now I can come over to where the light is, right? And I'm underneath it now, and there appears the floor now appears to, it's shiny, nice lino floor, right? And appears to be barely well lit underneath me, and then it sort of starts to fade out, and it gets to a point where I can see where it's like it's pretty dark. I can almost not see the details of the lino flooring anymore. Like I can see there is like a pattern there, but it's hard to make it out, right? But if I get my head right down to the floor, that appears to be closer than it was when I'm on my knees, and then I stand up, and that increases in distance again. So the darkness increases in distance again. Like so, I can. It's just so simple.
It's how we perceive. It's depth perception. It's how we work, how we move around, how we ride motorbikes, how we drive cars. You know, how we do things at accelerated pace. You know, and we don't get it wrong. We're constantly appraising the changing distances and whatnot around us. And as the light changes, you have to sometimes slow down and reappraise it. This is what it takes. It's more and more research and physical interaction. Like you say, how many of the how many of the globe believers or anti-flats out there are actually going in or going and finding hallways and stuff and doing this, trying stuff for themselves?
Yeah, and like they you know they're allowed to like correlate, you know, things that look like something familiar, like the bottom up obstruction of something. Well, I've seen something. I've seen a car go over a hill. I've seen a person walk over a hill, and they become partly obstructed from view, if not all completely, right? And that looks like what the boat's doing, right? Let's see, and that's fair to say, right? That's, you could say, okay, yeah, let's put that on the table. That's a possible explanation, right? And then it comes down to like, at what distance is it occurring? How big is the Earth if this was a curving surface? Blah 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 blah. But what about the exploration of other things? And we explore other things, and then they say, well, that's not good enough. That doesn't look exactly like what we're looking at here. Oh, it doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
And we show them examples, you know, not just not with one cause, but multiple causes or individual separate causes. You know, like they're not doing these things. That's what I was trying to point out to Manufactotum the other day, is that you're not doing any of this. You're not trying to eliminate these other possible variables that it could be producing the effect you're seeing, and it just happens to resembles something else. Like there's things in that we experience which aren't something that looks familiar because it looks like this other thing, but you know it's not that thing, right?
Yeah.
But variables? I don't remember that conversation.
It was only
var-
yesterday.
variables and stuff.
Sorry, I think that was my connection. I didn't hear any of that. I heard variables and stuff.
Yeah, you know, variables and stuff. All sorts of
So it's
things.
about the temperature over the distance, how much it can change and how hard it is to actually record it. Would it have been that conversation?
Could be. I think I would agree with that. These are difficult measurements to take, especially on the day, unless you're doing this experiment deliberately. But
I mean, we've got evidence that you can create the effects of a horizon with a temperature inversion. Sky Freeze doing stuff like that, and they can actually monitor it because it's on small scale. You know, they show the temperature change on a door frame, literally over a course of a few feet. But to try and
yeah, I've
show
seen
it,
that.
at 30, 40, 50 miles out at sea, you would have to phone the captain of the ship and say, "Can you tell me what the temperature is, sir?" and hope you weren't arrested
Oh,
for it.
it's worse than that. Knowing the temperature out of the ship isn't enough. You would have to know the temperature at various heights across that distance.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, yeah.
Right.
Barometric pressures and
Yep. But that's why I think it might be hard to do, but if we can all go and do a little bit and try and correlate what data we already have, from shipping forecasts or, sea lane charts or stuff like that, given information. It might not be in my generation or in yours, but someday we can map it better. And actually, we can start to model it in physical reality.
Yeah, we could actually do this tomorrow. Not we. I'm not in California, but go to where the Black Swan was done. Across that distance from the beach to the oil rigs, get like
Uh-huh.
a couple of boats with some vertical sticks and temperature and what do I call thermometers, 2 free thermometers all the way up, and that's all you would need. I mean, you could actually collect this data.
Yeah, I would agree to it. Yeah, and some of us do have little boats, and some of us can go out and check on oil rigs, or like there's people here that could get out on and go and check the weather around where the Rampion wind farm is. But like, stuff like that, you get bother from
Yeah,
the police if
awesome.
you don't have. But yeah, we could correlate lots of these little pockets of data, and we could start doing it today.
Sure, but until that's done, I don't think it's fair to say that that's a ridiculous claim that that's what's happening out there. You can say it hasn't been demonstrated, but I mean, it sounds like the it's met with like incredulousness more than just simple skepticism.
Hmm.
I don't believe that.
For example,
Fine.
Really unbelievable. It's incredulous. Hard to believe.
I think my connection is bad. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
I think it's like spotty for some reason.
It's probably because of me. My bad. I'm sorry. I jumped in weird, and it probably screwed up your connection. My bad.
Well,
Have you
thanks
been
for that.
communicating with the homeworld again, ET?
What did I do?
Have you been communicating with the homeworld again? Are you interfering with our terrestrial communications down here?
Yeah, and it created a we call the disinteraction what do you call that? Interference. That's the word. Yeah, interference with the mothership. Interference with the mothership.
Messing around with that plasma radio set again. Don't know.
Don't you dare interfere with the mothership. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
They don't like it, do they, E.T.? They don't like it saying
They
things
don't.
aliens
They
and stuff like that
They
either,
don't
do
like
they?
it. No, they pisses you off. Yeah, with the mothership and the interference, it just doesn't work out. And then you have to pay for it. That's the problem. Now it's your problem. You know, what are you gonna do? Oh, it's better off just playing their little game and just doing everything their way. You know.
Well, that's why we're here, bro. We caught them out of their little game.
Yeah. Caught them at their own game, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like it.
Story's
What are we
not
gonna
what they
do?
make it out to be.
Well, I believe you, but I'm interested. How do we do it? How do we get them? How do we get them? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game to find all the contradictions and paradoxes in all the globe claims because they're everywhere.
Interesting. Interesting.
How can you have little green men from somewhere in space when space doesn't exist?
You don't know space doesn't exist. That's how. And you don't know what color they are. If they did exist. Old dude.
Why are the media portraying little green men as demonic entities now?
You're right. I don't know why they do that.
It's quite interesting sort of flex on it all, is it not, E.T.? I don't quite get that. Are they not meant to be the master race or more
I don't know.
intelligent than us, but they're being pushed as not good?
Well, you know what I find interesting is the alien folklore of the last half century or so. Actually, more than half century. Starting from the 50s, I think, if you look into UFO research and whatnot, and abduction research, I should say.
Yeah, it's the same thing as trolls and fairies and kids getting kidnapped by trolls under the bridge. You know, these demons, whatever you want to call them, they just change themselves to conform to the spirit of the age. So since we're in a technological age of the space, demons are like, hey, let's be aliens. Let's stop being trolls that live under the castle bridge. Let's be aliens from space, because that's the spirit of the age.
Yep. It's not Bigfoot that's doing all the abductions, bro.
Actually, I believe in Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, as I would like to call it. Ego slave is what you said. I don't know where you were coming from with that whole thing. I actually think I'm not saying I believe it 100%, but I have done enough research from like the main quote unquote researchers, like people like John Mack and people like Bud Hopkins and whatnot. Three main ones. Can't remember the other guy's name. Where they've found hundreds of people who have claimed to be abducted by aliens. I'm not saying I believe all of them. I'm just saying it's weird how they all have the same stories, isn't it? What's up with that?
Yeah, it is weird. And how their stories have similar plot elements to the same kind of stories from trolls and other mythical creatures that existed
Trolls?
during medieval times is recorded.
You mean troll? You learned the word troll. You learned the term trolls from the
Troll.
internet. This is pre-troll term. Before anyone
No,
was ever
the
even
word
using
troll,
that term.
like Norwegian.
Oh, okay, but nobody was using it in that form.
What do you mean? Yeah, people. I mean, I've got like an old book about mythical Norse
Yeah.
entities.
No, I mean, okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding you. When I say, like an internet troll, when people like mess with people's
Yeah,
heads.
I'm talking about the mythical creatures. I said trolls, fairies.
Okay. I'm glad
Right.
we
So
got that out
what
of
I
the
was
way.
saying, yeah, these mythical medieval monsters and demons from back in the day have just put on a new mask because we've got a new spirit of the age. So they
Mm,
changed their mask. That's
interesting.
all I was saying. It's the same thing. Like
Yeah.
they were abducting fair maidens, and they were abducting kids, and they were abducting knights, and bringing them into the woods, into their little hovels, and threatening to poke them and eat them and stuff. Just like today with alien abductees, getting abducted, pulled into a cage, put on a whole on a table and prodded and potentially killed or something, and then released.
Uh-huh.
It's really the same thing.
It is, yeah. Like you're saying, it's like the theme is incredibly similar. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
And the reason
that's
why
interesting.
UFOs and aliens didn't work 300 years ago is because no one had electricity or even conceived of flying spaceships
Right.
yet.
Right, which explains a
So,
lot of the earliest UFO accounts back in from the late 1800s where they were like, it's a giant balloon, because that's all
yeah, it's
they
a
knew.
blimp, guys. It's a blimp.
Blimp. Yep.
Yep. It's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
totally.
they didn't have those kind of thoughts back then in the earlier days because of this. So yeah, no, it's like the whole alien thing wouldn't work so much on medieval people because they're enamored by magic and mysticism and everything else, right? They love their medieval alchemy. So hey, why don't we actually appear to these alchemists as though we are the entities that they're trying to contact on the other side of the veil?
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
why don't we pretend to be aliens that these scientists are trying to contact through their
What
radio telescopes?
what is that though?
There are entities amongst us that are non-human, is what it amounts to. What they are, what is their nature, where do they come from? That's up for you to figure out.
Okay, fair enough. What does that mean for us? Like a good answer, and I agree to in it as much as an extent if I'm able to. What good answer? What does that mean for humans in the 2000s? You know, now we have
Yeah.
people.
Well, maybe scientific materialism is a dead end for progress and development.
Do you think that maybe? Yeah, how you described the people who had seen what they had seen before back in the 1800s or in the ancient times? Do you think we're seeing a new version of that, given our new technological understandings of things?
Oh yeah.
And now we've just updated our understanding of something.
Yeah, for sure. I think we might be seeing something different come out, some evolution of the UFO theme. I think it's turning
Mm.
into AI. I kind of think that there might be a narrative being constructed where we are contacting non-human entities through artificial intelligence and other means. And they've been trying to reach us, and we finally have the technology to communicate with them. And they're here, guys. They've been here. They're here to help. I kind
Can
of
I
wonder if
take
that's
you?
the narrative that's coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Can But okay, that seems to be a step forward as to where I wanted to go with this conversation. Can we take a step back in the conversation? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, just
I
for a
wanted.
second here, and then I have to
Yeah.
go again, and I'll be on listening mode all day.
Oh, damn! Because your thoughts were interesting. It's just the only thing I wanted to say were, if you know who Jacques Vallée is, he had very similar thoughts about UFO subject being how they always like match humans' process in life in development over the years, and that's been proven through history. That what you had said, it reminded me very, very closely to that. Shame you have to go, but okay.
Yeah, I've heard Dr. Carol Rosen mention Jack Valet in an interview she did.
Oh yeah, yeah. I own a couple books by him, or I used to. Yeah, talked about very similar things, but like basically what you just described. Yeah. Trippy. It makes a lot of sense to me because like the idea of like it's like outer space aliens flying to our planet. Like I'm not saying that's not happening. Maybe that's happening and that would be crazy, but it doesn't necessarily match what is being observed. I mean, when you see people like the old like from the late 1800s what are those old balloons called? Fuck, what are those things called?
Zeppelins or dirigibles.
Dirigibles. Thank you so much. Yeah. Or Zeppelins. Yeah. Dirigibles or Zeppelins. Thank you. Yeah. There was those old stories from the late 1800s. I think that's the beginning of the UFO stories. I think a lot of them. Anyway. And it always keeps up with our the whole point is that it always keeps up with our technological abilities somehow. And you'd think that's like something human. Like it's a human observation. Like you see something you don't understand, it has something to do with our dirigibles. Or fast forward in the future, you see something you don't understand, it's a satellite. Or further in the future, you see something you don't understand, it's Elon Musk's Space X or something. You know? I'm wondering, I guess so, but that makes sense. But like also, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't explain people's observations. Like people say some weird things, and I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, you're right, bro. Even back at the earliest times of flight that we know, there was Foo Fighters and strange other things seen in the sky. And something says to me that the Zeppelin era, when we all floated around in balloons, I think they kind of wanted that shut down in a lot of ways because there is stuff that we can't quantify. We can't fully understand it. But I think maybe the military or the government have a closer encounter, if you like, with it than we do. I think they're directly involved with it and messing with it.
yes, I sometimes wonder about that as well. I think about it all the time.
Well, look at the stuff that Tesla was doing just because he could access the funds to make his machines. You know, I think that's something that it's become the government's playground. We don't mess around with these things anymore unless we're contracted to big industry or directly to the government. You know, you can tap into a certain amount of it through ghost hunting and wearing specially tinted glasses or, you know, radio frequencies and monitoring temperatures. And there seems to be entities.
Right. So are you like referring to like the paranormal, so to speak, almost?
Yeah, that's about as close as we can sort of mess around with these sort of other entities, dude.
Well,
You know,
you know what's crazy about that is that if it is indeed like paranormal in nature and not 100% physical, because like you know what I mean, a lot of people think that UFOs are like just government aircrafts and whatnot. They may be, but I can't prove it one way or another. Let's say it is paranormal and weird, you know, that means that we could bypass any kind of like government control system or what have you, and we could do it ourselves, which is kind of scary actually, but amazing that I'm not surprised to think it, but we don't need the government to help us. You know what I mean?
yeah. But I think that's where it goes into law and legal. There's certain wave bands you can't mess around with. There's various plasmas you can't mess around with unless you're actually
How
involved.
so? What can't we do? What are we not allowed to? Like I know you can't throw fly a drone over a military aircraft space base. I'm aware of that, but like I can do whatever the hell I want in my own home as long as it doesn't hurt anybody. Right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah,
Although
to an
there's
extent.
once you start to mess with military wave bands, people get involved in your life.
I mean, you might get a knock on your door one day.
Yeah, well, it's as simple as like the police radio wave bands. There's certain things that you can't mess around with, or they do investigate you.
Yeah, I
And
can see that.
if you were to set up, massive power generators and massive frequency generation and some sort of plasma portal, people might want to get involved in your life, man. But yeah, there is a certain amount that we can, mess around with whatever's out there. But I think in the greater part, we've been sold the story that, that fits with space, the whole paradigm that we're on a ball whizzing endlessly and there's greater intelligences out there other than us. But of course, it's not God, though. Wouldn't be God.
What are they? Aliens?
Well, that's what we're sold it as the master race. The panspermia idea as well. That's another one where we're a lower evolved state of being than the rest of them out there in the galaxy. They don't want involved with us as yet. But it was all seeded from the same sort of place. Which,
If you don't mind me asking, are you a spiritual person?
Yeah,
spiritual?
yeah.
Do you think
I would
it
say
could
so,
be?
yeah.
Yeah, me too. I definitely am. Do you think it could be both? Is my question. Like, do you think we could be spiritual beings and there's other beings physically in a realm?
Personally,
I
I
mean?
think personally, I think that the body's just a machine for the soul. I think the soul's from a higher, different state.
I totally get that. Yeah, that's kind of actually what I believe. Machines for the soul. Yeah. Okay. I gotta ask again because it's basically the exact same question, but now that I know more, perfect. Do you think it's possible? Well, I know it's possible, but you think there's like aliens flying around?
There could be some other form of life that we don't know of. Whether they're from space or whatever, I don't really think that's possible anymore.
What if they
But I
were
think,
from Earth? Oh, sorry, I cut you off. Continue.
I think, yeah, there could be an entity that's from here originally, that's been separated by time. There could be.
Yep. It's crazy to think about, hey?
Yeah,
That's kind of what I think about it all the time because, it's all over the news. Remember the 2017 Pentagon footage that came out? And all this stuff. Everyone's like, "Whoa, hey, there's UFOs flying around everywhere, and it's aliens." I've thought about this since I was like many years ago. I was like, maybe we're just like sharing this space with another group of people, you know? I don't know. That's kind of what I think. Because I know the UFO thing is real. And I'm not saying they're not coming from space. I know that's a stretch, but I don't think it's that much of a stretch. I think that's totally possible too. It could be both. But from what we're seeing, I'm thinking, I don't even know. I'm not thinking anything strongly, but I'm thinking like these things these things could originate from Earth. Now, I'm talking about UFOs. What's stopping these things from just being from here the whole time?
Yeah, things like the flying wing and the TRB-3 and all of that. Like we've got a finger on what NASA Black Ops are up to, or these government toys that they pop out now and again. Yeah, we know that they're messing with things like that, but there does seem a level beyond that as well. There's something else. It's either very,
Weird.
very cleverly hoaxed, or there is tech that we're not party to in the mainstream. But
I love me a TR3B.
yeah,
Love it. Love a
they've got some clever
TR3B.
toys, so that's the thing. We'll never know how much the military are in advance of us. We think we're getting second gen stuff from them when they release it to us. We can buy it on eBay. It's not second gen at all. They're decades ahead of
What?
us.
Oh, decades. Yeah, I almost asked you, like, what do you mean? Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. That's crazy. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts on clear or solid thoughts on the Phoenix Lights?
I don't know. Manufactotum's wrecking his kitchen or something. I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what he's doing either.
Hello? Am I? Sorry, didn't realize my
That's
mic was on.
okay.
That's okay,
That's
dude.
okay.
Sounds like you're doing bench press.
I was just asking old dude what he thought about the Phoenix Lights event from March, I believe, of 1997.
Phoenix Lights. Which one was the Phoenix Lights? I've got Martha Lights in my head. Was it the same sort of thing? Phoenix
I think
Lights.
it was that event. I believe it was in March of 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona, where thousands of people saw this gigantic V-shaped craft fly over their city.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've got you now. Yeah. Aye,
I
that's
find that fascinating. I know it was a long time ago, but the information and the eyewitness testimony and other forms of information about that whole event, I've never gotten out of my head. It's not something I dismiss because it's I think it actually happened. I don't know what it was, but
yeah, there was definitely lights in the sky. There's no two ways about that. Some of the silent technology they've got is very, very impressive. I've seen helicopters go from audible to zero noise, and vice versa. And yeah, we know they're clever at what they do, but I don't think that was projected from the ground. I think that was a physical body in the sky or a series of vehicles in the sky.
I think so too. I don't think it was projected. From the eyewitness accounts, I'm gonna go with physical. Wait, why did you say that though? Because you're saying like a potential to not be physical. I guess obviously, but
Yeah, they can mess around with projections and stuff, and some of the lasers are quite clever what they can project. But things
keep
like
in
that,
mind
I think that's beyond. Well, I don't know what they've really got. To be honest, the whole blue beam thing
remember, we're talking 1997 here too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and blue beam stories of blue beam only came around about the 2000s afterwards.
Almost around that same time, yeah, when everyone started
Yeah.
reading about it on the internet. Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's connected. I mean, maybe Phoenix Lights was Project Blue Beam or an example of, but I don't know, man. I've read so many fucking. There's been documentaries made about it, at least two, and I've watched them both. And I think there's probably other weird videos that people have made. It's like I don't believe that. It's like I don't know. I'm under the impression that like something fucking physical was there. That's what everyone describes. They're like, I saw it.
Shout out to Demov, right? Because he says, yeah, he sees UFOs all the time. We call them stars. Planets.
And if you look, I posted in the comments a link there. A lot of people forget that Operation Snowbird was going on at that exact time.
Which Operation Snowbird?
You can probably click in the link there and read a little more about it if you like.
Okay, I'll do that actually, just out of curiosity. But by the way, I'm not challenging you, but are you saying? Again, no challenge. I'm just saying, like, is that something that says that the Phoenix is something it's not purported to be?
Just, feel free to read it. I don't know a lot about the sightings. I wasn't there. Just ultimately, what I know is that Operation Snowbird was going out at the same time. But draw your own conclusion.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if I know about that one. Snowbird.
Correlation isn't always causation. So, though I share that, I don't know that that's clear and convincing or not. Just making the obvious point that.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I've read that wiki page before, the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the official explanation for it, correct?
I think that's the initial, because I do remember there was something going on. I couldn't remember the exact particulars, but I copy and pasted that in. But ultimately, those who know far more and were there probably have a little more idea as to if that was applicable or if that was just the hand wave or what. I don't. I just literally just posted it because I remembered there was claims that there was something else going on, and
yeah, there were a few. Thanks, I appreciate you chiming in and participating. Yeah, I do happen to know though that photo, or it's not an actual photo. That's an artist.
Yeah, that's probably. I figure that's probably just a. Rendition to the news.
I'm not saying here calling fake. I'm what I'm saying is that like that image that was literally created by an artistic artist at that time, trying to replicate what one of the experiencers saw.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what the news is good at, is creating fake images. And
I saw something similar to the Phoenix lights in my birth town, except there was only two. There was only two lights, but it was a similar event, and but these ones pulsated at times as well, on and off, and they made no sound. It was just bizarre. Whatever they were, I don't know. It's a mystery.
Wait, what are you talking about, Todd Wazzle?
We're going back. Oh, what year would it have been? Something like.
You're just telling a story about how you know people who saw something similar?
Saw something similar to the Phoenix lights, yeah, in my birth town, but it was only involved two lights. There was two of them.
Two.
And they passed over our town and
V-shaped or triangular
really
somehow?
Sorry?
Oh, I was just asking if it was V-shaped or triangular or something like that.
Yeah, it was just two lights, following, like one following the other. Actually, because I couldn't even see the second one till I got my family's attention to it, and I pointed to where it came from. The first one came from.
You're talking about a personal story? You're talking about a personal story?
Yeah.
Dude, you should have just told us that in the beginning. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, as I pointed to where the first one came from.
Do you want to start over? I want to hear this. Do you mind?
Well, what was really okay? Yeah, if you want, because what was really weird about it
Of course
was
I do.
I was sitting, I was sitting at home, reading a Lee Stryber book actually, which was really weird, right? It's bizarre, right? This story is bizarre. So I know, and then I'm asked to go to the phone box and make a phone call because this is back in the days that nobody had a mobile phone, only the rich had mobile phones.
Shit was already
And so-
bizarre at that point.
Right, yeah. I'm reading Whitley Strieber book. I think it was The Secret School. And then I'm walking out the back gate to go to the phone box, and it was like an hour after sundown, I guess. And I'm like just thinking to myself after reading Whitley Strieber, I'm thinking, frick, I'd love to see one, like just see something weird in the sky. And then this bright light appeared on the eastern horizon, and it's just like started moving over, in the sky above me, and I'm like, no way, this is bullshit. And I ran back inside, and I said, like, everybody get outside and have a look at this shit, tell me I'm not going crazy. And they all came out and they're looking at it, and it was this big bright like orange light, and then it pulsated and then came back on, and we were all like, holy shit, what is this? And we couldn't hear any plane sounds, no helicopter sound, nothing. It was not like a searchlight on a conventional aircraft. And then I'm describing where I saw it come from, and as I pointed to where I saw it come from, a second one appeared right as I pointed. Like it was like I pointed and made it come into existence. It was really weird. And then so the second one was following the first one along, and started doing similar things, pulsating on and off, and then they just traveled out into the western sky and disappeared. Like they just kept on going. It was like a Phoenix light event of our own, but just two lights. Yeah.
Amazing. How long ago did that happen?
Probably like I said, it was probably like 1990. Actually, it might have been the 2000s. It was late 90s, early 2000s, but I'm thinking late 90s. Yeah.
Did it? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Did it change your life in any way?
At the time reading Whitley Strieber, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Secret School. That book was pretty influential on me, I've got to say. And then seeing that and just the timing and the whole thing, like, and just like my spiritual journey at the time, yeah, it did. It was like, because I was literally thinking to myself, like after reading Whitley Strieber's experiences, going, I wish I could experience something, like, not that I hadn't before, like experienced strange things, but like just like I was like, how come these other people get to experience this shit? Like, seems like all the time, like, and then
I know
it
exactly
was
what you're
just
talking
that
about.
timing of it. So yeah, it did have an effect on my life.
Okay. Oh my god, dude. Did it have an effect on your life? Can I ask you this other question? It's kind of like more personal stuff, like to do with that kind of thing. How long did it take for you to have that thought where it was like, I want to see or have an experience, but before it happened to you? Approximately, if you're comfortable answering that question.
That's the only time where what didn't seem spontaneous. It was like it was a response to my thought. It was like instant because I was like walking out the back gate, pondering on the novel, the book that I was reading, Whitley Strieber, and thinking that to myself, like right before it happened. Like it was a response to me, like personally, like asking for it to happen, and it happened,
Mm.
and it was like something from beyond, from the beyond, like
Did you
from
feel a mental connection with it somehow?
yeah,
You
it was.
did. Well, the only reason I asked that because you basically already answered that question, but you have do you?
Well, it was like watching these lights. It was like it just felt like they were aware of us. Whatever these lights were aware of us watching them. Like it's just this.
Did you
Just
ever
you
feel like
couldn't.
they were watching you?
Yeah, at
Or
that time, like not when they're not around. Like I often wondered, like, are we being watched by
but
entities, right?
in that moment, did you feel like you were being watched or like they were looking at you?
Yeah, it was kind of felt like that. Yeah, like it was kind of hard to imagine that they weren't aware of us, not particular, but like
Did
just
you? That's amazing. That's amazing. Did you also perhaps feel like when you felt they were looking at you? Um,
um just
did you feel like they were scanning you? Like you felt scanned? Like in
nah,
not like an X-ray, but like
just a sense of like something was aware, that it was because just the timing and everything of it was like this can't be a coincidence sort of thing. So it was like it was almost like they decided to put on a show. Something decided to just say, "This is more than a friendly hello." Like this is like, this is the closest you're going to get
oh,
to having a cup of tea
hey,
with
hold
something beyond our known reality.
on you. Okay, can we talk about that? Like, I know that probably sounds super personal to that. I mean, to you. Um, so it's like, ooh, do you feel comfortable talking about that?
It's kind of off topic, but like I don't mind. But like,
Maybe it's not the time to talk about it. I don't know.
yeah,
I know it's
I lean towards something more spiritual kind of like than something
you
that's like advanced
know what,
in our
Quad?
understanding of technology.
I think
Yeah.
it would cheapen the experience if we kept talking about it. Actually, I mean, unless you want
Yeah,
to or you insist it.
there's not much more to tell beyond that. There's not much really more to tell. That was it really. But I was hook, line, and sinker with Whitley Strieber. I mean, like now I'm not so sure about his authenticity overall. Like maybe he experienced something, but I think he played it a lot, like just for the
He
bucks.
may have. Yeah, I don't know 100%. We probably never will know. I mean, what's this Twad with Wazzle? I had my own experience, and it was very personal to me, and I'm not even comfortable really talking about it with most people. But when you told your story and the way you told it reminded me very seriously about what happened to me, and I was like, "Whoa, that sounds like there was a mental component, and then but it was subtle. Oh man, I wish you could write it down." But it doesn't matter. The crazy thing is, it does matter actually. But there's so many people who have these types of experiences. They should all be documented. I guess that's what I'm saying. I wish I could document your situation if you are indeed comfortable talking about it. But I really, Twad, appreciate you sharing it. Number one, for like my own research purposes, but also number two, it's a very lonely type of thing to have to experience sometimes because a lot of people don't go through that type of thing.
No, of course not. Like strange things indeed do happen to people. Like there is no denying it, and things that others struggle to explain through conventional or understandings. I'm not,
Yep.
no doubt, and
You
experiencing
mind
things
if
like that
I?
myself.
You mind
But
if I?
like other people will rationalize things away and say that there's other explanations, and that could be the case, but it was just the timing of that just the timing. It was just all so bizarre.
The timing is weird, dude. I know. I didn't really tell you much about like what happened to me, but like I will say this: that the timing was bizarre in my experience. I mean, I saw something weird. The timing was like remarkably un um, unlikely, or what would you call that? Um, Probably shouldn't have normally happened under a normal circumstance, right? Mind if I befriend
Yeah.
you and maybe I can get your story a little closer, Twad? I'm just a normal dude on Discord that researches UFOs stuff.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, yeah. If you want, you can add me, and then we can like have a talk about stuff like another time, like maybe in another chat or something, if you
Yeah,
want
not
to.
obviously not right now, but yeah, like another time. Okay, I'm going to add you as a friend. How do I do this? Add friend. I've added you as a friend, I believe. Yeah, man. I mean, I do. That's something that, man, I've spent. What? Okay, like I'm gonna be 37 this year. I remember when I was trying to. I asked my older brother. I was like, "When did we get the internet?" The reason I asked him that is because I was like, "When did we get the internet?" Because I was like, "That's when I started doing UFO research." Because I remember going on this weird UFO research like right when we got the internet, and he was like 1995. I was like, "Really?" I thought it was like 1996 or seven, but I guess we'll never know. But yeah, but ever since then, man, I've been obsessed with the whole thing. And when I hear stories like that, dude, I'm like, whoa, that's pretty real, pretty awesome. Yeah, and it reminds me a lot of what happened to me. So thanks for sharing, dude. I really appreciate that. I really do.
No problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not afraid to talk about stuff, but yeah, usually we don't talk about like stuff like that in here, but yeah, I just thought I'd share it because it just did remind me of the Phoenix
No one,
Lights.
no one's cut us off yet, so people must be intrigued. No, I've noticed a couple mods jumped in all of a sudden. No, the Phoenix Light things, dude. Yeah. Thanks for, yeah. All right. What are you going to do? Did you send me a friend request so I can talk to you about this later?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going to be heading
oh,
off in a minute. I'm going to be
okay, cool.
signing out,
Okay, I just said
yeah, if you
hi,
want,
just so, yeah. I just said hi. Yeah, okay.
yep, yeah. Cheers, man. Yeah, no problem.
Another thing about that you may not know about me, well, you know what you would, but I'm trying to find people who have their own personal experiences, like not people from documentaries, just like real life people on Discord, or you know, maybe I met someone down the street, or something personal like that. You know what I mean? And make a physical with like Adobe After Effects, try to like reproduce the event. Anyway,
That sounds
okay.
cool. Yeah, yeah.
No, it is a fucking cool idea. I know. I've never seen anyone do that before, and I think I want to do it, and I think it's a cool ass idea too. There's so many out there. That's the crazy thing. Um, Not to downplay anyone's event. I might even throw my own in there, and I'll probably hide it somewhere in the mixture, just so nobody knows who I am. But I mean, and it's so frequent and it's so crazy, and that's why I asked you, man. I'll let you go because they say you have to go. I guess I'll let you go. I'm just saying, man, you're not alone. It had a big effect on me too, and it happened to me. It's wild stuff. Thanks for sharing your story, dude.
No problem, man. Yeah. All right. I'll head out, and yeah, it was nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you. See you later.
We'll talk again later. See ya. See you
For
guys.
sure.
See you later, bro.
See, that's what happens when you mute people, mods. You don't hear people's UFO stories.
Bad, nasty, evil, power tripping mods, AET.
Just joking. God.
I see MacGyver's in the room, or he was in the room. Yeah, he's still in the room. How's it going, man? Is that the real MacGyver? Or maybe he's busy. Who else is in? Matthew's in.
Hey.
Good morning, Matthew.
Good morning. How's it going?
How's it going? Call me Matthew Learns Copy. Yeah, I just had this really great conversation with this guy from, I believe he's from Australia, about his own personal UFO story. Definitely not faking it or like making up any part of the story at all. Yeah, and it had like an effect on his life. I asked him a bunch of questions, and then I asked him if I could DM him personally, and he accepted. And we might talk about it more later, but
what does he think it was? Does he have any speculation, or he just doesn't know?
I think it's beyond speculation, such as I am. Like just I mean, by that I mean like I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just say we don't know what it is and leave it at that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but super curious at the same time. I don't know what that was, but it definitely happened, or I definitely saw it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Precisely. I'm personally obsessed with the subject. That's probably the only reason, but I bring that up. But it's amazing how people figure that out about me. They tell me certain interesting stories. Whereas they probably would not have. Had they not known I was obsessed with that. See, I didn't even think about that one. The stupid ET name and image thing. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. People might come to me and be like, yo, I can talk to you about this. I was like, Jesus. I didn't even think about that. Yep. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, like listening to people tell you their like bizarre paranormal stories. I don't even know if paranormal is the right word, but tell you stories and they can hear it in their voice. I know it because I know myself, but they tell you something and you can tell something weird happened to them, something that they don't understand, and I don't really know what to say to them. Like I almost feel like a therapist or something like that. Like it's okay. It's like,
maybe they just want to have somebody believe them. But I believe that something happened. I wouldn't know what exactly it was.
Thank you for saying that, Matthew. You know what's really weird, dude? I had a dream with my old friend called Matthew last night. That's so weird.
Oh, that's cool.
Is it?
I mean, I like the name. It's a pretty common name, but I like it.
The thing is, it was my old friend Matthew, and we were walking around for like an hour in my dream. It's bizarre. I'm not just making this up. I'm just like, the chances of this happening. Very. Anyway, yeah, man. Like, yeah. Hey, anyone? Well, how about this? Rather turn it around. Anyone else got any weird paranormal stories they want to talk about? Roots? Roots?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
No, I
Anyway,
don't. I
anyone?
don't. I don't believe people's paranormal stories. I think they could be paranoid stories.
Oh,
But
I like that. Do you see guys what he did there? I like that. I've never thought of that. Paranoid. No, paranormal turned to paranoid. I like that. I've never heard that before. I like that. It's funny. That is funny. Go on.
I don't want to write it off. I've never had those experiences, and I find it hard to believe that it's not your imagination. But I don't want to write it off. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. I totally understand. Like, until you have something weird happen to you, I would think the same thing. Definitely writing down that thing you said, though. All I'm going to write down is paranoia versus paranoid. What did you say?
Paranoia versus paranormal. No.
Okay, thank
Oh
you.
my God, I've lost the word now.
No, I'm messing it up too. Yeah, paranormal, because I set
Yeah.
up, I set it up, and then you said versus, and then no, I said versus, and then paranormal versus paranoia. That's amazing, dude. I love that. Hell yeah. Damn. That's so
Yeah,
crazy.
I just find it hard to believe people in general, like there's so many people who I've heard so many ghost stories. I've heard so many UFO stories. And these people tend to be the people who believe stuff rather than verify stuff more, I find.
Yeah, and those are the same people. People who see something weird. Those are the same people who are like, bro, you won't believe me. They're in my bedroom. They abducted me. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's those weird people who believe in this kind of stuff. Completely agree with you. Totally agree with you. Good point. I like how you made that little. That's almost a good album cover title or a good album cover. Album title. Sorry, I've been drinking. Paranormal versus paranoia. I like that. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the flat Earth, at least we have something to hold on to, something real. Whereas with the UFOs, it could be anything. It could be the government, We don't
Well,
know.
I mean, how do we separate this?
I don't think we can. I think what we got to accept is that a UFO is just something unidentified. I mean, you could even argue the sun and the moon are UFOs by the definition.
Well, that's stupid though. You know FDFE, Craig?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately. Well, God bless his soul. But anyway, one day I went into one of his live streams. I think he only did it once. And then he was like, all right, boys and girls, I gotta leave right now. I was like, hey, wait, I gotta ask you a question. He's like, okay, what? I was like, hi, I know who you are. And he's like, hey, what's up? And I was like, hey, what do you think about the whole UFO or UFO study thing? And the only fucking thing he responded is like, it's called UFO, meaning unidentified. I was like, really? Fucking piece of shit. no, like, complete disregard to the whole fucking study. He's just like, well, it's called UFO, meaning unidentified. It's like, all right, fine. Last time I ever talked to him. First and only time. What do you think about
Well,
that?
he's not wrong, is he? I do
No,
hear.
I know.
I
That's
hear what
part
he's
of what
saying.
pissed me off. It was last summer. That's part of pissed me off. He wasn't wrong. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's why I will entertain the conversation, but I'll never put energy into it because I just feel it's one of those things where your imagination is expected to do a lot of the work, you know?
Yeah, I guess a lot of the work, but I mean, from a bit of like a UFO researcher in my own time over the years since I was a child. Oh god, I'm old now. The point is that I don't know. He comes off as like I'm definitely not getting flat earthy here. Definitely not getting flat earthy drama here. But I mean, for someone to at that age discount it like that, it just pissed me off because I actually do think he's pretty smart. I like Craig, but he just he just like whisked it away, you know, just like whatever. Like, hey man, I've watched a few of your videos and like you, and then I ask you one question, you know, like, that's dumb. Like, okay, it's like, fine. You do you, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought he would have added a more intelligent answer, I guess, to be honest.
Yeah, but like what? What
I don't
more
know.
could what more intelligent could you say apart from they're unidentified and that's all we know? That is
Well, he
actually the
did.
most intelligent thing you could say.
No, that's the most like scientific thing he could have possibly said because it's like, well, if I'm gonna use a scientific method, this and this must be true. You really
Okay,
wanted to
I'll give you
fucking,
that.
or it could be, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And then like, if he was gonna be creative about it, he could have easily, at least referenced some other scientists who are way smarter than him, nuclear scientists, and at least address the fact that it is a weird thing that's going on that must be addressed and talked about and figured out. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answers either, but I mean, like, I just don't like the way he addressed that, but, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. But, no, I really don't care.
No, I
Also,
think
it's
you probably expected him to have more to say, I can imagine, on the
Thank you,
on the
Roots.
subject.
Yeah, I really thought he did. Yeah, but yeah, he gave me like nothing. That's what it pissed me off about the whole thing. I was like, he's got all these opinions about everything, and then when I asked him about the UFO subject, it's like, boom. Yeah, exactly, nothing. And so, anyway, anyone else?
Yeah, I used to be really into the UFO phenomenon, but obviously that was before Flat Earth, and then kind of put a stop to all the dreaming. You know what I mean? I call it. I think
Why
it's
is that
dreaming.
obvious? Roots. I'm curious. By the way, that was you I saw in the other room like an hour or two ago, right? Yeah, there
In the
was
other room.
drama. Yeah, there was drama in the other room, and we moved over here. But
I may have been listening. I wasn't involved.
okay, yeah, it was someone else. What do you mean by that? Like you? Okay, let me ask you this, Roots. Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. What do you mean by you used to be into it, and then that's when I cut you off?
Yeah, till the Flat Earth. So till I realised that we that space, there was no evidence of space. And then when I realised that space as an idea goes against the laws of science, and that it was anti-empirical. At that point, I started to dismiss my assumption that the the lights in the sky were worlds, or traversable.
I,
So it didn't take long for me to start seeing through this UFO idea that's being pushed even on mainstream news. They
why?
really want us. They
I
really want
mean,
to put UFOs in our psyche. It's in the
they
papers,
do. They
it's in the
definitely do.
magazines.
I
Yeah.
know, and I don't exactly know why, but I have a few theories. What do you think about flat Earth versus UFOs in 2024? If you don't mind me asking you that. And I'll ask the same question if you want to ask me. But.
Yeah, I don't have much to say apart from I think that the UFOs that are seen are 99.9% sure that they're from this realm, and that the Nazis had technology very similar to what we're calling source. And I just think it's in our history. It's in our human history. So I don't have any reason to believe that off-world people are visiting at this point. If they do, and if they are, there's no way for me that they come from the sky.
Right. You're saying
That's just where
could
I
be
am.
one way or another.
But
Basically, is what you're saying,
maybe there
right?
might be other worlds. Maybe there might be other places,
Mm-hmm.
beyond where we are.
Aren't
But
we? Doesn't
who really knows?
yeah, exactly. But doesn't that like totally put us back down? Like, excuse me, put us back to where we were right from the
Oh,
beginning.
ET, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's me.
Can you hear me,
I'm gonna
Roots?
reconnect.
Roots, son of a bitch. Roots, hey Roots,
Oh,
Roots.
I lost you there.
That's okay. Yeah, we had some weird muting thing going on earlier. It's okay. We're beyond that now. We're more mature than that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep.
Perfect. So, God damn it, that distracted me. Yeah, man, I lost my train of thought there. But what I mostly was saying was that, yeah, it might be very unlikely that there's something like that going on. But I'm not super into this idea, but it's interesting. This is an untalked about idea, in my opinion. It has been discussed before. I can think of one book in particular that's talking about this. But the point is, okay, those things are going on. Could it be happening? Could it be an earthbound scenario? I guess is what I'm saying.
Could be. Yep. Could be.
That's what I think.
Likelihood is it's us, but it could be
That's what I think.
from further beyond. Yeah, why not?
Dude, I know that's what I actually think because, like, if you think about it, what are the chances? But like, okay, let's say you even believe in the UFO phenomena, right? Which a lot of people do not. Are they from a different star system, or are
No,
they just here the whole time?
I think that they are ancient technology because if you try to research what they say, those UFOs that they claim they found and they have them in Area 51. If you verify, you will find that most of what they say they claim they have, they found it in archaeological digs. So it means that it's ancient. And I don't claim that it's ancient technology coming from space or something like that. No, but I think that it's ancient technology made by humans here on Earth, and they just found it and they trying to
Does
revert.
that mean that they lied about our history then?
Definitely, yeah.
More than likely, yeah. Why wouldn't
I
they?
already believe they lied about our history, but where did the alien thing come in? I mean, like, look at the ancient pyramids from Egypt. Like, there's obviously like mysteries of the past. We all know that. But, I mean, where does the whole alien thing come in?
You don't have to think about aliens. Think about just those people. They were not stupid people who don't have technology. Imagine if they were just more advanced. They had more advanced technology than what we have today, and we are just trying to reverse engineer what we found.
Earth-based though, Necros? Earth-based or outer space-based? Like
No,
from here?
just Earth-based.
Yeah. Interesting.
Nothing external. We never found something external. So those things are just from here, Earth-based, made by human like us, but they had more technology than what we have. They had more understanding about the reality of this realm and how it works, and the energy is different energy, and how you can work with it and manipulate it. So they had that knowledge, and they could build things that you just if you don't find those materials, you will just say that those people were stupid, and they will show you. Yeah, because they will show you hammers and chisels, and they will tell you that those people lived in
And
civilization.
at the same time, they maybe they were smart in certain ways, but not so smart in other ways. So like maybe they hadn't created the internet yet or computers, and so like what we think is intelligence with computers and the internet isn't what they thought was intelligence. Maybe they were flying around in these crazy machines, but they didn't have the internet.
Who told you so? Were you
I don't
there?
know. I'm just it's speculation. I really don't know.
Speculation. If you speculate that technology, what's called internet, PCs, smartphones, and those technologies just were invented in our age, it's difficult to say that it didn't exist before, and we just reverse
I
engineer
agree.
all that thing.
You're right
Think
about that. I
think
totally
about one
agree.
think about one thing. I don't claim that the story told about Nikola Tesla is true, but Nikola Tesla is the father of our new technology, modern technology. So he made many improvements in our technology, and his source of inspiration was ancient Egypt.
Well, arguably, you have Egyptian hieroglyphics over in the South American territories as well.
Yeah, but
Somehow.
I don't talk about that. I'm talking about the source of inspiration of the inventions made by Nikola Tesla was from ancient Egypt, and he had that in some letters. He wrote that in some letters and some articles, or I think it was some diaries from him. And in an article I've read that he said that Moses, I don't know if he was Christian believer or something, but he said that Moses, in his belief, that Moses was an electrician, an electric engineer, or engineer of electricity, the best engineer of electricity that you could imagine. Think about those people not being as modest as we think, and they may have that technology, and they may have those AIs that we claim that we just have today. Invention.
Totally.
Today's invention.
I want to get into it because I know people get crazy into like the whole subject, but like people talk about how like there's like secret societies that like have this hidden knowledge and whatnot. For all we know, that's very real. They do have these like hidden cultures. They've been hiding this like special technology the whole time.
What I believe, in my opinion, it's just a speculation. I don't have any proof for that, but it's dependent to what I understand from what I see in their buildings, the things that they made. So I think that we are not evolving, but we are just like going back in technology. Like those people, ancient people, were more advanced than us, and they had more knowledge than us, and
Well,
we are losing that
they
with time.
didn't have computers back then, so maybe it's like a one step forward and two steps back kind of thing. You know?
I can say that didn't have computers. I wasn't there, so I can't claim they have or they didn't have that thing for just definitely as a fact. I can't claim that, but what I see, those people, we are just what if you see what they build, you will just be able to just separate the civilization in the three groups. The first group was those builders who were able to build things using giant stones.
Right.
Interlocking giant stones. And that type of building, where you will find that type of building everywhere in the world. Pyramids in Africa, in Asia, and
Especially
America.
the pyramids. Pyramids
Yeah.
especially.
So there was a civilization who was just building with giant stones, and after that, the civilization that came after that, what they call the Tartarian, because that type of building, those star forts, those churches, those capitals, so they have the same type of building. Smaller rocks, still catered system of building, and you have the type of building that you have today: bricks and wood and
Right.
metals and those things.
Oh, how about this? Take everything you're saying right now and apply it to the Egyptian pyramids. How does that work?
Egyptian
No,
pyramid?
I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just saying, yeah. If what you're saying right now, how does that work with the Egyptian pyramids?
Who knows? Who knows how they? The most intriguing thing that I found in the Egyptian pyramids is not how it was built. It wasn't the stones that you will see that are forming the pyramid, but the most intriguing thing is that king chamber, the king chamber, and also the lowest chamber that is below the ground, below the pyramid. So the king chamber is 100% made from granite, from giant blocks of granite, and the ceiling is made from I think 5 or 4. I don't remember. I think it's 4 layers with just one single block of granite, pink granite from Aswan, and it was 4 layers. One single, every block of granite weight, I think around
How is
70
that? How is
tons.
that? How is that likely? Like, why does that exist? Why? I guess is my question. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Have you ever compared between the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Tesla Tower? The tower
Um.
the Tesla coil, giant Tesla coil that Tesla made, and where he could distribute any
Is that where you're going here with this?
yeah.
Well, I'm okay with you going with this. I want to hear more. I just wanted to be clear. Yes.
You know,
Um,
what's the intriguing thing in the lowest chamber in the Pyramid of Giza? It's uh, it's a pump, and there was a guy who made just a replicate of that chamber with using cement, and he could create a pump that just transferred the water from a side to another side and create a sound like a heartbeat, and that sound was very loud. So I think that that chamber in the bottom of that pyramid would make that the same thing, and they use sounds and vibrations and those things to create some energy.
That's
The,
fucking interesting, dude.
and
That's
another
so
thing,
interesting.
that another thing that's the is the reason why they used granite, because if you try to study granite, granite is made from silicon and quartz, and the quartz is a piezoelectric crystal. So if you apply force on that crystal, you hammer you strike it with the hammer or try to drill it, it will release electricity, like that electricity that you have in lighters. They use a small crystal of quartz, so you can generate electricity from that, and it can also be used to store like electricity.
Interesting. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. You talking about with the pyramid? Are you saying? I think I know what you're saying. You're saying there's some kind of battery.
No, Chris, are you talking about the Ben stones on the very peak of the pyramid, the black capstones?
No, I'm talking about the stones that that the king chamber is made of. It's the pink granite, and also the clock.
Why all those little hallways and chamber rooms and hallways? Like I said, why?
And also the box inside the king chamber is from granite, pink granite from Aswan. So and also the obelisks. The obelisks are all pink granite from Aswan. So I think that the obelisks, the the pyramid would be the generator, and the obelisk would be just those antennas that can relay the distances between and the other parts of the city.
Is that your way of describing how you have like two electrical components next to each other, which is the pyramid versus the obelisk? Fuck. How would you? Were they electrical in your opinion? What do you think about that?
Like I told you, look in the picture. I will put a picture in the side chat.
Okay.
A comparison between the Tesla antenna and the Great Pyramid of Giza. You will see something interesting in it.
Like Jimmy from Bright Insight, the YouTuber. He talks about this stuff all the time. Okay, hold on.
Here in the site.
Yeah, I see it at
No, the last 5 minutes
20,
after
29 after the hour? No,
5
not that
minutes
one.
after the hour.
Okay. Damn the internet. Many people on the internet. Okay, 1 second. Oh, 5 minutes after. Oh, the Tesla thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue, please.
That's the antenna that Tesla made to harvest the potential from the ether around us and distribute the energy using the ether also. And he could use that potential to make light bulbs in far distances that he just put on the ground. He made them light without any wiring.
I think it's becoming common knowledge now that the pyramids were power plants, and there's several really good books that sort of break it
But
down,
there's
describe.
no evidence of it. It's just a bunch of theories. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
Like,
saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that isn't it still theoretical?
oh, it's still theoretical, but I think one thing that has come out is that they definitely could have been used that way. And apparently there's material running through it, metal and things like that involved in it. They never found I believe they never found a sarcophagus or a dead body in the pyramids. Maybe they found one,
Are you
but they
sure? Are you
attributed.
sure about that? Didn't they find like multiples, like the sarcophagus thing?
So
No,
what they claim,
they never find any mummy,
yeah.
any person just buried there, and they never
Let me hold
find.
on. Let me clarify because I don't want to say incorrect things. So the argument is that the later Egyptians were putting mummies in the pyramids, but we're talking about when the pyramids were, discovered by the British and stuff. They were told that these were all attributed to the late empire of the Egyptians after the renovation of the pyramids. But actually, they were told that this was they would never found any ancient bodies or ancient mummies that were in the same time period as when they say that the pyramids were built or of that era. So yes, there were bodies found in it, but not attributed to the time of when the pyramids were built, or at least were in original era. Sorry, Necros, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify that because if you go and Google it, you'll hear that there were
That's
bodies found.
interesting. Oh, interesting. Fascinating.
About the Great Pyramid, no one never found there. No mummy, nothing, and they don't have any possibility to have a mummy inside it.
Wait, can we pause for 1 second because this is a big deal. You're saying there's no nothing
mummy.
found within the pyramids? Is that
The
true?
Great Pyramid.
The Great Pyramid.
Great Pyramid. Yeah, you mean the big one then, of the
I'm
three.
talking about the Great Pyramid. No mummy, no bearing inscriptions that you can find in the walls.
I did not know that. I didn't know that. Okay, what about this? Is it quite likely or possible that the reason why that is because he stole it, something like that? You know what I mean?
Apparently, there's not even the they weren't built for that. There's a lot of empty open rooms. There isn't like a organized shelving for coffins or anything like that. Apparently, the only
I
thing
don't
they
think
found.
that makes sense though, because if you look into all the new, by new I mean like recent discoveries, we found all sorts of stuff that would. I can't even keep track. I'm sorry, and I'm not that educated in it, but they found a bunch of stuff like that, didn't they? Am I stupid or what's going on here?
No, they found a bunch of Baghdad batteries, and they found a bunch of technology and pottery, etc., etc. But they didn't find a graveyard.
Okay, what am I thinking of when I think of all these giant, like, fucking tombs that they discovered? Like, they found a bunch of, like, tombs and shit, and I don't know.
Well, this is what I was trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you, with the Great Pyramid, I think Necros is right. They never found one mummy in there. But with some of the other pyramids, they did find mummies in there. But the argument is that they're from the latest time period after renovation. So this is something that the later generations started using the pyramids as
Are we talking like different timelines, basically? Kinda.
Well, we're
You know what I mean?
talking about the age of the mummies. They're all very, very recent because Egyptian history, if you want to go by Egyptology, they give you 5,000 years to play with. That's a long time, my friend.
Crazy. That's so crazy. I know, my friend. I get it. Yeah, that's insane.
About the Great Pyramid, in every tomb you have inscriptions, texts, religious texts about the god of death, about the spirits going to from somewhere to other way, and what they believe and what they say in the tombs. So in every tomb you will find inscriptions in the walls about the burying and those things. In Great Pyramid, you don't have that. Have clean walls.
That's fucking fascinating. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you?
And another thing, we don't have till this moment. It's just still theory about building.
Necros. Let me ask you: Is that a fact? Like, do we know that? Like, 100, like pretty sure, like 100% or whatever, about how you were saying that what you just said. Is that true?
No, about the pyramids being a power plants. That's we don't have a concrete proof for that. It's
The death. No, the part about their culture being death. Their ideas about death.
Yeah. In their tombs, you will always find inscriptions in the walls. So we will understand just by arriving without finding any cadaver or any corpse or any mummy or anyone buried. You will understand that that thing is was meant to be a tomb because there is inscriptions all everywhere.
That's insane. You know what? There is something about I don't like to get dark here. I don't even like talking about dark things. I mean, that tomb thing is pretty damn deathy to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So about the theory for the pyramids being power plants, we don't have any proof about that. But the thing that we have, what we call proofs, what we consider as being proofs of the thing, is that those people had power tools. They did use power tools, that's one, and they did use metric measurements.
Fascinating. In measurements of 10, 0 to 10.
Metric measurements, 1 meter, 0.000, even if the meter was created in the 17th, I think. 1,700.
It's got to be the 16th century because everything was fucking created in the 1600s. Got to be.
What about the pyramids? That doesn't line up with that timeline.
Yeah.
No, I mean our stories of history. I believe our history books were written in the 1600s.
That could be true. Okay, fascinating. But it still comes down to like everything's based off the tens, metrically speaking. If you're a math nerd, you would know that.
Yeah, just research when they created the unit of measure that's called the meter. You will find that it's the 16th, 17th century.
There's only like 5 countries that still use the imperial metric or imperial math code or system. 99% of the countries in the world still have converted.
So those people wasn't present there when they created the meter by dividing the circumference of the equator or dividing the distance of the equator on 40, I think 40 million, maybe, yeah, it's 40 million. So and they created that unit of measure, what we call the meter, and those people before that they used the meter to build. You have some in Pumapunku you have blocks that are literally meter 1 meter 1.000, and they are all the same measurements. They
What
have
are we
all.
saying here? Are you saying that the reason why the pyramids were they figured out how to do it is because they used the metric system? I'm
Not
not
only
challenging you. I'm just asking.
not not the only reason. I'm telling you that they had the knowledge of the meter. That's one thing, and they had they used power tools. Those people used power tools. They didn't have just to use chisels and copper chisels and hammers. No, those people, they had. Look at this article. Look at this thing that I will put in the chat, and here, and try to research the guy called Christopher Dunn. Christopher Dunn. He did so many research about the Great Pyramid, and where it is here.
Yeah, I've posted his book in the chat about 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I see it.
The Giza Power Plant. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that one is good. And also the other book, The Lost Technology. I will try to research the name of the book.
Yeah, history is not what they told us, and subjects like this will scratch the surface and will get you questioning and looking into the actual told story of history. It's fascinating. For history, there was prehistory. Check it out.
Yeah, the second book, The Lost Technology of Ancient Egypt.
That ain't no book. Calling that a book?
Another
Yeah,
book I know.
Christopher Dunn. You not read Christopher Dunn before?
I never read it. I never read a Christopher Dunn book. That's what God said. I never done that.
Crocodile Dundee. He said that ain't no book. This is a book.
That's quite savvy.
Yeah, he said that's not a book, mate. And he reaches in his book bag and he pulls out a really big book and he goes, "This is a book."
Book.
And then he hits the guy in the head with it.
Honk.
Always 3 steps ahead.
Honky on the head. Ain't no book.
He said, "Try a little Christopher Dundee."
Now what I'm gonna done with you? Now look what you gone done did. You have to do a bunch of other things.
If you are interested to see a interesting thing about ancient Egypt, look at this film. I will just stream a part from a documentary.
Oh God.
Over 3,000 years, and it ends up we're still using the same tools that they started with. That doesn't make sense.
Christopher Dunn offers his opinion as an engineer. No matter what the techniques of
Linear period.
breathe have either away from the Nile River, from which the 22 boxes had to be transported.
Just for making this is a number of years. I don't know, maybe.
Oh my God. What do I do?
Wonder if they
What do
took
I do?
curvature. I wonder if they took curvature into account when they built the pyramids.
Don't get like that. You stop that right now. Curvature.
Honest question.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Pyramids. Mountains. Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Well, you got to ask yourself a question.
Huh?
Is it a triangle if it adds up to more than 180 degrees? Is it a pyramid if it adds up to 180 degrees?
You're asking me a very basic geometrical math equation thing that I learned in childhood things. And it's like 90 degrees on every angle of the pyramid, I believe. Does that answer your question?
Well, if it's more than that, then it's no longer considered a triangle, is it?
Well,
Or a pyramid.
well, that I don't remember the name of that, but you're right. You can expand them outward. Now, do I remember the term for that? No. Don't use it against me. Don't you dare use that against me.
Yep. Pyramids, you're going to need a beautiful flat earth for that. To build one of them. Especially if you want them to align with the stars. Quite interesting though, isn't it, that all of the megalithic structures were built on a flat earth knowledge base. There was no curvature taken into account for all of these megalithic structures.
Not to mention the whole ley line thing. Weird.
That the pyramids are not four sides without
Say that again?
including the base. Yeah, it's 8 sides.
8 sides? What?
Yeah.
He's right. Yeah, it's actually not an actual pyramid. Who knew that? Nobody back in the day. Yeah. Oh, let me trip you guys up about this. You guys fucking know how they discover that? Satellite imagery. Weird. What's a satellite? It's a balloon. Is it? How does satellites? Okay, yeah, we can pause there.
One thing, they are 8-sided shape, and second thing, they are pointing perfectly the cardinal directions: the north, east, west, and south.
It's weird.
And the other thing, the position of that cavity inside the Great Pyramid of Giza is exactly the speed of light.
Wait,
about
what?
that.
Can you say that? Can you say that last part again about the speed of light?
The longitude of the cavity inside the Great Pyramid, there is a secret cavity. So the position of that cavity is exactly the speed of light. So compare the speed of light with the position of the Great Pyramid. It's wrong. They will show you that it's pointing to the head of the Great
I don't
Pyramid.
understand how a cavity can. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I don't understand how a cavity could equal the speed of light.
The number, the position, when you research the longitude of the position of the Great Pyramids, the number of the position of the Great Pyramid on the surface of the Earth is the same number as the speed of light. Look at this.
Okay.
Look, I will share something in the side chat about that.
I want to also in the side chat. I want you to know. I want you to post about. Excuse me, my bad. About that other thing that you said. Said something else about the.
Most about the ability of the Ark of the Covenant to be able to control water and rivers. The Ark of the Covenant was said to control the flow of rivers, or to stop the river.
Beautiful picture of my stepdad. There's BTS pictures too. Find the key and open the door. This house is like a nightmare. I don't want to live here anymore. Me too, Lily. I'm gonna buy my own house. So we got the key to another room. We need to get out of here. Oh my god, I just forget where is the door.
Someone is hot micing.
What the fuck?
Have you
Someone's
ever heard
using AI to try to get out of their situation in the worst way possible.
Have you ever heard of the theory the ancient Egyptians were not the ones that built the pyramids, but rather found them there?
Of course, yeah. A lot of people think that they just found them or something. Yep, and they're like, "Wow, this is great." Yeah,
And
they
and like there was even
more ancient civilization that had technology and understand math better and everything.
It was my great grandpa who built it, but they got
But then they
pissed off.
got
But if you
Yeah,
think
we had.
about it, it
they got
makes sense.
wiped out by like a
We didn't get wiped out. We
natural
took off.
disaster.
Nah, we built it and then we took off.
I did
perfect
think
sense.
about that, and I was assuming that the pyramids were just there before the story of the flood. So, and if you just try to research the similarity and what are the differences between the pyramids itself and the Sphinx, you will find that the Sphinx got traces of erosion on the body of the Sphinx and next to it on those sides that are next to the Sphinx, you will find traces of erosion. It means that the Sphinx at some point of time was entirely or partially underwater. But no trace of that next to the pyramids. Even the foundations that are those places that are next to the pyramids, the walking sides that are next to the pyramids, you won't find any trace of erosion. Dry all the time. Just you will see traces of people just walking on it. Even the pyramids don't have any trace of erosion.
Yeah,
That's so
I've looked at
fascinating.
that.
What does that mean? That it was above water the whole time, or what? Is that why that's like? Were they literally floating right above the water line?
Grand Canyon
Well,
has
here's
this.
the thing. There's like this. I've looked at that. It's
ID month.
definitely like something that's kind
There's-
of like debated. It's different archaeologists say different things, but
We know about the Great Flood, like 10,000,
There's
11,000
an
years ago.
eroded
The
Sphinx with the
Great Dryers event,
at
or
the
whatever they
Grand
call that.
Canyon.
what
At the
I
Grand
think
Canyon, there's an eroded Sphinx.
Younger
what
Dryas
I
event.
believe is that
Did you
humans
know
got
that?
like the human civilization got reset at some point because of some sort of
Younger,
pyramid.
that's what they
big
call the
natural
younger. They
disaster.
call it the Younger Dryas event. There was this huge ass flood, like 10. There was actually two of them, like 10,000, 11 years ago,
Didn't they
and then
write
they
down
say
on the
just
walls how
basically
the
wiped
pyramids
everything
were
out.
made? Didn't they write down on the walls how the pyramids were made?
No.
They didn't have pictures of how the pyramids were made and how the people pulled the stuff and did the shit. I could
It
have
is
swore I
crazy
saw a whole bunch of
how
them
like
made.
tall they are.
I could have swore I saw a whole bunch of things on how that they like put on the wall, like a scroll, how the fucking pyramids were built. And then
They do have some things on the wall.
Well,
but
there's
it's
also
not about how they built it.
Yeah, I seen ones on how they built them. I'm telling you. Now listen, in the Grand Canyon, they show a thing that looks just like the Sphinx, but it's eroded like a motherfucker. And they always, what made the Grand Canyon? It's a fucking mine. These are grave robbers. These motherfuckers went through the same thing they're doing in Egypt and going through all the dirt and digging under and taking everything out. Like when they get done, there's going to be a Grand Canyon there too, because there already is anyway. Not necessarily a Grand Canyon, but when the people back in the day, like on the thing I'm watching now, they dug tunnels in Jerusalem and whatever, or they dug all these fucking tunnels and all these tunnels and all these tunnels. Some of them are filled in, some of them are blocked off, right? Well, some of them have like burial things and gold and all this other shit because that's where they live, like a city. So the fucking Masons and whoever found out that they got all this shit and how they did it, they've been the whole time grave robbing all this shit, just going along the fucking tunnels and finding any gold or stuff they can find. Well, whatever they can find and taking that shit if they want, or they might be protecting it now. You never know.
What they do know is that the blocks are actually made of concrete. The Egyptian government doesn't actually allow archaeologists to disclose that. So they do it in an oblique, roundabout way. There's quite a lot of information about the various tests that they've done that those blocks were all poured.
Right.
It's very fascinating to me that, you know, I hear these conspiracy theories that aliens brought it in with electric technology, and I'm just going, damn, if they could make concrete all those years ago, that's damned impressive. I mean, that's damn impressive.
Like the blocks of the pyramids themselves?
Yeah, it's all concrete.
Yeah, it's poured. It's sandstone, concrete, and it's poured.
But I don't know. I mean, people have
Brother,
analyzed
there's
blocks.
a sandstone building down the street from me. The fucking two big ass buildings they made of sandstone. They're still sitting there good. One of
Oh
the
no, I'm not
original.
saying about sandstone. I'm just saying that people have like analyzed the blocks, like
Yeah, and
there
the
are
blocks are
individual
concrete.
blocks like outside of the
Yeah, they
pyramid.
can redo it. There's buildings redone
Oh,
just like that.
there's a way. What do they call those geologists? They can read they look at the levels of block like layers on the rock.
May I?
No, that's not what we're talking about, ET. We're talking about
All
the type
right.
of
Well, I'm
material
sorry.
in the fucking
Well,
cement.
if you let me, please. So, not all the blocks that are composing the Great Pyramid are all made on a mold. So, like concrete, you will shape a mold, and you will pour that mix of dirt and things, and it will make that rock, and you will build the pyramid. Not all of them. I agree.
That to
Some
a
of them,
rock.
they are found to be just molds and mix of limestone powder just to make those rocks. But the rest, because they measured the polarities in those stones, some of them you will find homogeneous polarities in it, like
Because
if
they
it's
use magnets. They use
from
magnetic.
from the bedrock. But the rest, and also the quarry from where they got the stones, is where the Sphinx is just next to the Sphinx. The quarry from where they got the stones is not far from the pyramids themselves. So you will see the quarry,
Material.
and you will see the squared shapes in the quarry.
Yeah, no, because they poured it. So the material that they used in the poured brick was different for different bricks. For the bedrock or the foundation or the cornerstone of any building, you're going to need more solid brick. And then it's going to have to either match that or be a little bit less when you get up off the ground, you know, when it's less weight on it. So like the cornerstone of the top can be less tough or hard, or can be any material you want because it doesn't have to withstand any pressure on it except for being up at the top of the fucking mountain itself or on the top of the pyramid. But the bricks at the base, if you want them to hold the fucking structure good, they have to be strong, or they just have to be solid base of whatever that is itself, or else your house will sink, right? Or your thing will start sinking.
Yes, okay, but not all the stones and the heavier stones, not all of them are limestone, like you will find in the outer layer
What does that mean, Necros?
of the pyramid. In
What does that mean?
the chamber is made from solid blocks of
Right.
granite,
It's
and
like
the
I told you.
is just from Aswan, the only quarry of rose granite that you have in Africa. Is
Now,
in
the
Aswan.
farther you dig down, the more rose granite. Listen, underneath, when the government said they dug down, that's all they could find was granite, dude. So when you dig down in the dirt, down under, it's granite under there. It's like fine granite, and the liquid flows through it. So I don't know what kind of granite that shit is, but maybe they're using that type of granite, bringing that motherfucking shit up and using it to build stuff with. Think about it. Supposedly, this granite ain't so tough anymore, is it? If it's sloshing around and water's going through it underneath your feet. The word granite don't mean nothing.
Just listen. The granite is like if you say the bone of the mountains. So the granite, you can't make a granite in a mold. If you try
Yeah,
to
you can.
melt
You
granite
sure can.
or just try to gather some dust
That's
from
what
the
granite is,
granite
brother.
and pour it inside the mold, it won't ever
That's what
create
granite is.
a piece of rock that is resembling to that piece of rock that you find
Brother,
in
how do you think granite makes
the
itself? How do you think
mountains.
Earth makes granite? You think granite can't be made by Earth? What are you saying right now?
I don't say that the granite is made by Earth. I say that you find granite in the mountains and
I just told you they dig underground. They dig underground. It's mud
you can't
granite.
make
You're not
granite.
listening.
That is just not
Brother,
possible.
stop telling me you
to
can't
make
make granite.
No, you
You
can't.
say stupid shit.
You can't. You can't.
Listen, you can't make dirt either, but you can go get a pile of it, dummy. Don't be so crazy, dude. You
You
can
can't give
fucking heat
me.
it up and you can refine it any way you want. When you dig down below a certain amount, there is liquefied granite. What you're saying there isn't. There is. Now you're not making no fucking sense. If I take that stuff, bring it up and refine it and harden it, bake it, I'm making granite. That's
So give
exactly
me
what I
a
would be
cup.
doing.
So give me a cup. No. D-Mark, please. Give me now. You claim that. Now I'm waiting here. Give me a cup of liquid granite and let's wait for it to turn to solid granite
You
that
heat it up
resembles
just
the
like you
entire
do everything.
granite
It's
that we
called
can.
lava.
No.
It's called
Don't tell me.
lava. It's called
D-Mark,
lava. Go get a cup
D-Mark,
of lava.
I
Stop
hate
saying my name.
go
Stop saying my
and
name.
find a, no,
It's
D-Mark.
called lava.
Don't
It's
you
called
stop
lava.
saying
Why,
imagination.
dude,
Don't
stop
tell me
fucking
that.
talking. Why do you keep talking and talking
No,
and talking
lava
and
don't
talking and
give you
talking?
granite.
No,
Lava
you
won't
go get a
ever
cup
give
of
you.
lava.
No, just stop
Lava.
saying bullshit. No.
Why can't you hear me?
Stop. No,
Is
just
your mic
stop
broke?
saying bullshit
Can you
now
hear
and
me?
just give
No,
me a
it's
cup
not
of
bullshit because you're too
liquid granite.
dumb. Dumb fuck.
Now,
Lava is not. Are you too fucking retarded to know what lava is,
give me
motherfucker?
that lava.
It's
So
melted every
go take
material.
a bucket.
And then it pours
Go,
and cools and becomes granite, you stupid fuck.
go take a bucket and
Stop pissing
put
me off,
an
you fucking
insulator
retard.
inside the bucket to be
Dude,
able
you're
to
fucking
get
stupid. Shut up with your
some
magic ass
lava
dirt. Shut up,
and
magic dirt. Ain't
give
nobody
me
got no
that
magic dirt,
same
dude.
granite from it because
Nobody's
you
got no
won't
magic dirt.
have
You
granite
ain't
from
got no
lava.
magic granite dirt. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
you can. Here's the thing: you can make artificial granite. Like you can make it.
You guys have had this exact same argument like a few months ago, like identical argument.
Yeah, I remember. And this didn't show
Because he
me.
doesn't believe in lava. He doesn't believe in lava. He does not believe what lava is. He doesn't know where it comes from. He knows
Granite.
nothing about lava.
I
It's not
know.
my fault. He thinks he knows what lava is, and he can't make it.
It's not granite.
It's not my fault. He doesn't know what hot rock is. Called lava. Get a
Lava
fucking
is not
clue,
granite.
bro.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Stop telling me what it is.
I know what
You
lava
don't know
is.
what the
It's not
fuck you're
granite.
talking
Yeah,
about. Shut up.
it's called lava. It's not called
Yeah, that's
granite.
granite right in there too.
No,
Gold,
it's not.
diamond, every
No, it's
fucking
not.
material you can think of. Yeah, it
No,
is.
it's not. No,
Yeah, it
it's not.
sure is,
No,
motherfucker.
no.
Most
It's not.
certainly is.
Don't be triggered. Don't be triggered. I'm
Don't be
laughing at
dumb and
you
don't
now.
think lava. So what are you saying? Granite can't become lava or melt or heat up? That what you're saying now?
You're always confusing me with
Now he's saying that you
brother.
can't
So
turn
you talk to me
stone
like if you are talking to
or
a globe.
sand into fucking lava. Now
I
you
will
can't mix
call
these materials. I think this fucking guy's confused.
I will call you
Yeah.
everything that you are
Yeah, I
saying.
know. We can't mix concrete and pour it. I know that, fuck. Shut the fuck up. Stop telling me you can't make concrete.
Show me a cup of lava and let's wait for it to
Retard,
turn
go to
to
the fucking
granite.
brick making site.
Lava
You dumb
never turns
motherfucker.
to
They
granite.
pour bricks all day, brother. They pour bricks all day. Shut the fuck up. They make
Lava
granite
never
countertop. They
turns
do
to
all kind of
granite.
shit.
Granite, when granite
Granite's
is
made from
melt,
sand.
that,
Granite's made from sand, you dumb bitch. Shut your
when
fucking
granite
retarded mouth.
is
Shut
melted,
the
it
fuck up,
turns to
stupid.
obsidian. You
Let me see you
stupid
make
dumb
granite.
fuck.
Let me see you
You
make granite.
what the
You didn't make
stupid
no granite? Then shut the
melt
fuck up.
lava when lava
You
when
know
lava
you don't get to use
cools, it
lava. You
turns
don't get
to
to use lava.
obsidian and
You don't get to
different
talk
type
about
of
lava. You
rock.
don't know nothing about it. You only know about granite bricks
Sorry,
that come from aliens. You know alien granite bricks, dumb
no.
motherfucker.
I know alien granite bricks.
Yeah,
So
I know
it's
you're an
obsidian.
alien
When you melt
granite brick
granite,
maker.
it turns to obsidian. It doesn't
I
turn to
know.
granite.
Yeah, more cornball fucking words too, dumb fuck. Listen,
Yeah,
fuck your
it's not.
retarded terms. It's all dirt, motherfucker, and it's heated
If
up
you
and
don't
cured.
know
Shut the fuck
what
up.
is obsidian, it's not my problem. If you don't
Yeah,
know
fuck the
what is
word granite.
obsidian, you
How's
never
it not sand?
seen obsidian in your life. It's not my
Yeah,
problem, Dima.
well, stop making shit up, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Granite ain't no different than sand.
Granite is totally, completely different from sand.
No, it ain't, bitch. How'd you make granite?
When
What
you
you make
melt
granite from?
sand, it
When
gives
did you
you
make
glass.
it? When did you make it?
When you melt sand, it
No,
will give you
stop
glass.
talking about me. When
When
did
you
you
melt
make granite?
granite, it won't give you glass.
So this guy knows all about granite, but he won't make us some. Holy motherfucker of pearl.
Totally different.
Granite teacher, what's totally different? Snoopyville? Cartoon
Granite
land?
granite and sand.
Yeah, I know, science guy. Yeah, space is
Yeah,
different than opportunity. I know.
when you melt them and when you wait for them to cool, it won't give you the same thing.
Won't give who the same thing?
Sand won't give you.
I didn't see you do it.
Thing
I
when
haven't
you
seen
melt
you make
sand,
any
it
granite.
will give you the same thing as granite as when you melt granite. Just different.
What's granite made of? Alien material. Granite plutonium. Nobody
Just
can make granite. It comes from nowhere. This guy's the granite king. Granite wizard. Oh, bring us a piece of granite because we don't know where it comes from. The earth couldn't possibly make granite without you, Granite King.
Yeah, I consider it as a flattery. I'm a
fuck up.
granite king.
You're
I'm the
fucking
granite.
stupid half the time, dude. Shut up.
About granite, it's not sand.
Motherfuckers that tell me that they can't reproduce what the fucking earth does on its own are fucking retarded. If the earth can sit there and fucking turd rock up, muster up fucking granite, gold, dirt, diamonds, crystal, quartz, all this other shit, so can you, motherfucker. It just depends on how you do it. And if you don't know how to do it, shut the fuck up and don't worry about it then. Somebody else does.
If you know how to do it, show it to me.
It's
Just
called lava,
stop
you
telling me
stupid bitch.
stories.
It's called
Stop.
lava, you dumb cunt.
Stop telling me stories. Show me how you make
Lava
granite.
makes all the islands.
bullshit.
Lava makes land. Lava makes material, you bitch, dumb, fucking retard cunt. Lava makes islands as big as America in the middle of the ocean, bitch. And the gold comes, the rubies come, the granite comes, the diamond comes, the lime comes. All the shit that dies and turns into shit and film and packs and solidifies. Wood turns to motherfucking crystal. Right, you stupid bitch. Shut the fuck up and stop acting like you know something.
Matter
Shut
for
your
me
fucking
if you
retarded
don't
mouth.
show me yourself
Shut
making
the
a piece
fuck
of
up, you
granite.
stupid cunt. I just
You're
told you
just
logs can turn into
dreaming,
crystal, bitch.
brother. Show
That didn't
me
tell you
how you
nothing.
make.
That's how
Show
dumb
me and stop talking.
a
No,
log
now
can be
go
crystal.
to your kitchen.
A
Go
log
to your
can be
kitchen.
crystal, dude. Do you know a log can be turned to a diamond? A wooden tree can become crystal and granite. A wooden
Stop
tree
talking.
becomes granite.
Now go to your kitchen and
Earth
show
becomes
me
granite.
how
Your
you are
kitchen becomes
making
granite.
granite. Don't tell
Everything
me
makes granite.
stories. Don't
Your
tell
dead
me
grandma,
stories. Show
my
me.
dead grandma made granite.
If you
You fucking
believe you
retard.
can make it,
What's your
so
bone
show
made out
me
of?
how you make it.
Granite.
Dima,
We
you
have
didn't
granite
show me.
bones.
You still
Oh, they
talking,
must be
Dima.
alien bones. Where did we get our granite bones
Dima,
from, you dumb bitch?
you still
Dumb
talking.
bitch. Where'd you get your
You're
granite
still
bones from?
talking. You're
Where
wasting
did
my
your
time.
granite bones come from? You're made of granite.
Will you show me how you'll make granite or not? Dimok,
Yeah,
will you
your
show me
mama
how you make
liquefied
granite
you
or
from
not?
her coochie. Your daddy
Dimok,
spit your
you
granite
just
out in your mama. Your granite liquid,
Dimok,
bitch. And then they made it
Dimok,
and heated it up like lava, you fucking dumb cunt. Now
Dimov,
shut the fuck up,
insults,
retard bitch.
Dimov,
You've been
just
3D
listen.
printed.
Insults won't turn your bullshit to granite. Just stop doing that. So now try. If you tell me that you're able to make granite, show me. Because I'm telling you, not you and no one can make like the granite quartz and envelop it with silicon and making those veins that similar that we can see in nature. You can't do that shit. If you think that you can or believe that you can, show me. Don't talk. Don't tell me stories. I'm done.
Don't let it get to you, beautiful. You're just trying to help. He's being silly. The problem is that she's still obsessed with this guy. You're not telling her what she wants to hear, so she's turning on you. She's being very, very immature. Best not to get too involved.
So, Pagan, my problem with those people who make the claims about building the pyramids, building those things. My problem with them is that they can't reproduce those things. They just claim how they think or how they believe they are made. So
She must be drinking.
I'm sorry?
Don't listen to she's just being silly with the suicidal thing. Don't worry about it. She's just trying to
Definitely drinking.
Well, what was your point about granite?
So, my point is that granite is hard stone. So, to carve granite or to cut granite, that precision that you can find in ancient buildings is so hard. You can't do that. Definitely, you can't do that with chisels and hammers, copper chisels and hammers. You can't do that. It's just impossible. Even if you think that about that precision that they have, just think about those statues. You have a statue made from granite, pure solid granite. It's not obsidian, Milton granite or something like that. It's just the normal rock, and they are precise in the thing. So we have just in a door two statues of Ramses that are giant statues, and if you picture them and put the picture above another one like a cock to see if they are similar, it's literally a copy. And the side, the left side of that statue, if you cut the statue on half and you flip the left side and you put it on the top of the right side, you will find that it's exactly similar. There is no drift, no nothing. The eyes are exactly the same. The half of the lip is the exact half of the lip. The hole in the nose is this exact same hole in the other side. And they are so precise in those things. So do you think that you can do that by just using your eyes? Oh, and this is the eye, okay, and I have to put the same thing there. So you're just using your eyes, or something like that. You can't. You can't cut like those type of rocks is in a hammer and chisel and make a box that from a single rock like you will find in what they call as serapium. So in serapium, it's underground tunnels where you can find 24 boxes, 70 ton in each one, and the cover is 30 ton, made from different granites: gray granite, rose granite, black granite, and the inside of that box. So it was just single solid rock and digged in the inside. They made digged out the inside of the rock, and they made the box, and that box is with the three numbers after the dot. They have the same distances in every line, and the corners are exactly 90 degree, 90.000, and the distance from this corner to the other corner is exactly the same from the other side. And the mirror finishing inside is something astonishing. Can't do that. To make that here nowadays, Christopher Dunn just sent a command to an industry who work in granite. They make kitchens, they make things from granite, bricks from granite, and he asked them if they can make like the boxes that you can find in Serapion. They said that they can't. It's an industry who works. Its work is just about granite. They say that they can't. They can make that using different pieces, so multiple pieces of granite to make that box. So like the walls, 4 pieces, and the base, 1 other piece, and they can interlock them or use a glue or something like that to create that box. But from one single rock and drill it from the inside and take out the inside and make a perfect box with perfect measurements, they said that they can't. Where you can do that? In the industry where you can create weapons, where they can create ships and ships and rockets and planes. Those industries, they can make those boxes. And you're telling me that ancient peoples with hammers and chisels could make them with hammer and chisels. And nowadays they have drills, power drills, and those things. They couldn't make that from one solid rock in an industrial specialized on granite. The blocks of granite that are that are making in the ceiling, making the ceiling of the king chamber in the Great Pyramid, and the king chamber is, I think, what, 30-meter high from the ground, and the ceiling is made from 5 giant blocks of granite, rose granite from Aswan, and every one of them is 700 tons. The lower part, the lower side of those pieces is smooth as a mirror. They don't care about the top part. It's rough. It's not finished, but it's 5 layers, 5 blocks. Each one is like 700 tons, one above one, forming the ceiling above the king chamber. How they manage to put that shit there, and how they manage to cut that face, that surface, and finish it and make it like that. And those the things in Egypt, just one of the many mysteries that are in the world. Here I'll try to stream a part about the king's chamber and the stones that are making the ceiling of the king's chamber.
The king's chamber is actually a stacked capacitor. So the queen's chamber is a spark gap. The subterranean chamber has the hydrokinetic generator, so that water would run in, go down, turn a turbine. That would charge the secondary coil, which is the grand gallery. The primary coil ran along the inside of the spiral ramp, and then the stacked capacitor, which is the king's chamber, would charge, and then the queen's chamber, which is spark gap, would fire, and then the toroid and the strike ring on the top of the pyramid that have clearly been removed, those would fire.
So the initial working is coming from the chamber that is in the bottom, like that is working like a pump.
Subterranean.
So the water goes in there.
Chamber,
and, yeah, then the water goes in there and make like that sound of heat beat or a heartbeat. I'm sorry, the heartbeat. That sound of the water hitting the ceiling of that chamber, and it goes inside
it could have
that hallway. And it's going inside that hallway that is magnifying that sound, taking it in the hallway with I think they use hydrogen or something like that to like conductor or something.
Well, okay, so part of the construction process is also part of the functionality. So putting a negative current on the outside and a positive current on the inside, and then running oils and particulates like gold flakes into it, sealing it off with vacuum pressure, and then running the relay of Baghdad batteries, it'll wire itself through all the fine little cracks and or tunnels. So they just have to pump the oil and the gold particulates through the little tiny drill holes, and then they basically put a negative current on one side, positive on the other, and then they charge it, and then it'll actually form wires itself. It's called Tesla-phoresis.
Yeah, and in those inside the king chamber, you have those tunnels, little small tunnels that I think it's like 8 inches, something like that. And in the inside, they have like some doors with the copper, two copper heads coming from
That's
them.
the spark gap. That's the queen's chamber. That's the spark gap.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why the moon got charred. So Moses tried to tell them not to turn it on. And then when they turned it on, it fucked up the migration patterns for birds and insects. It added electrolysis into the water, causing a horrible red algae, hydrogen to form because some sort of salt they were using in the water to make it more conductive. And then all the frogs came out. They got boils on their skin and all that shit. It was from the pyramid. All the plagues were caused because they did not listen. They were told not to do that, and they did it anyway. And then when Moses was like, "We're getting the hell out of here," he was like, "No, you're not."
He took. Tell me, because what I found is that the dimensions of the box inside the king's chamber, because there is one single box in the entire pyramid. It's in the king's chamber, and you will find that box is just like, it's not broken but melted, like it was submitted to a high amount of heat, and the sides of it just burned down and was melted down, and the dimensions of the box are the same as the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, it makes sense. So that chamber would have been flooded. That whole chamber would have been flooded. That would have been filled with a fluid, probably.
Tell me,
that would have been an empty chamber. That would have been filled with a fluid, and then inside that box would have probably been a piece of copper, lead, or gold, or whatever. And then that was probably wired or wirelessly charged, and would probably create a lot of heat.
Yeah. Tell me, is it logic to think that the Ark of the Covenant was the capacitor inside that box that is in the Great Pyramid, and that power that we understand, that we heard about from the Ark of the Covenant, is just that energy stored in the capacitor?
Yeah, I would say it would be knowing science and technology, especially in this day and age. I think it would be absolutely rational and logical to come to those conclusions. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But
if they touched the Ark of the Covenant and it killed them, okay. If I take a fly bug zapper, and some of them are made like a capacitor, so there's free flowing ions or whatever the hell they call it. If I press the button and I add a charge in there, the charge will stay for a while. Even if I let go of the button and a fly lands on it, the fly will be zapped. I don't have to keep adding power to it. It'll store some energy. So yeah, I think it's rational and logical to conclude that. Yeah. So also the Antikythera machine, that would pick the frequency. This is a computer, and it's also set to the stars in the sky. So like that big clock in the sky, they tried to duplicate that and then double the frequency so that they have an oscillation so that they can, basically the same as shattering a wine glass with this high C note. They were basically trying stuff like that in reality with electricity. And they made them all the time. This one at Giza was just the largest one ever built. And what they would do is they'd take a relay of chains. So how you lift a large stone is you start with a small stone, and then you lift that small stone, and then you add another a larger stone. Then you lift that, add a larger stone, lift that, add a larger stone. Once that goes up and over the shaft, then you can start pulling down bigger stones. And so like each stone that goes up and over the shaft will add more weight to drop down, and all those stones together weigh more than that big stone. Also, you can take a 2-ton stone and spin it at 100 RPMs, and you can lift 53 tons using a shaft and magnetic braking, which is eddy currents using magnets and copper plates. So you put basically a clamp shaft that goes around the shaft that spins the centripetal force, and that brake, as it starts to close around the shaft, a shoe moves closer at the same time to the disc. So as the magnetic brake clamps around the shaft, a shoe slides towards a same type of magnetic brake slides towards the spindle, and that'll slow that down and stop the shaft. Now you can also set up different types of transmissions, like a magnetic transmission, where it spins. One starts spinning, the shaft spinning. You pull the lever, it slowly gets closer to the shaft, and then they just link up with magnetics. Also, if you super cool at it, works even better. And then sometimes you get friction welding if things didn't go very good. And then you have to cut it and start all over again. A really easy technology to make, really easy to build a pyramid. They just overcomplicate it. So those 3 pyramids in front of that pyramid were also used in the process to build that pyramid.
Yeah, but
you start small and you work your way up. Oh,
so
they're bad.
tell me how it would work to transport the blocks or those boxes in Serapium, because that's if whenever you find a solution, you will find something that they build that it will just tell you stop, it's not there. So in Serapium, it's underground tunnels, and it's 70 blocks, and the tunnels are roughly this just as bigger as you can put a box inside the tunnel. So no space to put equipments or shaft or anything. You are muted. Heretic, you are muted. I don't hear you.
Yeah, not in the box. I think the box is only like a 4 by 6 feet, isn't it? It's not that big of a box.
Oh no, it is. Look, I will put pictures about the boxes in the Serapium, and a box also left inside the tunnel, in the middle of the tunnel.
How big is it? It's not bigger than a truck. I don't think it's bigger than a pickup truck.
Here is the box compared to humans. And the box itself is 70 ton. The cover is 30 ton. And look at the tunnel. Look at the box left in the middle of the tunnel. How they managed to put that shit there.
There's ways. There's definitely ways. So eddy currents can be used. Vibration can be used. Just a 2-degree angle on something vibrating, something will slide because it lifts it up, and then it'll lose contact, and then it'll move over, touch again, be popped up, lose contact. If you vibrate something at a certain frequency, you can sometimes just move it with your 2 fingers. Same thing with squares and like patterns and like triangles and stuff. Sometimes
Okay.
they put a pebble and they just roll it through. They just
Okay.
keep.
And what about do you see that picture with the black and white with 3 men? One is above the box.
Yeah.
So those are that box is inside a room made specially for the box. There is 24 rooms inside those tunnels in the extremities of those tunnels. And the
Okay, well
room
then it's a
is 1
possibility that
meter.
the box was made out of the room. So you go into the room, you cut into the room in a square pattern, and then you chisel out. So the box could have been made in the room.
No, the box can't be made in the room because the boxes are a different type of granite and from different quarries. So
Okay, well that eliminates that theory.
the problem is that the room is 1 meter under below the tunnel. So the floor of
so the only other thing I could think of,
so you
the
have
only
to
other way I could think of
the
moving
box.
something that heavy would be using the Meissner effect and superconductors. If you use magnets and you supercool them, you can get something called the Meissner effect, which is quantum levitation, which is it's fairly easy. But would they have access to to nitrogen. Like you'd need nitrogen to do something like that, I think.
Okay,
Or
but
some kind of gases like freon and stuff. You'd need to move something that size using eddy currents, Meissner effect, and magnets. You would need chemicals.
yeah.
A lot.
Sound. I was imagining sound using sound vibrations and those things, but it will affect the tunnel. It will create a risk to just destroy the tunnels.
Yeah, because of the weight, the amount of vibration, the amount of frequency that you would have to put into something that dense, that type of material like granite, the amount you'd have to vibrate it. You would have to wrap it in like some kind of bladder, and then that bladder would have to have angles cut on the bottom of it so that when it vibrates, it naturally wants to push it in a direction. So like you'd almost have to have steps cut in the bottom of it, like little microscopic, not microscopic, but very small steps on an angle. And then when you vibrate it, depending on like the degrees that you cut the angles, it should be able to move it forward. I don't know. I've never got to test it, but in my head, it kind of works a little bit. So I don't know. Maybe. I'd have to try it with something smaller first. And if it works, maybe I would multiply the frequency by the size of the cube that, I would equally multiply the size of the cube by the size of what I'm using, you know what I mean? Or frequency. So if it's a 4x4 cube and I'm using a 440 hertz, I would go, like if it was an 8-foot cube, then I'd go 880 or something like that. You know what I mean? And I would try anywhere between there and see how it works. And I'd use different materials. Temperature might matter. Probably not. Depends. If they're using magnets, temperature will matter.
And here an example for people who believe that they use molds and they make those granite blocks just like they make we make a brick from cement or cement. So they got those things, the obelisks and those giant statues and boxes from the mother rock, the bedrock from. So that's an obelisk. They cut the obelisk entirely, just roughly entirely, but it broke. So they left it in there. And also, the power tool marks that you will find in those places, in stones and those things, you will find tool marks that are not just from copper chisels and hammers, or even those copper saw.
There's all different kinds of granite, dude. All different kinds. They got different materials. Some granite has big rocks. Some granite has sand in it. Some granite has like a certain material where it pushes out iron and magnesium, or does one thing. Like there's so many different types of like different shit. And they're like geologists say, we don't know how granite's made, but then they tell you how it's made. They tell you the earth makes it, right? And it makes with electricity. It makes it with compression. Right? So different layers and sediment and all the shit. I mean, we know all the shit smashes and builds upon itself. So like when we say granite's magic and nobody knows about it, like fucking somebody has to know how it's made because it exists and the earth made it. Not me and you, the fucking earth. So if you didn't make it and you didn't go study that shit, you're just reading some shit out of a book. Stop
Yeah, but
fucking guaranteeing
they
everything.
can
Stop.
explain.
Hold on. Let me finish. Stop guaranteeing everything to me from a secondhand fucking story that you read. All I'm saying is if you didn't make granite, stop telling us it's a great evil fucking alien material that nobody can do nothing with. That's my only point. Just because you
They
don't
didn't make
comprehend
a
how
man,
we
and
do
you
stuff.
can't make a man, brother.
Apparently they have. Apparently they're
Create.
made. Apparently the thing you're talking about's been done. They made a statue with it, and it's got the features and the lips and the nose, right? Apparently it's been done. But you're saying it can't be done.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about a human.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
you
Can't
can't
be done
create.
with copper. Can't be done with
Dino,
tools.
just
Can't
stop
be done.
and let me tell you something. You can't make a living thing.
Somebody
You can't.
made it.
They
Somebody
tell
did
you
it.
they
You're
tell
a
you how
liar. Stop.
it's made,
Somebody
how
already
it's
made it. They've
just listen.
already done it. Stop asking how we would. It's
They
already
already
been
done what?
done.
They already
They
created a
are
living
whatever you're pointing out that you read the secondhand story of when you're looking at noses and lips and you're telling us the design that somebody already did. Now you're acting like you don't comprehend somebody already did it. Where do we go with this, brother?
I'm talking about a living
Yeah,
thing.
no, you're
I'm
making
talking
shit
about
up.
a
You're
human.
trying to
So a
be
human
alien,
can
Bob.
so
No, you're
you can
saying dumb magical shit like God made a pyramid or some dumb shit.
No, I'm not talking about God making a pyramid.
Who
No, no,
made it
no.
then besides people?
I was
So
talking
not
about
people.
humans who built the pyramid
Not
using
people. Not people and not
what we
materials.
already have. So you told me that because we know that how we
No,
know
I
how
told you
from
you
what
don't know. My whole point was you
no,
don't know. You're the
you
one that
tell me
keeps saying what we
because
know. You're the dumb fuck that keeps saying what we know about granite. I'm telling you the earth makes it. The fucking earth makes it.
okay,
Tons and billions
but
and
I
trillions
told
of
you
tons of
also.
it.
No, that's what I
You're
told
telling me
you.
you don't know
You told
anything
me
about
you
granite.
can
You're telling
granite.
us it's magic. You're telling us the pyramids are made by fucking magic guys with
I'm
magic
not.
tools we don't have.
I didn't say that. I'm telling
That's
you,
all you've been
it
saying
was
the whole
me.
time. So tell us
But
how
wait,
granite's
wait,
made, how it's
Demo,
not made. It's not helping us.
just wait, Demok. I think that you were arguing about something that we are already agreeing upon because you just
I
said no.
know. I know. That's why I'm
Granite
saying,
is
why
not.
the fuck are you arguing with me?
You
I'm
said that the
telling you
granite
this
is
shit is
just
there.
you find the granite already existing, so
Listen
we
to what I'm
never
saying, brother.
create it by ourselves. And I didn't claim that. You were
I don't know
claiming that
what
you
you're
create
claiming then.
granite.
You're saying,
That's
brother, stop. We can't get on agreement because you just keep talking for me. You're saying no one can work or do nothing with the granite. I disagree because somebody did do something with it, not me. I don't give a fuck about granite. I'm talking about the people who did it. You pointed out that somebody made it perfectly and the nose holes and the shit like that, correct? Now the question is how?
I
The question
didn't
is only
say
how.
that no one can. I
Hold on,
didn't
stop.
say that no one can work with the granite. That's a
So
lie
what are you
because
saying?
I was saying that we work with the granite, and I was talking earlier when you were muted, and I was thinking that you were listening and understanding what I said, and that you won't repeat the same thing again, but you just did it. So I was talking about the industries who work the granite, and I have a kitchen where I
Right, but I
have
think they
granite
lied to you.
everywhere.
They
So
lied just like everybody else, brother. If you just wait 1 second, calm the
but
fuck down. Fuck a
I
granite
was
company.
talking
I
about.
don't believe the fucking liars. That's just like talking to a gold company about gold. That's just like talking to a diamond company about diamonds when they can make them out of peanut butter. Now go ahead.
So, like I said, I didn't claim that no one can work with the granite. I'm saying that what
I'm sorry. I
there
thought that's what you were
you
saying.
can.
I thought you were saying that we had to be fucking super alien. That's
No.
all.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that what you find there is something we can't replicate. Now, we can work with the granite. We can create small things. We can build with small pieces of granite. Yeah, we can do that shit. But and we can do it using power tools, using modern technology, using iron and pieces made from steel that they claim those people didn't have, because they claim that those people were living in what? Copper ages. Yeah, it's the copper age. Those people had mainly copper as the metal that they use. So yeah, I'm just saying that what they claim is bullshit. What they claim about how those things were built. So they claim that they were built using copper chisels and stone hammers. That's bullshit. That's the real bullshit. You can't do that. You can't dig a cave like Barabar caves that are giant stones, granite stones, giant granite stones, and they digged them and they made chambers inside that are really perfect with the measurements and the precision. They used 99.98% of engineering precision. Things that you can't do it with chisels and hammers. We need,
What if
we can do
certain
it even with our hands, because if you try to create a line, if we try to draw a line, because we are vibrating, we have heart beat and blood going in our veins, so we shake somehow. So you can't draw perfect vertical or horizontal line or perfect straight line.
a saw blade can, or a hacksaw blade or a reciprocating saw, going a long ways. It can get off whack going left or hold on. It can make a big long line as long as the reciprocating saw. Like if we have a saw blade 5 foot long, you and I, you're on one and I'm on the other. We can pull back and forth. We can make that straight line. But the thing is, will we get off the other way? Will we be imperfect, going left to right or back and forth or making it, you know what I mean?
That's
Like
what
cutting
I
it smooth
told
down
you.
the way. We can.
I agree with you now. I agree with you
Hold
100%.
on. And then there's also a circular saw. We have a circular saw too, how we cut wood. And like these different saws make the different fucking grain types and the patterns along the thing. So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree. Now I agree with you 100%, because I was thinking that you would just tell me that yeah, you can take a long saw and just cut the piece of granite with a straight line, and your hands won't derive left or right, create
No, brother. Hold on. Listen,
lines.
I'm not trying to say how they did it. Hold on. I'm not trying to say how they told us they did it, because I don't think they're trying to tell us the truth. Because some people say it's written down how they did it, and you can read the schematics. And then other people say no, that's fake or that wasn't right. And then some dudes, specialists, will tell you how they do shit, and it's different. Like they use the water. So, like, I don't know, man. I think that if they were using something to do it, and it's hard for a man to do, I just think you have a bigger thing do it, like the tree when it moves, or the ocean, or something else that has like a greater fucking push. Instead of man sitting there all day working his ass off, you have a river. Now you have a thing tied to the river. Now the river is your reciprocating saw, like literally, and it will do it so fast, like
Dimok, please watch with me this
Yeah.
part. I will stream a similar little video.
Have you
A small.
have you thought about the Nile River being a part of their power source or the reciprocating saw, and that's why they also needed an Ark of the Covenant to control the water flow, one way or the
I
other.
thought of
if they
that.
wanted.
I never deny an idea. I have so many ideas that I don't just refuse. But the only thing that I refuse is just that claim that they made that those people were so inferior and they were using couple and chisel and copper saw and those things and
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. You're saying they had the ability. It's just not known exactly what they were doing exactly.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And just
Okay,
when
I'm
I
with you
talk,
there. I'm
I
with you.
talk about the hypothesis that I put forward for me that I accept more, but I'm not saying that it's correct 100%. That's what I mean.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry. You were confusing me then. Okay, we're kind of saying the same thing but different way. All right. Yeah, Earth makes the shit like cuz when you look up granite, like they'll tell you there's all different kinds, gray, quartz, white, whatever like this. So whatever sand or sediments enveloped with the granite depending on how it's formed and comes to be what the fuck it is, it can encase all different shit. It can even have diamonds in it, you know what I mean? Like
Yep. So watch this one. This is also intriguing for me, really intriguing. This point here about the unit of measurements those people used in different pieces in different places. So that's intriguing. Look.
.1.
Hey, sorry about that. We had a problem with our trailer. Our trailer gate fell off. It broke, snapped. So our trailer gate was sitting on the ground. So our boss had to come and bring a new trailer. And then we had to load everything out of this trailer into that trailer. Or this trailer. Jeez. Now let's go grab a coffee.
How the hell's that going to be able to do its work? Be like, fuck it, boss. The trailer gave up.
Oh, it's so funny. And then, like, he was messing with me, too. They convinced me that I just broke the brand new jack that they just went to Canadian Tire and bought. I was backing the truck in to hook up. And he's like, whoa. And then I felt the clunk. And then he's like, that's not 6 inches. And then he, like, jacks it down. And he's like, well, just bought it and it's already broken. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, why'd you hit it? And I'm like, get the fuck out. I was like, you guys are fucking messing with me. And he's like, yeah, we're messing with it. I'm like, you son of a... And then he found
Probably,
$100 in his
probably
pocket.
clunked your truck with it. Probably kicked your truck with her foot, like boom.
Oh, I love doing that to the boys. Like when they're backing something up, just like smack the trailer or hit it with a shovel. It's like I saw
Oh
this
man,
video.
you be making me nervous. I'll be like, you motherfucker, get away from the truck when I'm backing up.
Yeah. That's why I don't like it when people like try to guide me in and stuff, because I'm like, just get out of the way of the truck. Like, I just fucking don't distract
Got
me.
backup cameras today, baby. Ain't nobody got to guide me nowhere. Put the backup camera on that motherfucking truck, and I will pull it up somebody's butt. What the hell?
I use the bolts that hold on the handle for the
Yeah.
tailgate. There's
Yeah.
always like 2 bolts, and if you line the center of the trailer up, like the curve of the trailer or the point of the trailer,
Yeah,
in
yeah, I know what
between
you're talking
those,
about to
like a
guide you
pistol
in.
sight.
Yeah.
Basically, use it like a pistol sight. You
Like a
nail it.
guide. Yeah, guide.
Yeah. That's already packed. Because if I try to back somebody in, I just fuck them up. Like, and then I'm like, oh no, go this way. All right, this way. And same with me. If somebody tries to back me in, I get dinked.
Yeah, and why else would you need a Baghdad battery? And then you got water aquifers, and then you got a battery which would power a fucking reciprocating saw or would power something. At, and power does good. Don't get me wrong. But if you had a fucking river connected to one of those grinding mills that grind stones for you, I mean, come on now. That's
Hydraulics.
a power too. Yeah. I'm just
Also, a
saying
lot
the
of people
river
don't
going that
understand
way.
the power of a rope on a
Yeah,
spindle. So
like a raging river, and you put a wheel on the raging river, and the wheel on the other end of your wheel is your saw blade.
bands, you can even hook up pulleys and stuff off that. And if you take a 1-ton stone, or if you just take 100-pound stone, and that thing's spinning off the river's current, well, that spinning 10-ton stone can now lift like fucking 300,000 pounds.
I know, like a flywheel.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I never thought of using the river to spin the stone. That's genius. That's really smart. I never thought of using the river current.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. You got the ocean, you got a river, an ocean comes in and goes out. That's reciprocating.
Yeah, I think that is definitely, yeah, absolutely. Because you'd be able to basically hook onto that with almost anything. If it moves, you'd be able to use that to move
And
it.
you could spin it up and down like a bike tire wheel, or you could put it flat and spin it.
Yeah, yeah, you can put it on any angle. Yeah, I think you're right. I have to say, I think you're right. I'm gonna run some tests on paper. I 100% think you're right. So what I'm basically gonna do is see how much river current and how much water and what kind of paddle you would have to put on like a 1-ton stone to get it to spin at a certain RPMs, and then how much lifting power or cutting power you could get off that. And I think the numbers are going to be fucking astronomical
They
here.
even use cattle. The cattle will drag one stone in a circle to spin another pulley or the gear or the crank to spin the other one more. You understand? Like the ratio,
Yeah.
like the side. Yeah, like a clock. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Snatch blocks, gear ratios, pulleys, cattle, centripetal
Yes, sir,
forces,
baby.
spinning
Yes,
stones.
sir. And the
There's
river.
nothing we can't do. But I never would have thought of using the river to spin my friggin' flywheel. Never would have thought of that. And it won't
You can
lose
also corkscrew some
energy
shit.
because
You
the
can drill
water
it
is
with
only
a
going in one
corkscrew too.
direction. What's that?
You can drill down into it too by the spin, like the drill blade. You know how they design the
Yeah.
drill blade like a spiral? Yeah.
Yeah. Now also you could hook that flywheel or that blade up to a shaft, a pulley, cogs, levers,
Yeah, they used to have
spindles.
hammers. They'd have the flywheel control these big hammers in this big building, and they would take the rocks they couldn't break down and make cement like the granite or whatever, and they'd put a big piece of it there, and they would pound it to powder. Because
Yeah, if
instead
you
of
take
them doing it,
half a
yeah, instead of you
take
doing it all
half
day,
spoon.
they had a 5-ton brick going conk, 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 coming down on it the whole time.
Yeah, you just need one side of the stone has teeth, the other side is smooth. It'll lift, and then the end of the lever has teeth. As the spindle turns or as the cog turns, it lifts it up, and then once it hits the smooth side of the stone, it just drops. Boom, and then lifts again. Boom, boom.
Yeah, this little Chinese dude had a big ass factory of them. He's still running it, and he's got these big blocks connected to the wood thing, and it lifts them, drops them, lifts them, drops them. Each one like a motor. Boom, 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 in procession in the front of him and in the back of him, and he's got cows that work the thing. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like a
Bro, I
big
can't
ass
wait to start
millstone.
telling people about the river and the flywheel on the river, bro. I would have never thought of that. Thanks.
Well, think about the zip cord and the UFO when you get something spinning, and then it flies away. Think about if
Yeah.
they didn't have something sitting on that bench and get it zipped up and get it zoop.
Oh, bro, flywheels are scary. The amount of energy they carry. Like I did the math. Well, I didn't do the math. I had Meta do the math for me. But just a 1 ton stone or a 2 ton stone spinning at 100 RPMs can lift 53 tons. A 10 ton
That's
stone
what I'm
spinning at
talking
100
about.
RPM can lift 200 and something tons. It's insane.
So how much work would the Earth do if it was a big flywheel?
That is actually a secret not a lot of people know about because the Earth can lift. Like the Earth is bigger than anything else you're going to be lifting. It is the end of it. You can put the Earth at the end of any lever. It's your counterweight. And you're not ever gonna try and lift anything heavier than the Earth. Unless you're trying to lift up my ego. I'll be right back. I gotta grab coffee.
Well, you know how we build today, right? You have a 2x4, right? It's not really 2x4. It's like 1.5 by 3.5 or some shit, right? That's because when you finally put everything in together and you fit it together, you need that amount off. That way everything squares up good when you want to cover it in. It's the same aspect. Kind of like when you do drywall, you can cut drywall within a fourth of an inch and not it don't you could be off like half an inch with drywall sometimes, depending on the trim you're going to put on the wall, depending on the caulk, depending on how you tape it off. You can actually be off a little bit with drywall. But the end result, you'd never know if they're professional. You would never know that anything was ever off until like you saw how they did it. And you'd be like, oh, okay, I see. That's a crack there. That's a gap there. But everything gets filled in eventually, right? Finishing and framing. A lot of beauty work. So like a lot of people see certain things and they see it before the beauty work and they're like, God damn, that looks stupidly ugly. You know, like a house just drywalled without being finished or anything. You know, just see the drywall or no drywall. You see the studs sitting there, little toothpick looking fucking walls. But then you see the finish and you're like, damn, that looks pretty nice. But then today's construction is shitty compared to way back. Because way back, the people actually made sure shit was right, like 100%. Like you had to make sure, and you had enough time, like. But today, I don't know. People don't like. You tell a motherfucker, "Hey man, go make sure this." They'll be like, "Okay," and come back and tell you it was okay, and then you leave thinking the job's good because you checked what you could. You leave, come back, and the fucking house be leaking. Like what? A brand new house leaking? $400,000 home leaking? What the fuck? Brand new? How? How?
Bro, less than 4 years of buying our house, the jet pump fucking snapped. So I started a load of laundry. The pipe that runs into the jet pump to pump it from the well into the water heater and out through the part that connects to the jet pump just snapped off.
Right.
And it was just pouring raw water into the house. So I was gonna go get a new jet pump. My father-in-law was like, no, let me call Dennis. He's like, I'll get Dennis to go over there and just chisel out a piece, and we can just like save some money. We'll only spend like $12. I was like, that's a stupid idea. I was like, that's a horrible idea. Anyway, we did it anyway because I just didn't want to argue with the guy. I was like, all right, and it was something to do together. So I was like, all right. We did it, and I was like all happy at first. I was like, oh fuck, save $400. I was like, not too bad. Within 3 months, the jet pump's going. It's got little metal pieces all in it and shit. And I was like, I told you. Life, c'est la vie.
Oh man, I hate it when the main connection to the connection to the connector is broke. Like the main one, like you got a little piece of something to connect to, and that's broke. Oh my god, I hate that shit.
Yeah. So new sub pump was the key there, or new sub pump, new jet pump was the key there. I was like, see, we should just fucking did what I said in the first place.
Yeah, those sump pumps are good to have too, because all these fucking, you can't control water, man. I mean, you can divert it, but you can't stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you got the Ark of the Covenant, then you can stop it, I guess. Be like, water, stop. Turn on your Ark of the Covenant generator, and the water just stops pouring in your house.
Have you ever seen if they take a piece of steel and then they put a thin film of water on it and then they run an electric ball over the thin film of water, it actually pushes and repels the water away.
I know, that's my idea, to have an electromagnetic waterproof wall, baby boy.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, so you have that on your barges, on your boats, on your shit, you ain't never sinking. Even if you get a hole in your boat, if the electromagnetic gap is covered with like a screening, like you have like a Faraday cage, and you turn it on, you can put that down in the water and breathe with that motherfucker on.
Also, not a lot of people know this, but salt water is more conductive than fresh water.
Oh, 100%. A lot of people better know that. They should know that. Here's the thing. It's more conductive one way, but in another way. So they're both magnetic, right? You got dio and you got right? Whatever.
I don't know what the other one is.
No, I'm saying you got electric magnetic and you got diomagnetic, dioelectric. They're just the opposite. So like if one works one way, one works the opposite way. But you still get the same result of magnetism is the main fucking point, right? So you rub your hair on a balloon and you put it by the water.
Okay, yeah.
Water do? What's that water do? It's not a magnet you got. You got plastic and static. Diamagnetism is electrical static. It's electromagnetic, really, right? So you rub your kinetic static energy. So you rub your head on the balloon, you put it by the water, and it repels it. The same way you're saying with the iron. So if you have water flowing in rubber, creating that current on the outside of your rubber, you make that rubber waterproof. With water being inside of it flowing. As long as it's flowing. Also.
Yeah, I think there'd be some really fun experiments to run there.
And then just the electric. No water. Or get a water tube around your shit or fill something, you know, you can use water itself and send an electrical thing through that amount of water and see if it repels the other water. I mean, you never know. Fuck, I don't know.
Well, you also make hydrogen and oxygen.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be an offset. You could have an offset of anything to, like, I just want to know if you can run, like, have a wooden house and put it in a pool. And when you put it down there, the water moves away from it and keeps it dry. So, like, you get a kid's pool and you get, like, a little toy and you put electricity around it. And to see which one repels it away.
You'd probably have to have a lot of juice, bro.
I don't know, brother. You don't need a lot of juice from your hair.
True story. And I've seen a balloon that's been rubbed on somebody's head with water.
I don't think you need a lot of juice. I think it's less juice, but like a lot of things doing that little bit of work that each one of those things do adds up. Your fucking hairs.
Yeah, the same thing happens with crystalline structures.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of a little going on, it'll create light.
It'll
It's same thing with like Baghdad batteries
be
work in a
more.
relay.
Yeah,
One Baghdad
it'll
battery
build up to
wouldn't
be
do
more.
much, but 1,000 Baghdad batteries on a relay does a lot.
Oh my god, an alternate,
Like
yeah,
steel.
yeah.
You cut steel with that shit.
Yeah, and if one messes up, you didn't lose nothing out of the system. You just replace one. You still got 8,000 more, right? One Baghdad battery ain't gonna hurt your thing. Like, okay, I need 10 more. Replace them. Piss in that thing. Put the iron. Yeah. Okay. Get this. Yeah. Okay. We got another one.
And they're easily replaced.
Dude.
They're easily made, easily replaced. If they degrade because of the amount of energy in them, you just pop them open, change the fluids, clean the coils, stick
New
it back
pee.
in,
Yeah. Sand it off. Yeah. Just like anything else, clean it off. Shit, you know what I think? I think all the patina and the crystal that builds up on your battery is like crystal meth.
What's the size of that kid?
I think all the crystal that builds up on your battery and the patina and the mold shit that builds up is all like I think it's super fuel.
Bro, this middle school kid just walked by. He looks like a whole NHL player. He's like,
oh, shit.
My buddy's like 22 Jump Street.
Damn.
Looks like an adult, somebody's dad in a book bag.
Hey, one of my son's best friends was like fucking 6'5", dude, when he was like 13 or 14. I'm like, holy shit, boy.
Yeah, that kid's probably a hockey player, so he's just fucking stacked. He's like,
yeah, he could be. Yeah, he could have been something crazy if he wanted to, but like he's so big, you know, when you play basketball like that, you get your joints hurt, your fucking ankles and shit. Like when you get to doing crazy stuff, you can actually, you know, I mean, you're such a big person, man.
Yeah, have you seen that video of the buddy jumping off the wrestling ropes and bending his knees backwards? You've seen that, eh?
Probably.
He goes on the turnbuckle. It's like a backyard wrestling event, and he's a bigger guy. He's like fairly big, but he's got these tiny little bird legs. Like his legs got like next to no meat on them. and he's up on the second rope, and he's like cheering up the crowd. And then he jumps off and turns and like goes to slam his feet down into the fucking ring, and his knees just hyperextend.
Oh yeah, that was fucking torque, boy. Couldn't handle that torque.
Yeah. But that was a lot of weight. The guy's a big guy, even though he's only jumping 2 feet.
Right.
Like he's going off of a rope straight into the ground.
Down and turning. Yeah, he was torquing
Yeah.
himself down. He torqued, not twerked.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, actually, a lot of that
Yeah.
spin probably helped just pull everything out in the right direction, and his legs just went
Yeah,
out
popped his
sideways.
shit. Yep.
Yeah. One of the worst videos I've ever seen for injuries. The
Reminds me
worst
of when
video I
Anderson got his
I've
leg
ever
knocked in
seen.
half. Remember when they were kick fighting and the one dude kicked the other dude's leg and it turned to a noodle and he fell?
Yeah,
Anderson,
that happened to Anderson Silva, and then the next,
and Conor McGregor.
and Connor got his ankle,
Yep.
but right after Anderson Silva. So for years, since 2006, never saw a fucking leg break in UFC. We saw Tim Sylvia snap his arm and shit.
Some noodle boys.
Anderson
They're eating
Silva,
noodles.
yeah, man. Anderson Silva snapped his leg on what's his name's check, and then that guy, his next fight fought I can't remember who, and he broke his leg. And then just
Yeah.
a couple months
Yeah.
later, Conor McGregor breaks his leg. Three
Right.
leg breaks right in a row, dude.
Yeah, the dude that snapped it. Yeah, that's crazy. It was 3. Yeah, that's right.
It was weird. I watched UFC for years. First fight I ever saw was Phil Baroni versus Dave Manet. Then Kyle Parisian versus BJ Penn. And then Tito Ortiz versus Ken Shamrock, the second one. So, like, I was hooked. I was like, I want to do this the rest of my life. And then since then, I never saw a leg break. Nobody ever broke a leg. And then 3 right in a row, all within the same 5 years. Boom, 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 boom. I was like, weird. And 2 of them it was Chris Weidman. So Chris Weidman checked Anderson Silva's kick, and Anderson Silva got his leg broke. The next person Chris Weidman fought, he went to do a leg kick and broke his leg. I
Right.
was like, weird.
Yeah, the irony, huh?
Yeah. Don't see a leg break in UFC, and then a guy fights a guy. One guy breaks his leg. That guy's next fight, he breaks his leg. Like, what in the fuck? That's like weird.
Insane.
What do you think about the vibranium shit they say?
I believe that that's possible. Same with there's a new sword out right now. I'm gonna be buying one. It's a little more expensive, but it's made out of S9 shot steel, which is that's telling me that we're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close. So
How about old bullet lead?
Once we start using
How about make a knife out of spent bullets?
lead, I wouldn't make a knife out of lead.
No. There's copper ones too. Like the spent bullets, like the steel ball, like after you shoot them and they hit the target and they've already melted and went
With the
through that.
copper jackets, you mean?
Yeah. The spent ones, after it's already been through the bullet, been through the explosion, use those.
Yeah, also spent casings, brass casings. You can make nice little knives out of those.
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent little blades out of the spent casing.
Have they piston one?
30-06, 308. You can make nice little ceramics.
Have they used pee?
What's that? Pee? You can use pee to make certain chemical compounds and combustibles. You can use urine to defend against certain gases.
Well, back in the day, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Certain gases, certain things that when the heat's added, it makes the material like act different. You understand?
Yeah, it
Because
helps with
certain
dust.
gases, yeah, the certain gases like helium, like whatever the fuck they are, when they're acting that way, they can do different. They have different reactions, and they like cool or they, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Also,
like if you super cool something, like think about this: if you super cool something, then a certain amount of heat is more hot. So like if you got something in liquid nitrogen, and you pulled it out and then touched like 70 degrees to it, is the 70 degrees more hot to it now or less hot?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's still there's still a differential there.
And if you cool something to minus 100 and then touch it on something that's 100 degrees, there's going to be a more volatile reaction than if you cool something to 0 and touch it on something 100.
So what if they froze the granite and then used hot things to cut it? and cut it like hot butter. I don't know. I'm just making shit up.
I've never tried, but I see where you're going with this, and that would be a very interesting experiment to try.
Or heat it up while you cut it, like warm it up and then cut it.
Yeah, that would be. I guarantee you that would be a lot easier because particles or molecules spread out. They gain distance when heat's added normally.
But
most
can you
things.
melt it? If it's super cold, like hold on, yeah. So like if you think about it. Like make it like an ice cube, dip it in fucking like make it super cold, right? And then pull it out and then cut it. What? I'm just saying, will the super coldness give you any more leverage on making it easier to work with?
Yeah, it'd be easier to chip. So to do a striation and then chip it and break it evenly, a colder temperature. But if you're trying to slice through something, like a stone,
Like
maybe you'd
ice
want it a
sculpture.
little warmer.
Like ice sculpture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Reciprocating saw
things
through an
like
ice sculpture.
iron's a steel. Iron's a steel that doesn't really bend very easily, but cold temperatures and heavy impact, it'll shatter pretty easily. Like it'll break iron.
Right, but if the iron's hot, the iron will be hot while it's spinning, or the metal blade, and then you'll have the granite super cold. So it'll be like zzz.
I think that actually would work because
I think I'm on to something, baby. Because underground it's like 30 degrees, and then it gets super hot underground after that. So once you go solo, it's like super cold. It can be freezing, right? Because back in the day they had freezers. They would make an inlet of air, and then the expansion where it would expand would be freezing, and then the heat would build up and then offset again out that. They would make freezers. So maybe they could freeze the shit. They had a process probably. Yeah. And listen, I've always wanted to have a house that you could put.
break easier and more even with
You're far away. I can't hear you that good. You're okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Messenger tried to
There you
access
go.
me. He just got messaged.
There you go.
So certain materials, especially the stone, probably are more easier to work with a cold temperature, as opposed to some stone is probably easier to work with a high temperature, and they probably understood
Right, like sand and glass. Yeah, 100%. Because I
Like
look at granite.
things will melt, other things will powder.
Right, and granite has it both. Because like it looks like granite is like sealed in like a clear like glass crystal while it's powdered. It's both.
Yeah, I think so. Because I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of tombstones, and they do have a really glassy,
Really glassy, like fucking
material
like
in
a
them.
glass sandstone, baked crystal stone. It's like a baked sandcastle.
Yeah, like those suckers that you used to get that are made out of like almost like rocket candy, but
Yeah.
they got glassy. But like if you break them, they go poof and they turn to powder.
Yeah. Rock candy. My grandma used to make it.
It's so good. God, I miss my grandma.
Yeah. Man, my grandma used to make the icy cups for the neighborhood, the fucking rock candy, the pumpkin seeds, everything, man. God damn it.
Pumpkin seeds, bro. I loved making pumpkin seeds with my grandma.
The squash. All grandmas made squash, zucchini, cords, pumpkin. Like they grew the craziest shit. Like, and then tomato plants forever. Like, I'm like, what the hell? But I talked to my buddy. He said his grandma be growing the same shit. I'm like, cords, squash, zucchini. He's like, yeah, all that shit. And I'm like, what else? He goes, a lot of that shit. I'm like, huh. I was like, is she feisty? He goes, yeah. I said, that's why.
Yeah, they were from a different generation, man. I'm wondering what today's moms are going to turn into in the future. Because, like, my grandma, when she was my mom's age, apparently was a sheer terror. Like, she was like a scary fucking woman. Liked to
My grandma
fight,
was
liked action, loved dirty jokes. But me and my sister, we saw her as a sweet old lady. You know what I mean?
right. My grandma was a sweet old lady to me, but I seen her beat some dudes before, and she's little, short, like I don't even know, like not even 5 foot, dude, 4 foot something, and she's mean. Once she gets you to her level, she fuck you up. I swear, I seen it. I couldn't believe it, because then I knew not to piss her off no more. And then the next day, I was like, "Okay, grandma, all right, grandma, yes, grandma."
Yeah,
I
my
swear to
grandma was
God.
good at dealing with punishments, man. She knew what worked. She knew whether you needed to be spanked with a spatula on the hand or whether you needed to be sent to your room. She always knew
Well,
the
she didn't.
difference.
My grandma didn't really. She just had to look at me. Like I said, I already seen her put in work, so I already knew what she was capable of. I didn't want to push her to the limit. You know what I mean? I didn't want to
Start
flip
with
her
the
hat like
working.
over the top. So I was like, and she looked at me, and I was like, okay, and I get up and do it. So she was always like, "Honey, baby, whatever, and like, yeah." So I never. And then one time I went on the tracks. So going on the tracks is the thing that could hurt my life. So like you're saying, this is the time she had to be like, okay, I'm get his ass. She told me not to go play by the tracks, and I did it. And then the next day, not that day, the next day, she said, go get me a real good stick. Right, bright and early in the morning, I got her a real good stick, made sure it was strong. She beat my ass with that stick, and I was like, what was that for? And she goes, I told you not to go on them fucking tracks the other day. And I was
Bro,
like,
crazy. That's the only time I was ever spanked by my grandfather was for almost the same thing, playing on the highway.
right, right. Something really bad that will really make him mad that like you could get hurt.
That's the only time that man ever put his fucking hands on me is when he caught me on the highway after he told me multiple times not to go on the highway. And he only slapped me once, and then I went down inside, and I was obviously crying. And my grandma's like, "What happened?" And I was like, "Grandpa didn't put his hand down this time." Because usually, if we were doing something bad, my grandma would be like, "Spank them, Joe." And then he'd be like, he'd throw us over his knee, and then he'd put his hand down like that, and he'd smack his hand. And we'd put on a big act. We'd be like, ah. And then,
Right,
like,
right.
we would think that, like, we were pulling the one up on grandma, right? Like, we were getting away with it and we were getting punished, but we weren't really being punished, and we just wouldn't do it again. We'd learn our
Right,
lesson
right.
gently.
He was
This
showing he
time,
was on grandma's side.
this time he spanked me. He was like,
Oh yeah.
I gotta do this.
Yeah, there's no, yeah. That's like my grandson. I would never dream of hurting a hair on the little beautiful baby boy's head, but I would be so mad if he went. I'd have to grab him up and be like, "Don't go in the street. Do not go in the street."
I lucked out with that because we do have a main drag up by our place, but we lost a cat. We had 3 cats, and the orange cat, who my child called Owen Yow Yow, he was orange and he couldn't say orange, so we called him Owen. And he called him Orange Cat, but he didn't say cat, he said Yow Yow. He called them Yow Yows.
Yeah,
So we
yeah. I
called
know.
him Owen Yow Yow. That cat crossed the road in the middle of the night because somebody put chicken in their garbage. And he crossed the road to eat the chicken. Something must have scared him back onto the road. A car hit him. My son loved that cat. So when we had to bury the cat and my son learned about the cat dying on the highway and getting hit by a car,
Right.
with my cat's last parting gift, that cat taught my son the dangers of the highway. I'm thankful. I miss
Yeah.
him. I miss that cat so bad. I do. But my kid knows how dangerous. He
That
doesn't
was
play
that
on the road.
cat's
He doesn't
purpose.
go near the road.
That could have been the cat's purpose right there.
It was a good parting gift, man. I told my buddy, I was like, "Don't you dare bring me that cat." He broke up with his girlfriend. This was like 7 years ago. And he was like, "If I can't find a home for crooks," he's like, "Can you take him?" And I was like, "Don't you dare do that to me, dude." I was like, "No." And then all of a sudden, like 2 days, 3 days later, knock on the door. I go down, open the door. Izzy's standing right there looking at me. And then I look over and the van is there and his grandma's driving. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, dude, I said no. And he's like, dude, I got nowhere else to put him. And I'm like, fuck. So I took the cat, and instantly, within 3 days, I was like, man, I love this cat. It's the greatest cat of all time. He was like a dog, bro. He was just like a dog.
Yeah, one of my
So
cats is like
curious,
a
so
dog.
friendly.
It walks with me to the local store and back.
Yeah, I'd take him to drives. If I'd go to get smokes, I'd fucking open the car door, he'd hop in the car, and then I'd drive around, and he would like walk around. He'd be up on the dash, like looking out the window, like, where are we going?
Oh yeah, you got a
Man.
crazy cat. Most of them don't like the car once it starts going. They'll be like, "Let me out of this motherfucker."
Yeah, which is why I love them so much, because I love adventure. I love getting up and going. I love being outside. I like going to see things I've never seen. And the cat was the exact same way. He loved going for like walks in the nature
Yeah.
parks, walks downtown.
Yeah, the fucking
He
cat will
was a
walk
social
next to
cat.
me like a dog and stop and walk and stop when I stop and walk. And if another cat runs by me or a fucking possum, a raccoon, I don't know, bird, anything, it's gonna attack it.
Yeah, man. They're awesome. My uncle Steven has like 20 cats, and he'll go for a walk to check his plants and stuff. And you'll see the cats going zipping back and forth on the trail, and they'll grab them squirrel, birds, rabbits and stuff.
Yeah,
They
they'll
hunt
make
for 'em,
sure he's
and they
okay
trap
too.
little meats.
They'll attack some shit too. They'll attack dogs. They'll attack some shit. When you get a bunch of cats or you get a group of anything and something comes up, they're going to one group. Some of them gonna run and be scary, but but once any of those dogs start attacking, they're all going to attack. Or cats, same thing.
Yeah, I've seen a video of a dog attacking a child, and this cat just came out of nowhere and started whooping its ass and saved the
Yeah,
kid.
yeah, that's right. I've seen that a couple times. I've seen where the dog saves the kid. I've seen where a cat saves the kids. I've seen where fucking just it's crazy shit's happened. Yeah.
When they put it with the "I'm Unstoppable" music, classic.
But
I
I do
got a
have
jet.
an idea to sell people a waterproof boat or a waterproof boathouse, or to give them a waterproof wall or a generator or a little box, call it the waterproofer, and you plug it in. And when it rains outside and everything, your whole fucking house, the rain, once it touches, it just like pours away, like down and away. You understand? Like a force field.
I was just thinking that. I was like a force field. Like what I was picturing, kind of. You know that scene in The Matrix when Agent Smith and Neo collide, and then that big pocket expands and blows the rain away?
Yeah.
I think it could work. I just don't know how much power would be needed to do
All
something
you
like that.
need is rubber. Well, first you'll need the rubber material like a balloon. So you rubber your roof and you use rubber siding, like the rubber pieces for your siding. And then you have like a little wire going through it, just enough for like your hair would do for each, and then like flip that bitch on. And it's like a static, you could have it on your outline your basement walls with it and everything. And that way your basement would be dry. You could underlay it under your basement and up, you know what I mean? Like a pool. Put it down like a pool, and then put your house in it, and then turn on the switch, and then you're sitting on a waterproof pool anyway. But even if you're next to like the coast or anything, even when a fucking tsunami comes in, it's like to a certain extent, it's not going to mess with your house. The water isn't.
Where I live, dude, like just because of recently, like the 2011 tsunami, all that shit. I live on the water, basically. Like I could cross my backyard and then throw a football, go get the football, throw the football again. I could probably throw the football 4 times before I'm throwing the ball in the water from the edge of my property. But I would have to go through other people's property. So I got to go down the road a little ways, but we're less than 2 minutes away from the beach. So like all these like catastrophic events, tsunamis, hurricanes. It's got me a little freaked out. Like, I'm like, should we have bought a house this fucking close to the ocean?
No, I hate that, dude. That scares me. I don't even want to buy I don't want to buy a house close to a fucking river, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying, I was trying to talk her out of it. But, like, women, there was no talking her out of it. She had made her pick.
Women.
At 2 other houses.
Women.
But, like, I could
Hey,
tell when
hold
we were.
on though. If the house is nice though, and she's like, "This is a fucking nice house," and it's like really nice. I mean, sometimes you got to weather the storm a little bit. I don't know, man.
But to be honest, I would buy a camper van instead of a house. Like, why would you buy a house? Like, you can drive camper van, yes. You can also sleep in
We weren't
camper
going
van.
to. We weren't going to because I decided against having kids. Like, I was like, I decided against it. Like, I wanted kids since I was like 14. Like, I had a close call, and I was like, I think I want to be a dad. So, like, I was always kind of like ready and willing to be a dad, just not ready. Like, I was like, I want to do this, that, and I want to have this first. But like, I was always like, that's the end goal. And then around 2016, I decided, no, I'm not having children. I was like, not happening, not gonna, not gonna happen. My wife and her family convinced me that like it's safe. Like, I'm just being paranoid. The world's not a horrible place. And then,
make a kid.
I had kids. We bought a house, and then the pandemic hit. They closed borders. I'm sitting here with a newborn baby. He's not allowed to do Halloween. He's not allowed to do Christmas. He's not allowed to do Easter. He's all of a sudden I brought a
Bullshit. We
kid
did
into the
that.
world and
We
he's
did
not
it
allowed to
all.
do shit.
We did it all here. Fuck them. We did it. We still did it.
Yeah, we did
like,
too.
no, like, look, I was literally like, in pandemic, I remember, like, I had literally nobody to talk to, man. I was so much isolated, and yeah, like, I was already lonely like a kid. But then, like, look, I survived. Like, grow up. Like, I grew up and I started to be like, okay, it happened, and then what? Like,
You know why? You know why there was
I'll be
so
right back, boys.
there was so many reasons that was done. It's fucking crazy.
well, yeah, like, like, but just like, I mean, it traumatizes. It fucking traumatizes. So I can
Yeah,
get like,
yeah. It took control of stocks, prices, everything.
but
Everything.
not only that, like, literally, like, look, I mean, how funny it is. Like, they treated COVID like, this like massive bio weapon of a virus.
Right.
Like, they tried to tell you that, like, oh, people die, it's dangerous, dangerous. And then when you like when you realize that they never even put it like, what was it, like, how you call them, like, the beans, because for every sort of biological hazard you have like a bin. They did not put it, those bins for the fucking masks, right? So what a danger it was, like, look, those kind of viruses that allegedly the COVID came from, they are commonly found into bats, basically, you see. And so they assumed it came like,
is open in my apartment, like half naked, only boxer shorts. And this morning I woke up, dude, my fucking throat is oh my god, I'm fucked. My voice is fucked. Everything is fucked. I'm just keep drinking tea, dude. It's crazy.
Al. Yeah, so we really don't claim like a specific distance. We try not to talk about things that we can't verify.
No, is there not like, because you guys are on these kind of websites or these kind of communities, so is there not a specific, like, where they all describe how far that is, how far this is, how they explain everything? You guys not follow that? You just believe like it's flat and then everything else, what they say, the flat earther, you don't go on that, right?
I'm not sure exactly what website you're talking about. It's very rare that you're going to get a flat earther that's going to try to claim something
No,
about
but
like the
there's the community, the flat earth community, right? And when you go on this
like
website,
the Flat Earth Society. Are you talking
right?
about like the
Yeah,
Flat Earth
yeah.
Society?
And they explain
Oh yeah.
specifically everything, right?
Yeah. That's like a disinformation group. They spread like completely ridiculous like flat Earth claims. Like they claim like a disk in space that's rising upward at 9.8 meters per second squared and all this nonsense.
Yeah, they search for everything answer because that's what they do, right?
Yeah, like it's complete disinformation. You're not going to find a single flat earther that is a member of that or agrees with
Oh,
anything
really?
they say. They might
I-
have a couple of facts here and there that they throw out, but they mix it in with a whole bunch of nonsense that we also agree is stupid.
Interesting. I
And
thought
it's
like
actually, one second, Al. It's actually one of like if you Google like Flat Earth Society, like it's not censored. Like any true flat Earth information censored off all the major platforms, but Flat Earth Society isn't because it's like a controlled opposition, like mockery of flat Earth. So if someone sort of types in flat Earth, looks at the Flat Earth Society, they're never going to give it a second look. It's ridiculous claims. It's like a troll site basically.
right. But technically, it would make me think that you guys not interesting to figure out, like to like figure out like thinking stuff. How far is that away? How big is that? No, if you only
Well,
if you
yeah,
only
like
if you only know that
there's no way for us to like actually verify that. So
But-
it's just going to be pseudoscience at the end of the day. We when we're talking about a flat Earth, we're talking about like the surface of Earth, or specifically like large bodies of water at rest, staying flat. We're not talking about a shape. We're not talking about things we can't verify. You know, we don't want to do the same thing that the globe side does and
but when,
throw
when
out a
you
bunch
see
of pseudoscience.
when you see to the moon, you see the shape of the Earth, like at the
You see
night.
you see the moon. You see what appears in the sky to look like a half a sphere. You know, just because you've got some spherical lights on your ceiling, it doesn't mean that the floor's a ceiling. I mean, if you're thinking of, you know, all of the planets and things, you know,
I got it. I
spherical.
understand what you said. Yeah. So
Yeah.
let me try this. So I went to the Paris Museum, and I saw an astronaut there, and I shook his hand, and he was on the ISS, and he repaired also stuff there. He was spacewalking out there. Pasquet, his name is a French astronaut. So I shaked his hand, and I spoke like 10 seconds with him. So why should like he lie? Why should like that not exist?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, if you spend a decent amount of time looking into fakery on the ISS, I mean, you'll find lots of anomalies that don't make sense. You'll find
But this guy
use of
literally was
cables.
there. He was there.
Yeah, but you just
He
you have to
signed
have
books.
blind. Okay, so basically, if we find a whole bunch of information, like we've literally got like 6-hour compilations of ISS fakery and nonsense
Okay,
and
what
things
is
that
with
you can.
That's crazy, dude. And what is with the Chinese space stations? Also, everything fake?
Well, if you look at the Earth from the Chinese space station, it shows a flat Earth. I'm not sure if I have the images in front of me. I'll see if I can find them. But yeah, it shows like a flat surface. So I mean, you're more than welcome to believe that stuff if you want. But if you spend time looking into it, you'll find a lot of fakery, a lot of green screen usage,
Yeah, but it's really hard
augmented
to
reality,
not believe,
and
you know?
a whole bunch of other things that are very, very questionable. Using cables, using zero-G flight, using hairspray. Microphones going through people's necks and things like that.
If you go this way, there's a lot of stuff questionable because you can question everything. Actually, you can even question your existence.
You can question whatever you like. I mean, we're just talking about things that we can verify. We're not making claims about things we can't verify. So if you want to have a belief in things that you can't verify, then that's perfectly fine with you.
The moon landed on the moon, and there's I can see when I look in my telescope, I can see exactly where this.
Can you see the flag?
No, not the flag.
Can you see the rover?
Hey,
not the rover.
So you can't. Hold on. So you can see the dirt.
What do you say?
You can't see the shit they left on the moon, even with the world's most powerful telescope. They'll tell you that.
I see this mirror. I see this mirror. Yes, you do. You see the mirror.
No, you don't, man. You're completely wrong about that.
I
do. Go for it, brother.
Okay, hold on. I got some coffee for you. Are you ready to drink it, Space Guy? I got some space coffee made just for you. If you believe in space, you must drink this coffee, right?
I was talking serious, you know.
Yeah, I know. I got some space coffee for you. Do you now? You don't believe? What, you don't believe now?
Technically, if you drink coffee, it's a space coffee because
no, that's not space coffee. Space coffee is made by poop. You poop in the special $1 million vacuum
I'm not that
coffee toilet maker. Yeah, it's a toilet coffee maker. Look it up. Don Pettit will tell you all about it. When they poop in there, then it goes chug, 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 and then they drink it. He said, you know what they're drinking.
I'm sorry.
So now, do you want some space coffee? I've got some made for you. Are you ready? Now the boy doesn't believe. Now he doesn't like space all of a sudden. He doesn't want to be a part of it. Now you don't believe in space coffee. You don't want
What
to
a
drink
lot of people don't know is that nature can break things down to their base forms. Like if your body puts something together and then leaves like a remainder, nature or something like a machine can break that down to base forms and then put things together so that it's actually edible, because technically, minus all the gross stuff that you add into it, like bacteria and enzymes and all this, that can all be separated, and it's all edible.
It can be separated by a filter. You can use a natural filter. I'm not even going to tell you what the natural filter is, but everybody's got them everywhere. They're unlimited. And you can take a natural filter. Hold on, brother. You can take a natural filter and put it in any dirty water. And this natural filter will produce clean water for you.
You know,
Did you know that?
It's really hard to believe you guys do that seriously, because you know it just sounds like so much like that you guys are just trolling around, messing up.
Trolling around.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, guys. Al, you specifically asked. I just want to just clarify this one thing real quickly. Al, if you look into it a little bit closer, you can't see the shit on the moon that they left on the moon. Like just Google if you can. You can't see that.
Okay, I was studying in Karlsruhe, informatics, like for computer, and I have a friend. He was in the KET, and he has contact with the MET in Germany, and they do astrophysics, and they every day they have a laser that goes to this mirror and connect with the mirror to distance, to measure the distance of the moon. Every day they do that.
But that's not what you were. That's not what you were claiming. You were claiming that you can take your telescope out and see the shit they left on the moon. That's completely wrong.
What's hilarious is that you think they need a mirror. You think you need to put a mirror on the moon or a reflective surface so that you can use light and waves to read the distance. You think you need something on the moon to do that.
Yes.
Do you know how radar works? Do you know how sonar works?
Because it comes back, the time it goes, and then it comes back, they calculate.
Yeah, we got to put a mirror on your car before the cop can read your. We got to put mirrors on stuff on the wall, on the mountain.
I mean, that's why the mirror
Yeah,
is
we
there.
got to put. Yeah, we put mirrors all over mountains to see how far they are away with radar and stuff. And on the airplanes, we put a mirror on it.
I don't have
Yeah.
much contact with him. I mean, anymore. But he was back in the days. He was really good friends with mine, you know. And he was there
Well, don't
studying.
forget your makeup compact mirror so we can tell where you are at all times. Take your mirror with you.
So I sent you guys the photo where you can see exactly on the moon from a telescope.
Now, I got a photo of Bigfoot, and you can see a pimple on his ass.
Really
you want to help me pop it?
You see the traces. You see
I got a photo with a pimple on Bigfoot's ass. Are you ready to pop it?
If you have a good
I got a
telescope,
nice big
good
one
enough,
on my
you see the
armpit
stuff
right
on the
now.
moon,
It's
you know.
killing.
Don't see shit in those photos, Al.
That's why I don't take you serious, because I believe either way I don't want to guys insult
You should stop believing, religious guy. Maybe start knowing something.
I'm believing my Jesus, but everything is good. But it's just like,
but you don't want any NASA coffee.
It sounds so nasty. Maybe I'm sorry if it sounds nasty, but either way, for me, like, I'm thinking that
I think you're
completely
trolling if you don't drink
or
NASA coffee. Really, you don't believe in NASA's coffee.
or
I think you're a troll.
You just like have fun to troll people on internet, and or maybe you really not that, like, I don't know. It's like,
Well, I just want to see which one of you astronauts are ready to drink this NASA coffee for real in real life right in front of me.
Okay,
I got it
You
ready
think
for you.
Kopi Luwak coffee is bad?
Yo.
Space coffee's 10 times the Kopi Luwak that Kopi Luwak is.
Demo honey fucker. Look, do you eat peanut butter? You know that
Hey,
the peanut butter in America is rat food.
Listen, that's what they drink on the ISS. That's what you have to drink to be an ISS believer.
I'm not from the US,
Not
but
me.
I'm pretty sure you
Not
eating
me, brother.
eating
You.
peanut butter.
You're the one that believes in the piss station.
No,
the
because
ISS.
you keep saying me that I eat poo or something, but I believe you eat poo actually.
No, you have to. You have to drink it. That's all you get on the ISS.
I can show
shit
you even
coffee.
the link. Look, let me show
Get
you the
pea
link.
water.
You don't believe me?
and
I
shit
show you
coffee.
the truth. Look, you just talk that I eat poo. I eat poo.
I
but
just want to see
I'm
you
gonna
prove your
you.
story. Prove
Look,
you
I'm gonna
believe it
prove
by
you.
drinking their coffee. That's
the link.
all. Once you drink their coffee, I might be a 10% glober.
No. But that would be a spinny thing to see, though. Jesus, that idea is spinning. Whew. So, like,
Yeah,
would
I'd
you
be
do
like,
it?
holy smokes, this guy really drank some
here you go.
NASA poop coffee.
I sent
Is there anything that you would sacrifice natural coffee for shit coffee to go experience? Like, if you had to drink shit coffee from you and your friends, but you got to experience this amazing thing, would you do it?
Yeah, and I paid for a trip for you to go up at high altitude if you drank this shit coffee from NASA. It's good coffee. All the NASA's drink it.
If you
All
look in
the
the
fucking
side chat,
astronauts drink it. All the people on the space station drink it. What are you doing? What you saying they can't? What are you saying now? What are you saying about all these astronauts that drink shit?
I'm saying,
You
look
don't
at
like
this.
them anymore.
Best
You
part
wouldn't
of
invite them
waking
to a
up is
party.
shitting in your cup.
You wouldn't give them a kiss and shake their hand now. What are you saying?
I would say, look at the side chat, and here we go. You eat red poo and shit poo, and I do not. That's the truth.
No, brother. We're talking
There
about
it
the NASA ISS station you brought up,
You,
the
you,
floating
talk, you,
outhouse.
talk, you talk specific about me
No,
eating shit.
yeah, the outhouse.
Now I send you proof that you are eating the shit.
You didn't send me anything, brother. You have no proof of anything.
It's in
Cartoons
the
and
side
pictures
chat.
aren't proof.
Let's look it up. It's in the
Pictures
side
aren't
chat,
proof of anything. Pictures aren't proof
Oh
of
no,
anything.
he's talking about the legal limits of bug body parts like fly wings and stuff, and rat shit and human shit and fingernails is allowed to be in a product until it's
Yeah,
deemed
anything to back his poop drinking claim that he loves to drink poop like NASA. So it's okay for him, right? They drink grounded up
So
rats now.
now the excuse
Now
that
you're going to put
actually you are
fingernails in
eating
their
poo is
coffee.
that.
What
That's
else are
a
you putting in their
excuse.
coffee off that list? What's on that list we're going to make NASA coffee with? Read it again.
It's a really bad excuse.
Everything that can go into USDA, ground up body parts, dog pee, cockroach pieces. What else can NASA drink in their poo coffee? We can just put it in there, right? It's good for the USDA. Now, are you ready to take a drink? No? Huh.
We have not that nasty shit over
I
here.
want to know which
Not yet.
astronaut you saw drink shit live in front of you.
No, but I'm pretty sure you eat once.
So you don't have any video of something on Earth where they could do every day like drink poop, but you do, but you got
They don't
evidence of
drink
stuff
poo,
off of Earth,
they drink
but
their
you don't have any.
pee. They drink their pee. That's what they're doing. They clean their pee and then they
So
use
drink your pee real quick. Show you're a NASA fanboy.
But there's technology to clean the pee to make it drinkable.
Technology to clean your pee.
Yes,
it's called your throat. It's called your tonsils.
Actually, pee is not that bad for.
Well, go drink you some.
Tea's
What the hell,
not
fanboy?
that bad for like
Yeah,
flowers.
whoa, are you listening to yourself right now, sir? You're
If you
saying
pee,
it's not that bad.
if you pee in your garden where the flowers are, it's actually not that bad.
You'll
For the
kill your
flowers.
flowers, dude. There's so much acid and like
No,
gross
it's
stuff.
not.
You'll
It's
kill
literally
plants.
proven that actually this is good for
You
flowers.
have to pee a certain amount away.
If you pick a spot on your grass,
Even the
pick a
poo,
spot on your
is really
grass
good.
right outside your door and piss there for a month, and you tell me it's good for your fucking plants. No, it's not. I'm a landscaper, dude. I'm a fucking landscaper.
Okay, if you're a landscaper, you should know that poo and pee is really good for plants.
In a
certain amount at a certain ratio, it's
Not
distilled by water.
Do you know the things humans eat?
I'm not saying you're gonna piss. Did you piss 1 hour straight? That's not possible.
Bro, this guy thinks human shit and dog shit is like the same as cow shit. You don't have 4 stomachs and you don't eat grass, bro. If I fill the box in my truck with grass and
Look,
the
I
sun
sent you this thing.
breaks it down, it'll turn into cow shit. It's just broken down grass. That's why it's
Right.
fertilizer. Because it's got
That's
nitrogen.
why grass is what you're supposed to eat, because the grass actually gets rid of a lot of shit.
Also, I think he might be a globe earther, bro. I think he's a globie.
He is. He thinks he can see stuff on the moon from Earth with the telescope, right? But then if you tell him to take that same telescope up in an airplane, now he can't see the ISS. That's only 250. Yeah, don't spit out your drink. Don't spit it out. He said he can see to the moon 238,000 miles, but he can't see 250. Less than 250 because you're going to be seeing it from a plane. Now just show us live footage from your fake magic Harry Potter telescope, your telebong. Show us the ISS from 30,000 feet. From that height up. Stars too.
Because the weird thing is it's actually the opposite of what he said. Technically, if you put a telescope on a nice Boeing and go up, you'll get a clearer view. You should be able to. Like, I'm pretty sure.
100%. Yes, put a telescope and a video camera right on top of the stuff that's flying, and it should see the ISS go past it. Pause that frame after the video. After you watch the video, pause it, zoom it in. Let's all zoom in on the ISS that you film. Are you ready to do that, liar? Or you just want to keep lying?
It's so easy.
So now you can't. Now you don't want to do nothing real. You just want to keep making magic claims and not do nothing real that we can do all right here on Earth.
Can I talk, or you just over talking me with that shit?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you understand the premise here. Get footage of the ISS from 30,000 feet.
When you keep over talking.
Why did you talk over me right before I was finished? Why do you talk over me right before I'm finished? That doesn't make any sense. You need to hear the end of my sentence.
And you said 3 times the same.
You need to hear the end of my sentence, and then I need to hear whether you agree or not. I need to hear your answer directly after this. Hold on.
I can do that for you. Go ahead.
At 30,000 feet, film the ISS above whatever you're in. Like, look up and watch the ISS go past, film it, and then we can all come back and see it, right? And then we can tap the screen and zoom into it, and we can all see it's the ISS from 30,000 feet or 70,000 feet. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, cool. So it would make so easy to you to just go to a big observatory and look you guys stuff, It's not that easy.
It's not what I asked for. I said go in an airplane at 30,000 feet, clean your fucking ears out, and don't act like you're slow. I said it from a high. Shut up! I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Rude,
from high altitude, you need to go to 30,000 feet. Don't do what you want to prove my thing. Do what I asked you to do to prove my
thing.
Have
a normal conversation, dude.
No, you're not. You're trying to make shit up. No, you're trying to not do what nobody's asking. You're trying to say, do your own thing. You're trying to talk to yourself. You're not conversating with anyone.
You fly up 30,000 meters and film the thing. Are you stupid? What are you doing? It's okay. I understood what you said.
I'm proving it. So are you going to do that, bitch? Are you stupid or not doing it or what?
Shit, dude.
So you can't do it.
You have a mental condition, dude. I'm not
No,
gonna
it's
lie.
called you can't produce shit.
No, it's a mental condition.
So do you have the footage?
If you see a doctor, he's gonna tell you the same.
If I see the footage, I'll tell you the same.
My uncle has a
My
PhD,
non-existent
and
ISS will help you.
I spoke
Stop
like
coping.
really long
Stop
nights with
coping
him.
with your
and he
non-proof.
explained me a little bit with medical.
Stop
So
trying to cope because you
I can tell
psychologically
you
have mental problems and you just believe.
now I
Stop
have mental
telling us your
problems.
belief, your psychological beliefs. We want proof from high altitude. If you don't have that, shut up with your story you're trying to sell us, Dr. Bob.
So it would make like so easy for you to just go to a
Yeah,
big
it'd be so easy for
observatory
you
and
to go
see,
in an
you know?
airplane and do it, loser. Now
Or
shut the hell up.
maybe you can
High
buy like a
altitude, hot air
cheap
balloon.
Chinese telescope and then just look
Go up
inside,
in
you
the
know?
fucking air and film it and prove it's there, bitch. I don't want to prove it's on the ground. Stop making your own fucking evidence for your own claim, motherfucker.
Yo, Demo,
My
I'm gonna
evidence was
put
at
you on
30,000
10
and
volume because you're
70,000
fucking
feet.
annoying, okay, motherfucker.
And if you can't do it, annoying loser
You
who
speak
can't
like
prove
that
nothing,
because you're behind
go
the
get
Discord
somebody
right
who
now.
can.
If in real life,
Go
you will
get a
lose
fifth
all your
grader.
teeth, dude. Shut up. Okay, I put you on
Go get
10.
a fifth grader who can touch a camera and get on an airplane
There
or
you
a
go.
hot
Now
air
you on
balloon.
fucking 5
They'll
volume.
be
It's
able to
better,
do
dude.
better than this guy. A fifth grader can outdo this retard with a fucking camera in a hot air balloon because this motherfucker's afraid to go up and film stuff. Listen how dumb this dude is.
There's literally big observatories
No,
in
don't
America,
get
no?
closer,
You guys should be
Tommy.
able to go there and then just give it a
Don't get
look, you
close
know?
to the mountain to film it, Tommy. Get 10 miles away from your house and zoom in, Tommy. Don't take a close picture if you can walk up to the front door and do that. Fucking idiot. Shut up.
And what is with the sun? Like
Trying to tell
the
me we
sun
got to
is
take
also
a picture
hard,
of
you
our
know?
house
If
from fucking 8 million miles
Earth is
away.
flat
Look through this
and
observatory
then
only. You can
the
only
Earth
look
is
through
dark
my
in the
secret
moon,
magic
it
observatory.
needed to be perfect place in that for that reason.
Shut
Would
up,
make like
stupid. You
0
don't need
sense.
an observatory. You can see the ISS with your fucking eye.
Dark in the moon perfectly. The planet
This is
need
how
to be
dumb these people are. You can
completely
see the
in
shit with
front
your
of the
eye.
sun, like
You
exactly in
can see
front.
the
Like it
moon with
makes
your
no
eye.
sense.
The surface of the moon is visible with your fucking eyeball. You can see if rockets are going up to it or not, if little explosions and shit was going on. These fucking people are so ignorant. And then they think they're zooming into fucking space, but then they can't take their same zoomer up on an airplane. They cry like little bitches when you ask them to get proof from high altitude footage that something is at a high place. We don't want to know if it's high as an airplane. We want to know if it's higher. How would you prove that? Getting at
When I go on this
35,000
here on
fucking
YouTube
feet.
and I type
Getting at
ISS live
35,000
stream,
feet and filming
I
it
literally
yourself
see the
above
curve
that.
here, like of the
Yeah,
Earth.
you would need proof of a lying fuck story. So you would get in a 35,000 foot, and if you can't film it above you, what does that mean? What's that
There's
tell
a
you?
live stream from the ISS right now where I see the curve, so I don't
Where's your live
get it.
stream from your airplane, bitch?
And all
That's what
these
we're asking
technology
about.
advanced
We want
you guys
all the
use,
technology put on
like
your airplane. Put it on
computer,
the airplane.
everything you guys use
Take
right
it on
now,
the
the
hot air
Discord,
balloon.
the earbuds,
Take all your high
the
tech on the
headset,
hot air balloon and
everything
film it.
is made by these technology.
Yeah, your tech doesn't work on an airplane. We know. All your technology fails on
mathematics
an airplane.
formulas that are
All your
actually
formulas
doing
fail on
that.
an
So
airplane.
everybody that actually invents something or construct something, they all use these formulas that everybody is using, and you guys say that's bullshit. This shit. So I did make 0 sense.
Shut the fuck up. Go drink your formula.
So even
Listen,
if you tell me right now stuff and you
I
mic
ain't
on
gotta tell you
UTC right
shit, but
now,
you ain't got
but
no
it
evidence
would
at
have zero make
35,000
sense
feet,
because
loser.
they would not be able to
You got
construct
no
that because
evidence to
you need
talk about. You got nothing to
formulas
go
to
over.
make it like this the flow
You
of
got nothing to
energy
peer
in these
review.
chips. So you know there's
You
like
got
specific.
nothing to review.
It's crazy.
There's no high altitude footage of ISS going over a
That's
plane
funny,
at
you know.
30,000 or 70,000 feet for us to take a look at, Gumby. What the
Demo,
fuck you
even
on
when you're
about?
on 10 sounds,
Go get
like
us
it's
some high
crazy.
altitude footage,
I
stupid
know
fuck.
you're over 40 and you have
I know you're under 5.
apparently
I know you're below
health
5 years old
conditions,
mentally.
but
I know you're a mental
don't
fucking
need to
third
be rude.
grader.
And I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Yeah, I'm not mad. Everything is
You
fine.
should be mad that you can't get proof
I
of
forgive
anything.
you, dude. You know, because
I don't
whatever.
forgive
We're on
liars.
Discord, you know.
I don't forgive lying cunts.
I don't need
Oh,
you.
NASA alert, boys! My buddy just told me NASA alert 70. What was it?
70-foot asteroid.
A 70-foot asteroid.
At
Oh,
38,000.
Look at the ISS. Let's watch it live on the ISS right now. Let's watch it live on the ISS right now. The asteroid
So
coming.
I was in the museum, but it was
ISS.
another day. It
Now
was
he's
not that
not
day
going
where
to
I
the
saw
ISS
Thomas
live.
Pesquet. And
Listen
I
to
saw
this
like
dude.
pieces from the moon inside
Brother,
like a
ISS
glass
live.
thing, you know. So
Let's
I saw
go to
X-ray piece from
ISS
the
right
moon
now
with
and
my
watch
real
all the
life,
fucking
with my
stuff.
real eyes.
Yeah, with your real eyes. We'll go look at that that meteor coming
with my
in.
real eyes.
Where's the meteor coming in from with your real eyes? Look up and tell us, Scooby-Doo. With your eyes, where is the meteor at?
And he would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids or flat earthers.
If it wasn't for that meddling bong, that telebong he was using that he got high off of, if it wasn't for that meddling airplane.
You don't smoke, bro?
Hell yeah, I'm smoking right now.
Oh.
I don't smoke what he's smoking.
No, I'm not smoking. I'm vaporizing sometimes.
Yeah, you're smoking imaginary fucking ISSs you can't
No, I'm
find from up
vaporizing
above.
sometimes weed, but I'm not smoking anymore.
Listen,
I
just
did smoke, but I'm
smoke
making
some
a
high
lot of sports, so I
altitude.
cannot. I did like figure out
Just
that
go
I cannot
real high
really
and high
work with sport,
altitude.
like because I did
You
competition in
can get
sports. So
high on an airplane, brother. Just get on an airplane,
And
go
it's
real
better
high, you'll
without
be high.
because you realize it's really bad, actually.
How come you don't got no footage from airplanes of the ISS? Why is this so hard for you fucking idiots to produce?
I got some footage here of the ISS. Look, we got the live stream going here with a canvas tent hanging off the bottom of the ISS.
Look how beautiful it is. It's crazy.
Look at the canvas tent there. It looks like my shower tent that I set up when I go camping.
Yeah.
Do you see any meteors? Do you see a big meteor? Is there any big meteors coming in?
That's crazy how beautiful that is. Look at that, guys.
Do you see any big meteors?
Yo, guys, even when he's on 10 volume, is
We're
it not
looking
like
for
someone
stars,
muting this
space
guy?
debris, and
Because he
meteors.
keeps trolling and insulting with no reason behind his
No, we're
NPC.
looking for
And on the
stars,
street, he's
debris,
shutting up
and
his
meteors.
fucking mouth when even a fucking nigger will beat your ass, dude. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, bring your textbook over here and do your formula on me.
Yeah, well,
Complete
I
your
just said
formula.
unmuted him, yeah. If you're going to start using and throwing the N word around and speaking like that, then you're definitely going to get muted.
Did somebody say nuclear bomb? Did somebody say the N-word, nuclear bomb, or like the other one?
The other one.
That's not putting heroes in Hiroshima. That's bad.
It just shows how much of losers they are when they keep telling you how much you can do, but you can't do it from an airplane now. Now their telescopes are broke when you get in a hot air balloon or an airplane. Now you can't see the ISS, not even with your eye, not even with the telescope now. Now the ISS becomes invisible the closer you get to it.
Well, because unfortunately, we've destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
I'm more interested in why this has got like a canvas bag flap hanging off the side of the ISS. How does that work in space?
You heard that one, I'm guessing.
And once
Don't worry,
once you guys realize that the Earth is not flat, what are you guys gonna do? You guys gonna have like a newborn life, or were you gonna?
Hey,
I think he forgets that. I think he forgets that we all come from growing up in school, and was taught the same shit.
Would you just like make like you never did that before, or would you just
Brother,
like,
I got a Pepsi
when you
can.
speak with a girl a date and you said, "Oh,
brother,
I had like 10 years of my life completely. I was completely, misunderstanding everything."
Hey, same question for you. What are you gonna do when you find out the Earth is flat? You gonna go around saying, "I went 60
yes.
years of my life believing the lies of the ball Earth"?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
we'll do
there you
that.
go.
Yeah.
There's your answer.
I
Shut the
got
fuck
him a
up.
tin can. I got him a Pepsi can, some duct tape, some tinfoil, and a fucking hefty sack. He can
But
go
you
to the
know
moon
what?
now.
I because it never will
Go
happen for
ahead.
me because the proof to be a curve is way more higher than to be a flat. Like,
Show me on the wall
everything
how
you
your
say.
elevation
You
works.
keep saying there's more proof of the curve
Yes,
than it
because
is flat. Where's your fucking proof, bro?
every proof I'm giving you guys, you say that's not accountable because we cannot say it, or that's not true because we cannot see it, or you cannot show me yet right now. So every
You're
time
ignorant.
there's
You're
any
ignorant to
proof,
even see the freaking
no,
live video of a freaking the
you guys are
ISS.
ignorant
You're
because
ignorant. You're ignorant, bro.
everything,
You're so blind to
every
the fucking
proof,
lies
every
that they
proof that
feed you
exists.
through the
You
media
guys say no,
and
this
through
one
school.
we
You're
don't use
ignorant,
this one.
bro. You're ignorant. I'm
Why should
sorry.
I
You're just
am? And
ignorant.
I'm mind open. That's completely different. I'm mind open. You're
You
ignorant.
say your mind you're open minded, but every time somebody fucking feeds you something, you're like no. You're not open minded.
No,
You're closed minded. You
What do you
want
mean
you
never
want to
said
play the
no?
you want to play
Uh,
the fool. You want people to believe it.
I'm here
Sorry,
for
bro.
10 minutes now. I never said no, like in this chat, like never.
The whole fucking time you said no. The whole fucking time. What are you talking about?
All right. I mean,
You're
every time
ignorant, bro. You're ignorant.
send
You're
you a
ignorant.
video or a photo, and you guys say no, we cannot do that. Like it's that's this formula we don't use that, or this thing we don't believe because you cannot see it, or this I like, make just zero sense.
Dude, that just looks as real
Well,
as all the movies they feed us too, bro.
what's your number one globe evidence then?
The triangle
How spinny all the
example.
globies are. How spinny all the globetards are. I'm like,
Just the
maybe
triangle
if there's
example.
this many spinny people, maybe the Earth is spinning instead because they're so frickin' spinny. The whole globe system, the whole globe model, the whole globe idea. And my buddy just brought it to my attention. He's like, now what they're gonna do because they're busted on the whole satellite balloon thing? They're gonna be like, oh, that's just how we do it now. It's more efficient. And they're
Okay.
gonna pretend that they used to go to space on
Okay,
rockets.
I was in French Guiana for holidays, and I saw where my country is starting satellites, military satellites and civil satellites with their rockets up into space. I didn't saw the start, but I saw the launching side. So that's also fake. This launching side is fake, doesn't exist.
Do you know about the law of diminishing returns? Like the more fuel you pack on a rocket, the more heavy it gets, and the more fuel you need.
I mean,
So there's a lot of
the
diminishing
fuel
returns here. So like the more rocket fuel you put on, the heavier it gets, and the more thrust you're going to need to leave orbit. And did you know that a
the
rocket
fuel they're using right now, it's not
99% of its
it's not
fuel
good. Right?
just
Yeah,
leaving Earth's gravity,
it's
like to
really
fight
heavy, but it's
120,000 feet.
it's really not that good in technology, right? The fuel they're using right now, but it's the thing that we use and it's working for now. But at some point we're gonna have like better fuel.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the ion drive is actually like a real thing. Like people are working with it. Like it's just not efficient because the size, what you need to use, the amount of weight, the law of diminishing returns, equivalent exchange. I don't know if you watch cartoons, buddy, but have you ever seen Full Metal Alchemist? In order to gain something, you got to sacrifice shit. So if
I
you want
watched
to fucking
cartoons
make
when I
a
was
cake,
smaller.
if you want to make a cake, you have to sacrifice eggs. Those are no longer eggs anymore. They're eggs and flour, and that makes a new material. Okay? So you have diminished something. Okay, everything's already made. Everything is that will be. So like if you start making shit out of shit and turning stuff into things, you're gonna be diminishing other things. So it goes the
Diminishing
same with
other things?
jet
No,
fuel
you add
and
them together.
leaving. It's the same with jet fuel or rocket
Plus,
propellant stuff and
plus
leaving.
you add. Minus is you take away. So if you add stuff, you put them together, the molecules. You're not diminishing them.
Well, you are diminishing them. Okay, so if you run electrolysis into salt water, you separate that into oxygen and hydrogen and make something else. If you continuously do this over time, not only with temperature change and turbulent flow will it evaporate on its own, but you're also going to diminish the water. There's
Yes,
going to be no water, you
sure.
know?
Sure, there is some processes where when you put stuff, they
So now it's,
act
yeah, but
act
now
together,
it's
that
no longer
they
water.
burn each
The
other,
water
attack
has
each other,
diminished.
and then you get less. Yeah, of course, but
You understand that, right? The water has
they
diminished.
exist. Yes,
H2O has diminished.
I believe there's a lot of
H2O
stuff
has
exists within this
diminished.
stuff.
Hydrogen has increased, and oxygen has increased. H2O, water, has decreased. It diminishes. Okay, so
No, it doesn't
S1
decrease because it has one hydrogen, two hydrogens, and one oxygen. So it's more than only hydrogen. You know.
Okay, yeah, but you
It's diminishing.
understand that you can only break that down so much until there's no water left to break down. It diminishes.
No, I mean, I don't understand what you mean. Like, I really don't understand what you mean.
All right, well, fuck what I'm
It's really
talking about.
hard. It's really hard to flow. To flow. You know.
All right, well, I gotta go back to work. I'll be listening in. I can hear you guys, but I gotta go mow some grass. I'll be back.
Yeah. Give it a bong shot.
AI.
Yeah.
You believe we went to Mars?
We went to Mars.
Do you believe we went to Mars, or we have a rover on Mars?
Robots. Yes.
Okay.
Of course,
Can you explain to me how a solid object could escape the ozone, but gas can't?
How a solid object can escape the ozone.
You know, whatever that barrier that surrounds us, whatever
Why?
on
Why?
around Earth.
Why
No,
you not
I'm
googling
asking
that?
an honest question.
Yeah. Why you not googling? I mean, I
No,
don't know
you tell
everything.
me.
You know.
But how can something solid escape, but a gas can't escape? Sorry, I'm eating hot stuff. Love you too, baby. But explain to me, like, how can something solid escape this, gas that surrounds us, whatever you call it, but a gas can't escape out. We don't get sucked out into space.
So the gas, which gas tank you talking about? I need the context.
I don't know. Whatever
Yeah, but
surrounds
then
us, whatever
if you
surrounds
don't
the
know,
Earth, whatever the
you don't know
ozone,
about
whatever
your question.
that Orion belt, whatever you guys call it. Why can a solid object escape through that, but we're not getting sucked through that through the
So
gases of space, or
you
the
say the
negative gravity, whatever
you
vacuum
say
of space.
okay. You say the Mars atmosphere. You cannot escape with a gas canister. What are you saying, dude? I don't
I'm
like.
saying, why can a solid object go out into space, but uh, the gas of Earth, this ball Earth you're talking about, the gas is being contained inside this visible barrier, but a
Yeah.
solid object can go through no problem, go to Mars, land rovers on Mars. Why is that?
Why we have an atmosphere, dude? I mean, this is
Never
so
mind.
simple.
Hey, you're
This
ignorant.
is
Never
so
mind. Never mind.
yeah. Like
Ignorance.
this question
Ignorance.
is so.
Never mind. You like to try to twist people's words.
No,
It
I'm
was a
not trying
simple
to twist it.
question.
It's just
Simple question. It's okay. Ignorance. That's all I gotta say.
not ignorant. But the question is so stupid that you have the answer already in your question. Like when you have a rocket, you guys said that they use fuel to escape the gravity.
Oh, okay. So gravity's holding,
No,
oxygen
it's not
down to
only
Earth.
the atmosphere. It's not only the gravity that holds the atmosphere. There's a lot of stuff in
Makes
count.
sense. No,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that holds the atmosphere. Can you list some of these things off?
I mean, dude, let me just Google it because I'm not astrophysic. I didn't study that. Probably because of the magnet, but let me see. So atmosphere is a mixture of gas that surrounds. It makes what they're saying. No, that's just explanation what an atmosphere is. Yeah. So it says here, why does the atmosphere not drift into space? The short answer: Earth gravity is strong enough to hold onto atmospheres and keep us drifting into space. So, and I don't know if there's other stuff that also impact that. Maybe the magnet, but here says it's gravity, and light elements as well, apparently. And yeah.
How's gravity containing the gases?
How is how is your balls hanging down when you stay?
So gravity is containing gases because my balls hang down.
No, you asked me a question,
Interesting.
so I ask you a second question, and then you keep repeating my question, and yeah, it's really interesting. So
No,
if you consider if you consider your balls hanging down when you stay, then you know why the atmosphere is also keeping in place in the gravity from the gravity. You understand that or not? You just need to
your
put your
claim
pants
is
down and then
that
see your small cock
gravity
and
is
look at them.
containing gases because
Gravity, yeah.
According to you, gravity is making my balls hang down.
Yeah. Technically, you can rubble hard enough, and maybe
I don't even know what to say to this man.
And empty your balls, and then
It's
maybe they're
ignorance, bro. It's ignorance. It's like
ignorance. I'm ignorant.
He gets trapped into
Why am I
to an
ignorant?
answer question that we ask. He wants to
Sorry,
be a jokester, a fool.
No, I'm not a
somebody
bull.
that makes
You guys
the
bullying
king
me.
laugh.
You guys bullying me because you asked.
I never said anything. I never said anything about bully.
I mean,
Fool. I said you're a fool.
That's the bully, right?
Okay.
So,
It just doesn't make sense, AI. Listen, AI. It doesn't make sense when gravity has its mind of its own, knows how to just pull certain objects at certain rates, whatever. But it can't hold down a balloon. It can't fill the helium. It can't hold.
Gravity attracts on the radius of the circle. Like it goes always the radius of the circle. This is gravity. So everything that's attracted by the gravity goes always direction of the angle of the circle. That's always the way that goes.
That's the best affirming the consequent fallacy I've ever heard.
But if gravity is doing all this work, why is there waves in the ocean?
Why would only you guys be allowed to ask really stupid question when I'm not allowed to do it?
But
man, you realize that that's like the best affirming the consequent fallacy I've ever heard. Yeah,
because I believe the question you guys ask me are really stupid. Why
if
should
my
I not
balls
be
hang
allowed to
down, then gravity must affect gases. My balls hang down,
So you
therefore
ask
gravity
me
affects
why
gases.
gravity is holding the atmosphere, and I told you, look at your balls when you stay; they're hanging down. That's why. It's pretty easy.
That's just the
dude.
weight of my balls holding them down.
It's
My
not that
balls are not
complicated.
made of helium, a light
Yeah,
gas.
maybe you have small balls, dude. I don't know, and then look to your other balls.
You see, that's the problem with you, man. Because you don't have answers. If I don't have an answer, I'm just gonna say, hey, I don't have the answer to that. Your way of answering something is to patronize somebody or whatever the word is, and attack them with dumbness,
I didn't
fullness,
attack. I didn't attack.
ignorance. You're ignorant, bro.
I just answer with a
Can
stupid
you
question
just
like
tell me?
you guys
Can you
ask me stupid
agree with me
questions.
that you're ignorant?
I'm not ignorant. It's you guys.
You are ignorant, but you're the one throwing out, racial slurs and all that. Doesn't that make you ignorant?
Racist? No, dude. I didn't say anything about racist, dude. What the fuck?
Was that not him?
This guy.
I don't know. I feel like that was you, AI.
This guy was keep insulting me and
So AI, you didn't throw out the N word.
Yeah, dude, bro, what the fuck?
Is that not a racial slur in this nowadays
I have
ages?
so many black friends. I said it
that's
a lot
okay.
of times.
That's
Like,
okay then. So you got the pass.
Yes, we say that.
You're ignorant, bud. You're ignorant.
No, it's not ignorant, dude.
You don't have a pass on here, yeah?
Oh my god!
Because there's others that take offense to it, so we're not going to.
So because
that's ignorance.
I said the N word to him. Now I'm racist.
Yeah, the guy with the little girl muscle. The guy that looks like a little girl. Yeah,
Dude, this guy is insulting me like maybe 20
Oh, but
minutes
you've been
straight
assaulting
with
everybody in here because you don't have an answer. So
no,
you use
sorry, man.
assaulting words towards
That's all.
somebody because you don't know what to answer the question
So,
with.
and then I just said that because this motherfucker demo sitting on his PC, dude.
Can you look up the definition of ignorance?
I'm pretty sure he is fucking weak, over 40, and speaking like that because he can, you know. And then I just said it to him.
Brother, I
I'm
would
over
whoop your
40.
ass so bad. I would whoop your ass up and down the fucking block and walk you to your door
Send
and
me
hand you to your
your
fucking
Instagram.
grandma.
I sent you my
Then send
Instagram.
me the address.
Yeah,
Send me your
Just shut the
Instagram.
fuck
Send me
up.
this
Facebook.
and
I sent
that.
you my Facebook in private. Let's see who's
Dude,
gonna beat
dude,
who.
I can see your girl fucking muscles from here, stupid. Who the fuck are you talking to? You got a fucking chicken
Here,
arm.
come
Bitch,
here.
you can't even make it out the tree. Shut up, motherfucker. I'd have to kick you out with my foot
Here,
and
I
you
sent you
couldn't make
my
it.
Facebook. Here we go.
Yeah, I know, chicken wing. Fuck, I don't care about your ugly ass face. I'll punch you in that motherfucker. Shut up.
You know, the funny thing is, speaking like
The
that,
funny thing is not you.
or
What is your
be like
proof
that
of
in
the globe?
reality, there's a big difference, you know, like a huge difference. It's like
They
to
asked you
say,
for your proof of a
guys,
globe.
I have billions and billions of dollars on my account, but in real life, you fucking broke. It's the same. Like,
Yeah, did you smoke it all?
yes,
Listen, what we want to know is what's your proof of the globe, $1 billion fucking bandit?
the proof of the globe. There's so many proofs. I could probably talk for
We
hours
just
on this
need
chat
one
now.
good truth up close. What's your favorite truth for free, up close and personal that you can touch? Your proof of a globe.
There's so many. Like just a triangle proof with the angles. So easy, so simple.
There's no
math.
angles on a globe. Globe debunked. Next.
Right. It needs to be more than 180 degrees.
There's no
because
angles on a
if you
globe.
take 3 points on a triangle, it's
You're
always
not.
180. But on a circle, it's always more. So just that simple math understanding
Show us on a
destroys
basketball.
the flat Earth theory.
Get a basketball and show us, or a little globe. Put a dot on the ceiling and show us what you're doing.
You keep saying me that I need to show stuff and prove you stuff.
Yeah, you need to
in
show
real
what the
life,
fuck you just made up. You
And
said
why
get
you
an
saying that?
angle.
You insult me.
You
dude.
said get an angle from a ball. So
Crazy.
go get a fucking ball and show us what you're talking about. Put a dot on the ceiling for your fucking star.
How
and
I
then show us
said,
the
how I
azimuth and
said,
the angle
you
and the
might considering, yeah, you might considering see someone.
Hey, are you a troll?
No, it's not me. It's definitely
No, are
you
you a
guys
troll?
know. I'm a troll.
Yeah, I feel like you're just a troll. That you literally just come into these flat Earth servers just to troll.
Flat Earth servers. This is not a flat Earth server.
Well, channel, my bad. Let me
Yeah.
rephrase that. Channel, my bad.
I
Small-minded.
mean, I definitely come inside here to
Troll, right?
No, not to troll. To
No, yeah,
have
troll,
fun.
right? You're a
No,
troll, right?
no, to
You're definitely a
fun.
troll because you go into
That's
the
fine.
24/7 server too to troll.
You keep saying that I answered you 3 times. I'm not going to answer you again.
Oh, you're a troll. I don't need you to answer that. I'm telling you, you're a troll.
I believe you're a troll.
Oh, that's your opinion, right?
Yes,
But
and it's
everybody
your
else's opinion here is you're a troll.
So I mean,
I
don't
could
care about
literally probably
everybody
speak
else.
for everybody in here
I
that
can
you're a
say
troll.
I care about me.
Hey, you're
my
one man
family,
saying I'm a troll. So
and the guy that I'm
you're
speaking with in real life in front of me. That's what I'm carrying. That's it.
you
I
what?
don't
Say
care
that
about
again.
Definitely can't have a normal conversation. That's for sure.
You definitely can't. No, I agree.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys understand my English, even when I don't speak English as my mother language.
Nothing to do
That's
with your
why
English, everything to do with
try
your
to-
attitude and speaking
I did
over
understand.
and making
How many-
baseless assertions.
How many languages you guys speak? Can I ask?
It
Does
has
that
nothing to
matter
do
for
with your
this
language.
this topic?
It has nothing to do with your language
It's
and us
something to do with,
understanding what you're stating.
with learning capabilities and remember.
So how
The
many
middle
languages
of my sentence must be interrupting the start of yours, yeah? Because I'm trying to explain to you it has nothing to do with a language barrier or to do with your accent and everything to do with your attitude, your baseless assertions that you don't support, and speaking over everybody. Very simple.
Of course, because there's people insulting me, keep insulting me. and saying bullshit. So I need to defend myself. I was calm all the time. I'm calm all the time. The only people that are kind of starting to be rude and screaming was you guys. So.
Well,
And you
I haven't
guys
screamed at you yet.
you guys keep
I was
muting
actually
me.
having a good laugh at your.
You guys keep muting me, but
claim.
when you guys doing that, nobody's muting you guys. So I see where it's going. This path. Everything I want to know, I know.
The only time you were muted was when you were throwing out the N word. You weren't muted any other time.
No, I was literally muted already like 10 times in this channel now.
Since I've been here.
Yeah.
Seen.
All right, but I'm going to ask him on his topic. What does knowing multiple languages have anything to do with
So
our conversation?
I said that because you said, "Oh, my English is I don't understand your speaking language." So I said, "Dude, I speak multi. I want to know how many languages do you speak." That's
Who said that
my answer.
that we
So
don't
I
understand you
can
or you
tell you
don't
how
understand
many.
us?
You said that. You said
I
like
said that.
No one
I said
actually said that.
Yeah, you said I
No
cannot
one said
understand
that.
your
We can
language.
rewind and check that. No one said it. I think you've misheard.
Yeah, honestly, I
I
think you
definitely
did.
not misheard. You said
Okay, but
you
you
completely
learned
understand
English,
what I'm
right?
saying
Of
in my
course.
language. That's what you said. So I said,
So why did you learn English?
okay, I learned English because I'm half German.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
why.
you had a
Would I have been full French? I would have not learned probably English that good. Yeah, because we don't need English here in France. But in Germany, so they use
here in
English a lot.
America, in my everyday life, I don't need to know somebody else's language.
Okay, super.
All right.
So I speak French, German, English, a little bit Italian, a little bit Spanish, and I'm trying to learn some Russian. That's what I speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's because that's what you want to bring into your everyday life. In my everyday life, and majority of people who don't speak another language, we don't need to speak another language.
Yeah, that's cool. I know. I know.
So
You don't want
it's
to
cool
travel
that
if you don't want to meet other
you
people,
want to take your
cultures.
time to go
Yes,
learn another language instead of
of course.
seeing the lies that people feed you. It's okay.
If people
That's
beat
what you
me,
want to do with your life. That's okay.
I don't understand your language now. What are you saying?
That's
Because
okay. I mean, you
because I
said
know
you know
other
English, so
languages.
you should have understood what I, try to say to you.
Look, I have
But besides that, that's besides
family.
the topic of this this
I have
channel. So
family.
I
I
just
have
wanted
family.
to know what you had to say real
I
quick.
have
So
family. They
that's it.
are American, so they live in Texas. I have family there. So
Okay.
so what? Because you said you don't need anything
No, it
other
says
than English.
I don't need to learn any
And
other
I tell
language.
you, look, that's cool. And you're not alone because I have family there as well. So
So you have
when
a
I want,
reason
when I
to
want,
learn a different language,
I
correct?
come over there and I speak
Correct?
with them English, right? No,
Correct?
what?
You have a reason to learn a different language, correct?
I definitely had a reason to learn English back in the days when I was studying in Germany. Yes.
Okay. There was
Yes.
a reason behind you learning a different
Yes. Yes.
language. Okay, that
Because
was my point.
because I'm coding and I'm an informatic. My study was in informatics, so the coding language is most of the time with all the
C++,
softwares I use.
Kali, Linux,
It's
all
English.
this
There's some
bullshit.
French softwares you can use, but like it's like they're just like English is the main language. Yeah.
Yep.
In the code language. Yeah.
Okay. My point was you needed to learn a different language because that's what you needed. That was all my point. And then you go into your whole life story. Just needed, All right.
I know. All good. Already. So can I climb over the ice and then jump in space?
There's no
Maybe
space.
if that's the model you want to make up in your mind, yeah, you can do whatever you like in your own model.
No, I'm speaking about you guys' model right now.
I haven't presented one yet.
Yes. So, so I could be able to.
But who said the
You
ice
guys,
wall
right?
was the end of our plane?
I mean, is it here's a flat Earth chat? You said no.
Who? No, I mean, not really. Anybody in here is gonna claim, the ice wall is the end of the plane. I mean, some of us might, but who said that the ice wall is the end of the plane?
Lot of flat Earth people.
Then ask them. But in here, we'll just want to be logical. We're not gonna
Oh, logical. Okay,
not
I
gonna
got it.
throw out claims that
Also,
we can't back up. Correct?
I mean, it's a simple
So
question.
I have a question for you, Alpha.
Yeah.
If
Go ahead.
if you can't verify it, if you can't go there and verify it yourself, I can't go there and verify it myself.
You
I
can
don't know anyone
technically,
else
right?
who can.
You can.
Wouldn't we just be debating over
But why
Narnia
you saying
about
you
our?
can?
Wouldn't we?
Because you
Hang on. Wouldn't we just be debating about our beliefs?
right. But actually, you can. That's the problem here. You actually can verify it. You go there and you do it. Like you can. And there's more than 8 billion people, and you
Hey,
believe
listen.
nobody tried it, right?
Well, I thought your name was AI, but I guess it's
Yeah,
Alpha.
it's AI. It's AI.
Okay, AI. So you say we
Yeah.
can, right? You're the one with the billions of dollars in your account. I recall that's what you said.
I never said I have
Take
billions.
take
I
a
wish.
take.
Dude. I
Didn't
wish.
you? I swear you said it, man. But I'll go look back. But whatever.
Fuck, I wish, dude. I would wish.
You were trying to belittle somebody and say, I got billions of dollars in my account. And
What the fuck? I never said that, dude. You
no,
misunderstood
I'll
me.
go back about 30 minutes on the video, but whatever.
Yeah, go ahead. You never said. I wish. I wish.
You said we can. Are you sure we can? Because I do recall, in Antarctica, there is a treaty where everybody's, all the land, all the countries have a treaty there. Nobody else is allowed there.
So you
They have
believe because of
they
treaties?
have armed men,
Armaments?
guarding these certain points of the areas that you can probably, land and climb, whatever,
That's a
whatever.
waste. They're so waste or there. You believe
Why?
like people
Yeah.
are
Why would they
capable.
waste their time in Antarctica and no other land?
Okay,
Why would they?
okay. So there are people are able to rope a bank, but people are not able to on a wasteland where it's nobody, like nothing,
Nowadays it's
to
kind of
go there and
hard to
climb.
rob a
That's
bank.
not possible.
No? Nowadays it's kind of hard to rob a bank now.
That make me for not sense,
But right,
People are
it's kind
able
of hard with all the cameras
to kill to mass
and
shooting people, but are not able to go there on the wasteland and climb. That's not sense for me.
What's the topic?
the ice wall and going beyond while
He
AI over
said
here, the
that
ice wall.
it's not possible. It's not possible to go to the ice wall because there's so many police everywhere. So if you said that, right? It's police protecting
Well,
it. So you
it is
can.
guarded, not police,
Well,
but it is guarded.
do you agree that travel is restricted in the world just in general, like that you need a passport to go anywhere or to get back into your country?
That's not true.
That's not correct. You do not need
Yeah.
a passport to get back into your country, sir.
No, I don't.
Okay, where do you live?
France.
Okay, I'm a Google right now if you need any kind of passport to get into France, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I do not need any passport to travel a lot of countries, yes. You can Google that. I believe it's like maybe 26, 27 countries I can travel without a passport, yeah. You want me to list them?
I'm already on franceembassy.gov and it seems to disagree with you.
Definitely not, dude. I can.
Okay, entry into France for short-term tourism or business requires that your passport be valid for at least 3 months beyond your intended date of
Speaking about
departure.
you. I spoke about me traveling. You asked me if I'm capable if I do, you ask me that I need that passport to travel other countries, and I said no, I don't. And now you said
to get back into your country. I said, sir,
you need a passport to come to France, so it makes no sense.
No, sir.
Yeah,
if you leave France,
yes.
if you leave France, and I
Yes.
need a passport to get into France, how the
Yes.
heck, when you get back to France, do you not need anything? What do you just use your stupid French accent?
No, when I get controlled, actually, I don't need actually anything on the law, but technically, I just use my identity card.
Okay, thank you, sir. There you go. Whatever. There you go.
It's
You've
not
just
whatever.
proven to me that you are restricted to travel because without an identity card, you wouldn't be able to go back in your own country.
Yeah, definitely, I would do that. There is not such a law that I need to prove identity to police.
Okay, then why would I need a passport to enter your country? Then why would I need that to enter your country?
Because you're American.
Oh, okay. But how do they know I'm American? How do they not know I'm just France or French? How could I not just put on your accent and
Because
just
you
say,
can't
"Oh,
speak French,
I
right?
am not a
You don't
Frenchman"?
have an address here. You don't have an address here. You don't have family
You're telling me I
You don't
can't
have
look up an address there and just say I'm that person?
Yeah, you could. Maybe when you speak without an accent.
Yeah, but
and
what
then
are you
say,
going to need, right? You're going to need a France identification card, right?
Identity card for what?
Yeah, for you to say travel is not restricted is silliness, bro.
It is
It
not.
is restricted, and it's
You-
good that it's restricted. Okay,
So-
it's not
so
a
it's-
bad thing. It's not
so
terrible
it's-
that people need passports. You should agree.
So EU Schengen is free traveling in all over Europe. So I don't know what you're saying, but there's a little treaty about EU Schengen. You can look it up. It's free travel. We can free travel all over Europe. So,
Okay, cool. Is Antarctica in Europe?
So now you're speaking about Antarctic.
No, okay. Is
traveling to
America,
Antarctic.
is it free travel to travel over the oceans? Because you're
Yes,
using like
yes.
some it's a free travel.
Because-
Okay, so you
yes,
could come
yes.
to America
Yes,
without
I do.
any
And I did.
documentation.
He's
No,
ignorant.
only with my identity.
All right, hold on. There's a missed opportunity here,
I
Tor, for
went
y'all.
to French. I went.
Why
to
do you
French
need a
Guiana.
Schengen agreement if travel is free? Why do you need a Schengen agreement at all if you're free?
No, there is such an agreement, so that's why I'm free to travel in Europe. So
No,
I
it's
went
not
to
free.
French
The
Guiana.
fact that there's an agreement means that it wasn't free prior to that. The fact that there's an agreement means there are things that they're excluding from your freedom to travel.
But you're not
Look
asking
at
me.
the
Yeah, this guy denying reality.
What? I think you're lagging. Or it's me. I don't know. Hello.
You're a reality denier, dude. You're
I'm
not
not a
even
reality
living in
denier.
the same reality as anyone.
I
You're just making
like
up
I was
crap
saying,
that
he's a
doesn't
troll.
make
He's a
sense.
troll. He goes into
travel
here and
only
to the other servers.
only with identity
trolls.
card in Guyana. That's
AI, if you
Is
do not
Guyana
admit
America?
that you need identity cards to travel and passports, and that is the case, you're going to be muted. Stop lying.
Yep, AI is muted for being a troll. We can move on to other people have more fruitful discussion.
So if you put a horizontal line on the wall at 5 foot tall,
Freedom, you wouldn't need a passport if you had freedom.
you're right.
You wouldn't have to beg for one and buy one and get a picture taken and have your background checked and all that other crap. You wouldn't be begging for stamps at entry
you'd be
points at
Columbus.
airports. If you were free to travel, you wouldn't need any of that shit. So don't piss on our shoes and tell us it's raining, AI.
We would be Christopher Columbus. We would explore new lands.
That's right. You just get up and go. I keep hearing it must be a stupid fucking millennial thing where they think that they can just go anywhere and do anything. Like they have no concept of boundaries in their personal lives or boundaries for private property or contract law for that matter.
No, I think they would actually just be preferred to be owned by the government, and they think that's called freedom for some reason. I don't get it.
You're probably right. Anyway, I needed to bump in here. Sorry, Tora, for y'all for derailing this conversation, but my hope was to just get things centered and back on track because this is just wearing out the audience.
No problem.
Thank you, by the way.
Sir. Anytime,
No,
sir.
thank you for devoting your time and effort to this. So appreciate you.
I was just letting him go for a while. We had no one in here. He was filling up some airtime. His ramblings.
Yeah.
But yes, it was
It's just
painful.
amazing.
Let's just deny reality to be a contrarian. That's a great position.
Yep. People need to think more clearly, and that's what we're really on about in this community. 24/7 FE community teaches people how to think first and foremost. The conclusions we reach about our base level of existence is just a byproduct of our thinking.
Yep, is based upon presuppositions of your worldview, right? I mean,
exactly.
if you really start to, that's what got me into logic and presuppositions and all that is the flat earth. That was the first thing I stepped at. And I really think they stopped teaching you how to think and logic because they can't teach you the heliocentric model and logic next to each other. It's impossible because people would be like, this isn't illogical.
That's pretty funny and a very astute observation, I'd say. That is hilarious. Yeah, you have to wait until some high school program to get logic, or even then, most don't offer it anymore. I don't think you'd have to go to college and like talk to the philosophy department.
You don't even get the actual logic of logic to base with logic because the logic of space and the logic of all that is totally different than the logic of reality. And I think that's the clear point to be made here. Now we have two different fucking logics. It's like dialetheism of logics.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. That's why they can't teach the proper form of logic. They just can't. Because there's not one globe proof that is not fallacious. And if anyone would like to attempt to make one, let's go.
Here's the thing. They tell you they see the globe on microscopic amounts through a theodolite, like a 0.0 degree of a curve, right? But then when they're a little bitty guy standing there in a room, they can't put a horizontal line on the wall at 5 foot. And then for flat earth, any horizontal line is flat earth elevation. So what they need to do is show us where the globe starts. Put 100 marks next to my flat earth 5 foot horizontal line on the wall that's vertically up 5 foot, and then just put 100 globe marks to show the 105 feet for the globe. If none of them can do this, then they don't have the math. They don't have calculations. They don't have anything. They haven't. Then they don't make any sense. Their math is pointless if they can't show us the math on the wall.
Well, yeah, I mean, this should be an easy place to mark, right? Because there's no logical path of angle of reflection to your eye from the surface that is angled away from you in the first place.
Right. And up close and personal, if they just can't put a dot on the wall next to my 5 foot to show their 5 foot and keep going and put 99 more and show 99 different 5 feet under themselves, then how does anyone ever survey with it? How does anybody ever use it? How does anybody calculate for it if there is no known physical attribute of the calculation they're making? There's no earth curve stencil. There's no physical tangible.
Yeah, we need them to go out there, take your little calculator, go out there, tell us where you think it is, then go out and measure it, and then show the difference. And then show us how accurate your calculation was. And then go do multiple measurements to show us how accurate your measuring is. Like, this is just what you do, and they don't do it.
They stop at 0.003 of a fucking degree from one mountaintop to another mountaintop, and they say, "Yep, case closed. Let's get the suit, put all the stuff up. We're done." Yeah. Here's my thing: if you've seen 1 degree of tilt, right, 1 degree of an inch, put 100 more fucking flags behind that bitch, and they should all end up equaling a fucking inch or 8 inches or 2. They should start diverging from each other accordingly, more and more and more and more. That's what we need.
Right. So the greater the distance, the further the divergence, and it gets more and more obvious. Exactly. That's why it's good to operate at that scale and at such scales where it becomes very clear very quickly what's going on.
Right. The bigger the object is, the more of a drop you're going to fucking be able to see and touch and be on and be a part of. The attribute of said drop would be a part of your fucking reality somewhere, like the hill in your backyard. Now, we all know hills in our backyard exist, but it's just so funny the Earth curve hill doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's got to be bothersome, not being able to measure the drop over the distance. A real dilemma. What up, Heretic, bro? That's a new captain in the house. He's got a sweet little boat, right, Heretic?
Can't hear you, man, if you're trying to talk to us.
Any better? Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you. I was wondering if Heretic on video was going to chat.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Have you guys ever talked with Heretic before?
Yeah, he's on mute.
Yeah. He's been in and out here and there, present a lot. I like his contributions.
Nice.
He lends some good technical expertise when it's needed, and I think that's much appreciated.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the more we grow, you're going to see more and more people with science and engineering backgrounds get into this. And things are going to get way more technical over time. You just wait. It already is.
Yeah, this is just the beginning stages. That's the beauty of it. Like, we got in on the ground floor. This stuff's going to blow up, man.
Yeah, it's still early to get in.
It's still early in the game for a Glober to be able to shut it all down and stop the train at its tracks and be like, whoa, horsey.
Yeah, you don't want to be like an old man, like 86-year-old on your deathbed, and then figure out that Earth was flat the whole time. Like, that would just suck. Now's the time. Seize the moment.
It's now or never. Don't be
Yeah,
jumping on the bandwagon.
It's funny you say that too, because my dad's like 65, and he's like, "Man, what the heck? Why did It's hard. It's hard for people when they're older to figure this stuff out because your mind isn't working as good as it once was. So retaining all this information is going to be difficult. So yeah, you're going to want to understand this. You're going to want to understand the worldview. You're going to want to understand what's presupposed. You need to get that done now.
Exactly right. Use your mind while you still have it. And don't waste your time chasing down these rabbit trails. There's a huge feast of nonsense available to this community and its members to take them off track. Don't go for it. Like, I'd recommend everybody go grab, I don't know, some high school physics and chemistry textbooks. Go pick up a copy of like Thermodynamics for Dummies. And not saying like commit yourself to memorizing things, but just thumb through it, use it as a reference. A lot of this stuff we had when we were kids and we forgot about, never had to use because we're doing boring wage slave jobs in corporate America. So we lose a lot of what we learned from natural science and mathematics. Despite how crappy public schools are, they still give us a good base knowledge foundation of understanding if we want to accept what we're learning, and we can use that. And most people don't. Most people forgot. Most people are too lazy to re-engage their knowledge and their education.
Yeah, and when you've made a big change in your mind like this, it's not a bad idea to go back over what you've learned, because what you're going with this perspective, you're going to add all kinds of new light. Even if you went back to chemistry class or any of this stuff, you would be like, "Oh, okay, this makes a lot more sense now." You know what I mean?
What about motion detection for talking on your stuff? So your stuff's muted when it doesn't feel vibration. Then when you go, hey, you guys, and just like the word hey basically unlocks it in a way. The vibration, you know, when you say hey, then it's like, then it's unmuted. Then you go, all right.
Yeah, it's
Then
cool stuff. I mean, software will look for deformation that matches a waveform for hey.
yeah, so that'd be pretty cool to have like a microphone headset that's always muted until you talk. Until you talk at all. Like if you don't say nothing, anything anywhere else can't really do it. It has to take the vibration
Yeah.
again.
It'd have to either turn on really quick or always be listening locally and buffer it. So that way when you talk, it can go back a little bit and catch up.
Well, I don't know technology today. I think it'd be pretty quick. Like when you see the green thing light up, and then it'd be like one more time, and then we start talking. Green thing lights up. Hey, you guys, what's up? You know what I mean? It'd be a slight delay, but that's it. It'll be real time for what he's hearing and everything. So you'll just probably have a delay right before you hear his voice start. So it'll be like green, then he'll talk, or I'll talk. You know, whatever. Yeah, exactly like what you're saying. But I don't think the headset, like your earphones, usually don't have like a fucking sound delay most of the time, do they? I mean, most of the time. I mean, not
No.
a good one.
Well, higher end headset have a sound dampener where background noise is going to be canceled out until you start talking. But those are
Right.
higher end headphones. But yeah.
And I got an idea for a pair of earphones that won't never fall out of your ear. Well, I mean, they will if you want them to, but they won't if you don't want them to. I mean, you control the power. But we're still looking for somebody to be able to put the 100 dots on the wall so they can show us their, we need to talk to the best globe blueprint surveying curve calculating professor, their best formula maker, make sure he's not drunk on his own formula. And then he can come up and then on the wall, he can go, here's a 5-foot marker that would mark 5-foot elevation at the beginning of a globe elevation. That'd be the only one that can be 5 foot for a globe at this point. It would match the flat earth one. Now the flat earth one, the difference between the two is the flat earth one is the same everywhere. Same 5 foot from sea level everywhere for everybody on flat earth. Now on a globe, 5 foot has to go underneath itself. Right there, right then and there, from the first dot you put, not a horizontal line I gave them, from a dot that you put on the wall. Every other dot has to be below the next dot. It cannot line up with it. That'd be impossible to have an outlay of a sphere unless the dots were lower than their self. From the first dot you put, that has to be the highest dot. That's going to be the representation of the 5 foot mark. Now, at the end of my horizontal line, they just put their dots, 100 dots, show their 5 foot, 105 feet that all go below each other. That's all they have to do, and they can't do that up close and personal anywhere. So if they can't, when you know they're a mile away from Bob or 6 miles away from you, or they live 10 miles away, say, hey, go in your backyard. Is the water curbing in your backyard? Well, it looks like it is from my house, Bob. I'm 10 miles away from you. And I can tell you what, a big lake in your backyard looks like it's curving. And you go out and look at the lake and you're looking and you're measuring your shit and you put something, you're like, no curve. Bob, can you pour some water on that 8-inch hill you got in your yard right there? Yeah, that's my earth curve. That's the first 8 inches of the mile. I'm actually 2 miles away from you. So can you just get 8 inches of water to stick to that? Not, just pour it on there and it'll sit there. No, no globe. This is easy, guys. Phone a friend, and depending on how far away he is how many inches of water he should be able to pour on the hill in his backyard, and it should be able to set like that because that is the curve from you by the Earth Curves calculator.
All right. On another note, are we bolstering the 24/7 the PNR Discord? Isn't this the same one that is going to be shortly asking for your upload of your driver's license to verify your identity? Is this the one?
I have no clue, and if they do, I don't know. Hope not. Do not resuscitate.
Yeah, I think I mean I got a notification saying all like next month, everybody in the PNR server is going to be required to prove their identity.
Yeah, I'll be out of here.
Well, don't we already do? Doesn't your Google shit already do that? Doesn't everything already do that anyway, guys? It's 2024, so like, yeah, I wouldn't be. I mean, you guys are listen. Most of the cars, unless you got an older car past a certain date, are tracked and recorded. All your other stuff's recorded. These motherfuckers record animals, dude. Come on, let's get real. If they need to put a microphone in a cat's ass, they'll do it. They need to put a camera in a cat's eye. I'm not kidding. If they need to put a microphone in a camera's eye, they did it back in the 20s, dude, and they cost them $20 million and they did it. Who cares? What I'm saying is they'll do what they need to do. So don't worry too much unless you're like a psychopathic killer, murderer, unless you're like trying to be really secretive or hide or do anything crazy. You really don't have much to worry about if you're just a normal Joe. I mean, really.
Well, the people that I think it's not all of Discord. It's specifically this server, right? Boys or girls who think there are boys or whatever who run this show here, who are completely
Right.
sane, probably. They're the ones who will have your identity.
That's odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like signing up on a private website. It just directly goes to the owner of that website.
I mean, right now it's not the case. But I did get the notification saying, and I'm putting it out there as to say, do you really want to put your support behind building this thing? If that's the case, I haven't shown that to be the case. So
Yeah, but when you sign online and stuff, you're signing on from your server, from your IP.
If you don't have a VPN or something like that, they can get you somebody, through the, all they got to do is hack Google's mainframe and they got you. But like, who can do that? As far as this goes, it's just, if this is the case, all it is that the owners of the server, who are just some guys who or girls or guys who are girls or whatever, who made a thing on the internet and said, well, tell me who you are.
Hey, do you agree, No Tanks, that all events in your life and history have been recorded?
Yeah, it's pretty trippy, but yeah.
Yeah, right. And so that's the thing is like that I have trouble with. How do you know that this isn't being used for the benefit of you? You know, how do you know it's a cynical reason that they're listening in for it?
Well, I mean, wow. You mean if somebody like another human being recording me and all my events? No, I don't think. I've been
I
in
know.
a
How
lot
do
of
you
rooms.
know this isn't? How do you know this isn't God's way of recording all of your events?
The Discord?
No, everything. I mean, before Discord, it was probably
Yeah.
something else, and before that, it was probably something else. And all these people talk about old world technology. How do we know that wasn't that as well?
I guess it would have to be. I'd have to have a standard to measure good and bad, and if that standard changed, then it wouldn't even be good or bad. It would have to be an absolute standard.
True that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's different people with different standards of what's good and bad, I mean, yeah, I mean, then I said you're answering to somebody whose standard isn't absolute and could change at any moment, as far as the Discord goes. But if you're answering to God, like somebody who creates the standard, then there's no choice but for that to be the absolutely good standard to be watched. But I would say that the past. I would try to maybe like rationalize it to the past, present, and future are different places, because God is like, listen, I'm going to do you to look away. You're welcome. Now, I can come back to this and watch this if you're really going to keep on praying to me about it, but I'm going to do you a solid. I'm going to look away, and you can just know what you did.
Wait, you lost me on that one. The past, present, and future are all different.
Yeah, I would like to rationalize it and say that the past, the present, and the future are actually accidents, anything besides present and future. So he can say, "Listen, I'm not watching. I'm not watching you. I can go back into the past and watch you, or I can go to the future and watch you, but you're kind of a freak. So I'm going to do you a solid. I'm going to look away. But just know I can look at you some other time."
Okay, gotcha.
And nobody wants to see that, but you'll know what you did. I don't want to see it. Nobody wants to see it, but it can be seen. Just know it could be brought up and used against you.
What do you think if someone asked for visual evidence of flat Earth? Do you think specular reflections are pretty good visual evidence? Right? Can't happen if the surface is curved.
Well, I'm not sure what he's asking for because I've asked him to clarify for me about 3 times, but he just doesn't want to do that. I'm assuming pictures from space because that's what he was claiming last night.
Oh, gotcha. So we just got to go to Narnia and take a picture.
He just jump out, did he?
He did.
He sent me a message. He's challenged me here last night to a formal debate with a moderator on a staged event. He sent me a message, so I accepted it, but asked him to confirm whether he wanted to go ahead with it, but he hasn't confirmed yet.
You could let him know. I'd be willing to moderate that.
I'd be willing to debate Professor Dave, Mick Toon, and FTFE at the same time. 3v1.
D-Mog, you see you're in the latest anti-flat Earth hit piece.
I am.
Yeah, you haven't watched it?
They can't
You
handle.
probably
They can't handle the DMOC. It's too much DMOC for them.
It's an 8-hour anti-flat Earth hit piece, bro.
Holy shit! Who would sit there for 8 hours?
Who put that together?
It's this guy on YouTube called Veritas. And the weird part is the last time I checked, I had like 80,000 views. How does 80,000 people have 8 hours of time? What? I don't know, man. If they would have just taken that amount of time to measure the drop over the distance, holy cow. Dude, it's up to 156,000 views.
Yeah, that's why all the anti-flat Earth YouTubers get into it. They're like, oh shit! Like everything else I did in my life did not amount to this many views. Let me talk about the flat Earth and just talk shit, and then people will care about what I say.
Yeah, but you could do that insulting their mothers instead. Because, like, my mother gave birth to a god. Their mothers gave birth to a deficit. So.
I think you and D-Mock would make a great conversation.
Heretic, how's that boat
D-Mock,
coming along?
the shark guy here, D-Mock's the guy that's, like, usually, like, fucking retard. That's that guy, eh? Is he the guy that's usually, like, dealing with the globe Earth arguments? Is that D-Mock?
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. If you, the guy calls,
Yeah,
you say he calls them retards and stuff. Yeah.
I hope so.
He's like we try to have an honest conversation with them at first, and when they show the dishonesty, we just let D-Mock have them.
Nice.
How's that boat coming along, Heretic?
I haven't had it delivered yet. Probably this weekend. Being lazy, but I also didn't put the oil in my bike yet either. Being lazy. I'm like,
I didn't even know they sold tank tops in Canada, bro. That's crazy.
No, I stole this from America. It's freaky getting across the border. They're like, do you have anything to declare? I was like, no. They're like, any tank tops in there? I was like, starting to sweat. I was like, I could really use a tank top right now. Getting nervous. They're like, do you have any fruit in there? I'm like, just me. Just me.
They're always worried about seeds, man. They don't want you bringing seeds anywhere. They're like, keep your seeds to yourself.
Yeah, you better not be planting any invasive species. Those bring insects. And we don't have passports for bugs. I can't check a mosquito's passport. Dude, have you ever seen Border Patrol and how serious they take their job? Like, if you got, like, a little bit of darkness in you, and you're crossing the south border, like, these guys are like, look at your ID, look at you, hold it up. Like, if I was Mexican, I would just learn a really good fake North Carolina or South Carolina accent. Or if you could get, like, a Boston accent going, like, it'd be more convincing. You just get to the border and be like, "G'day, mate." Oh wait, that's Australian. Don't do that. They'll be like, "Where the fuck are you coming from?"
Get the hell out of here, man.
How did you get down here? Australia's that way, buddy. How did Boston sound? Boston, Mass.
I'm just trying to
Sorta.
drive my car over the border here, you know.
Yeah, there it is. That's the one. Do that one. Get the Mexicans to talk like this when they come through the border. Just be like, hey, I'm just heading home. I got a wife, you know what I mean? The old ball and chain, the kids, they're screaming probably. This bitch, I tell you, she won't let me take a break. And they'll be like, come on in, sir. And then you're like, andale, arriba. And then you just like get all your friends to jump out of the ditch and into the back of the truck. Helping Mexicans day by day. My sister works with immigration. And I'm just like, you're not bringing enough people over, dude. I need more friends. I need more people coming over here to Canada so we can all be sorry. Because, like, this place kind of sucks without yous. I'm going to be honest. Like, we have too little people here. We need more people. More people, more fun. The more the merrier. Red Rover. Anybody who wants to be Canadian, come on over. The borders are open. We got food. We got water. We got culture. We got music. We got trees. Tons of land. Great Lakes. Okay, Justin motherfucking Trudeau. And some conservative weirdos that are awesome as hell, too. Also, Drunky McDriverson and Freebase Freeland are pretty cool people, too. They're not good politicians, but they're pretty cool people. So if you guys come here, we'll probably give you like 5 to 10 grand, business or student loan, and then you come here, and then like you'll all be sorry. You'll love it. You'll fall in love.
You want 10 grand? Hey, I'm walking here. I'm walking up to Canada. Okay, we don't want you invasive species. I'm walking here. 10 grand? I'm walking here.
I'm tobogganing here.
Yeah. I'm skiing here.
We got you a baby Hindenburg. You don't got to walk. We'll attach your wheelchair. We have a wheelchair attachment for handicap, accessible fucking hot air balloons, and we got you, brother.
Bro, actually, I was thinking of because my buddy's on the same trip as me with airships. Like the efficiency of airships is just
like me.
So amazing. If you're into it too, bro, just add
Yeah,
salt to
just
water,
run it up.
electrolysis, run those pumps. So you got to separate the buoyancy of the gases. So one will run out this way before it gets up
you're
to here.
using heat. Hold on. You're using heat.
And then you can pump that into a compressor
this
and then you
out.
can fill your balloons.
Listen to this, brother. Once you get the electricity, right? Once you get the start, you can alternate that. Then the air pump itself will produce enough heat. It's heat, like so. When you're
going hot air balloon. You want a hot air balloon?
Listen. When you fill your tire up, the air in the fucking tube puts so much heat out in kinetic energy. It's what not inflames, but inflates. So the inflation rate or compressed air or the heated compressed thing, right? It's in a way, it's all like, yeah. Unless you spin it. Well, I mean, think about it. There's nothing really in the tire. And then you turn your electrical pump on and it's a fan and it pulls in the air and it heats up that air. It's compressing the fucking air, pulling it, pushing it through that tube. It's got to be forced through that tube and then through that little nozzle into the tire. So it kind of freezes in a way, but then heats up. It's fucking weird, but yeah. Because all the energy, just like in that little rubber tube that you just force the air in, it's got kinetic energy. Now, once it gets to the tire, it's not going to be flowing around the tire to heat up unless you drive the car. If you notice in the summer, your pressure will increase, or when you start driving the car, the tire pressure will increase by 1 pound or so.
Yeah, your tires heat up from the friction on the road.
Right, and it makes the inside gas inflate more.
That makes a lot of sense. I didn't know that. I never thought of it, but yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So, well, I mean, you also got helium, which is, it's not hot, but it came from a hot thing. It's the offset of the heat.
Hold up.
Yeah. So you can use the compressed air, and if you have the hose, the tube, the actual tube, if it's like a metal, right, it can do some of the work for you. Like you can get it to such a fucking crazy heat. It's got to do some kind of work, right? It'll keep the balloon inflated, like a hot air balloon. Yeah.
I'm
Your hot air.
expanding here.
Well, I'm just saying, if you rub the tube, the compressed air tube inside the balloon on the outside edge, keep running it around and around and around all the way up, and then around and around and around all the way back down, all the way
That
back
makes
down.
sense.
It'll heat the inside of your balloon up with the compressed air through the plastic tube where it heated up real, because when you touch a fucking compressed air tube, it's real hot, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So it'll heat the shit up. So if you ran out of flame, you could still heat it up a certain way. You could have different ways. You can have a vibrating magnet with a piece of rubber, compress the air and push it through, and then it'll go through the tube, and that's your air pump.
Vibrating rubber. What?
A magnet with a rubber on it, like a cylinder of rubber, and it'll go in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And that fluctuation of the kinetic energy of the rubber produces compressed air in the thing.
Damn.
Yeah, it's basically just kinetic energy, like you slapping a turkey to cook it. What? I'm serious. They've actually done that in a lab. They put this hand on a turkey and they put it on a motor and they start smacking the turkey until it cooked. They cooked the turkey by smacking it.
Damn.
What the? They really did that, man. I'm telling you. Unless all those videos are so fake and I'm stupid as hell. They smacked a turkey cooked. They cooked that
It
bitch.
does make sense. It does. With enough of that kinetic energy. It'll heat it up.
Well,
And
it's
cook
movement. Yeah, your thing's going.
it.
Yeah.
A little personal there, but I get what you're saying.
That's how an air compressor works.
That's how love works, when a man loves a woman.
No, that's how hydrogen and helium work. When hydrogen and helium love each other, they come together in the vacuum of space and they make a baby son.
A baby son. So stupid. Oh man, that's funny.
That's not my story. That's the story of Goldilocks and the two gases.
Oh fuck, that's funny. My bad. I said duck. Honey.
No, but think about it, brother. There's a lot of ways to do it. Once you get going forward and you have any air coming in or air pushing in or anything like that, you can do work with that too. You can do work with it. You can do work with it acoustically. So you can put like a musical instrument, like a flute that goes to something else, that go to condense it. You keep, and then so you'll get the harmonics.
I drum for him. Pum 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 pum.
Thermal acoustics. So once you make a certain frequency and it's aimed at a certain thing or whatever, a tube or a container with stuff in it, it'll react a certain way. And that's how they do thermal acoustics. Just by the vibration.
I'm a musician. I think that's fucking interesting. I don't spend too much time thinking about the temperature of sound. Yeah,
Listen, brother, any musical instrument is a fucking motor. It is a reactor. It is a conductor. You are basically you're conducting shit. Brother. You are conducting stuff.
Usually pouring my heart out and crying. That's my thermoducts are leaking.
No, I'm saying you're conducting the elements in front of you. There's a static field, there's a resonance, there's a frequency or a tone. We have stone, that's STONE, and then we have tone. What develops the form of stone is the tone, in a way, the atonement, right? The atom.
And yes, atone to your Lord.
Well, whatever this magical shit is, that the bond of whatever that they say has to be of whatever, like, does it even work that way? Who knows?
Question. Who does
Is
know?
it just a diamagnetic or magnetic thing to where things separate or force each other together depending on which one overpowers the other, thus causing like a chaotic fucking balance of nature?
Question, man.
Did you say you have a question?
No, I said it was a good question. Sorry, I pulled out my microphone and I'm just like talking into my computer.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'm gonna go, but I'll come back with better audio. I'm sorry. I fell asleep for a few hours and I came up saying ridiculous things. I woke up saying ridiculous things. Having ridiculous thoughts, but I was listening. Basically woke up to you guys talking about flat Earth like 30 minutes ago. I was like, no way today is starting like this, but it's begun already. Late.
Just try to find out where you can put those 100 dots on the wall to show someone how each dot goes under itself to show each mark of elevation of 5 foot.
I think I haven't heard this 45-minute conversation. I have, or hour long. I don't know how long it's been.
So you're gonna do it then, right?
I already have it in my mind.
I know, but I want you to find an actual person to do it on their wall.
Their wall?
They're a real physical wall with their hand and a real physical Sharpie marker. And then we'll all record that. We'll write the math. We'll write the formula down. We'll print it out. And then everybody will have, the Earth curve. We'll know what it looks like up close and personal.
Okay. You've been keeping up with your drawings, D-Monk?
A little bit. I mean, once I draw them, everybody cries. All the Globers cry.
Yeah, they do cry. I've seen about like 100 of your drawings. That's why I was asking if you're still making them.
I like the one with the helicopter hovering right there at 130 and being able to see no Earth in front of him or no Earth below him.
Interesting.
I like that one where you just see space down below you and no dirt and water, and in front of you, no dirt and water. The globe is behind you. You're hovering in your helicopter. It's awesome.
Well, I will say this: it is time to get my day started. But what that means is only I have to use the washroom and go wash my hands and come back in 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be back. This is interesting. This is interesting. About that, a lot of Americans. Where's that Canadian guy? What's his name again? He was. Hey, what was that guy's name? That was funny. That the whole thing was funny about not bringing in invasive species. That's funny. Like, oh yeah, that's what got me out of bed today. Listening to you guys talk about that now, like whatever. But I think about crossing the border with seeds and everything. Okay, that whole little bit or whatever the fuck, that was funnier. Like I watch a lot of like amateur stand-up comedy. That was way funnier than what most people do for stand-up comedy.
You talking about me?
Talking about invasive species. Well, you're very funny too. Yeah, was that you talking about crossing the Canadian border? It was you and somebody else. The interaction was
No,
hilarious.
that wasn't me, but I'm saying, yeah, that was my point with the bats. Like you can't, and people saying they can do what they want. Like, yeah, you can't even bring a flower over here. They don't want you to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, yeah, you were a part of that conversation for sure. You and that other guy, whoever that was hilarious. Funnier than most stand-up comedy, like amateur
What I
stand-up
tell
comedy.
people, is just to go make their own jet or their own little airplane or their own hot air balloon. Put country of FU on it, right? From FU, right, on the hot air balloon, and sell to North Korea and land, and then talk to Kim Jong-un live, and then come back and just tell us how it went.
I'd be afraid of getting shot down flying over the border.
What do you mean you can't go everywhere?
No. Well, unless you're in a Chinese air balloon, that might work.
So the North Koreans will let a China balloon come over them? I don't know about that.
I don't know. They did it over South Korea last week, didn't they? Remember that news story?
Oh, is that the same China that put balloons over America?
Well, North Korea supposedly put their balloons, you know what I'm talking about, over South China, and the Chinese balloons are a separate thing. I don't know exactly how it all
So
works.
hold on a minute. So the little guy, North Korea, is like, do. They're like, we're gonna send our balloons over to Big China and tell them what's up. There's nothing they
That's
can
what
do about it.
happened. If you were following the news last week, that's exactly what happened. I don't understand why, but that's what happened.
That's the funniest shit. So China said "F you, America" and sent balloons over America, and then Kim Jong Un sitting there like, man, what's gonna be my next big move? Man, F you, China. China, you want to send stuff over America? You think you're big stuff? I'm gonna send a balloon over you. And they send a balloon. He sends his balloons over there.
Okay, where did that my next big move? Oh
Yeah, he's
God,
like, what can I do, man? What kind of balloon show can I put on?
that's so stupid
These
but funny.
motherfuckers. He said he went to the sun, brother. North Korea said they made it to the sun.
Well, China made their own what they call the artificial sun, where they had this
No,
huge
brother.
nuclear reactor thing.
No, you're not listening. They made it to the sun. North Korea said they landed people on the fucking sun.
Really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
You better, hey, Kim Jong Un doesn't shit.
Oh yeah, or pee. He doesn't go pee.
So, do you think that makes sense?
I mean, he is our great leader.
Listen, do you think that makes sense? Is what I asked you.
My leader. No.
So,
Yeah,
no, it
yeah.
doesn't make sense that a human doesn't pee or poop, right?
It makes sense because he's my leader.
So, does it
Because
make sense that he's the only one that went to the moon then, and you can't do nothing about it because he can't
that's a
poop and
good
pee
point. Now
because he
you're
doesn't have
making
to use the bathroom. So
absolutely.
if there's a Kim Jong Un, they can get on your spaceship and not stink it up. They don't have to poop. No
Good point.
poop.
They'd be your best space commanders for that reason
Yeah,
alone.
we need to get some of his blood and clone a whole bunch of non-pooing babies.
Let's clone them all. Start reproducing these little things.
Pokey clone, gotta clone them all. You know,
Yeah, catch them all. Yeah, exactly.
that's the way you got to do. That's the way you got to do gases too. If you're a
Yeah, you got
Glover,
your
you
own
got to
little
get
North Korean yet? It's like kids at school will like start making fun of each other. Hey, do you have a North Korean? It's like not yet. It's like yeah, you're poor. Your parents won't buy you a little North Korean to go to the moon.
I didn't say that. I said we need a Pokemon gas to be able to catch the fucking gases like helium and hydrogen. You got to write helium on the Pokeball and then throw it out and be like, I choose you, helium, and then throw the Pokeball out and it catches only helium 100%. And then you take it in the
We're
lab.
talking. Emok, we are on the same page. Oh.
So I don't know where to get helium from in nature unless I have a Pokemon container.
Oh, don't you know about the new Pokemon they made? They call them Heliumon. And that's where it comes from. The Heliumon, it runs around and it's a bunch of helium for the Earth. Helium.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
So
You don't
why
know?
is helium
You're
in a
just
cold
keeping
place?
up, dude. All the kids have helium cards. You crazy?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. All the kids are riding helium balloons diagonal to space and horizontally on this
Now you're
globe.
getting it. You understand now.
Yeah. So when you guys go up in high altitude, be looking for anything to be to be floating towards the sun. Any balloons? Not
Right, yeah.
floating.
It's actually an aviation threat. But that's the world we live in. What are you gonna do about it?
It's an aviation threat for balloons to float horizontally on a globe.
I certainly wouldn't be flying around in a Boeing aircraft now, knowing that these things are out there.
Well, remember, my horizontal is your vertical, depending on where you're standing, right? So when I release my balloon from this part of the globe, why does it not go horizontal to appear vertical in your view?
No,
How
it's
come you
getting
can
too
never see?
complex for me. I'm gonna leave this up to another expert. I will be back though.
Hold
I'll
on
be
a second.
listening.
Hold on. If I go past the curve and I'm tilted that way, now shouldn't my vertical be horizontal to you? Now, when I release my helium balloon on a globe, it shouldn't come up for you to see it if you're looking at me 5 miles away past the curve. My helium balloon
It would
should go.
come at me.
Stop
I would think it would.
talking. Stop talking. My helium balloon should go horizontal to space past the curve because I'm down. My head's that way. So when I lift up my helium balloon and my head's facing towards the sun now, you should never see my helium balloon rise in your view, no matter how many miles away you are, if you're past the curve. Does everyone understand this?
Yes.
Do you understand, ET?
I would think it would come at you at a diagonal angle.
I said if the guy went past the curve, you can't see him no more. You can't zoom him back in. You can't bring him in optically. Now, if his boat's down around a fucking curve and his head is facing that way towards the sun, the same way you're looking, his head's not vertically facing up no more. His helium balloon should never be seen by you raising up, correct?
Do you see what you're saying?
Yes. Now, go get a helium balloon. Go get a helium balloon and stand at the other end of a lake. Have your buddy stand about 5 miles, 3 miles, 1 mile, whatever, to where he can't see you. Now release your helium balloon. Once you release your helium balloon, if he can see the helium balloon going vertically up, you're not on a fucking ball. Pokemon.
But do you comprehend that the larger the sphere
Do you
is,
comprehend you need to see the helium balloon or not? So no helium balloon means globe. Hold on, you don't even comprehend the premise of my fucking shit. This is my shit, not yours. You don't tell me.
you say that if you can see the balloon at all, then it means that
You're on a flat earth. That's right, stupid.
You are fucking awesome, dude. You're
Now
so
listen. Listen to what I said. If you can't see the helium balloon rise up, that means you're on a flat earth. Correct.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, stupid fuck. If you can see the helium balloon, that means you're on a globe.
No.
No, because you won't be able to see the helium balloon on a globe, correct?
Do you know about
Do
geometry?
you understand what I'm telling you, stupid? I have a ball right here in front of me. The boat. I have a camera on the top of this ball. It's a real sphere. We don't need your opinion. We don't need your opinion. We don't need your opinion.
Show me the
Go
fucking
get a ball.
ball, or I
Go get
will
a
not
ball.
believe you.
Go get a ball. You don't need me
No.
to show you.
Show
I
me
don't
the
do
fucking
shows.
ball.
You're gonna show yourself, fucking idiot. Go get a ball.
All of your
You're gonna
flat
do it
earthers
yourself.
just
You're gonna
love
do it
talking out
yourself.
of
No,
their
you're not
ass.
gonna talk about what a flat earther does because the globe are gonna do it. You're gonna go get a ball, globe bitch,
I
and
have
you're gonna
never
show what it
seen.
looks like. So you don't want to touch a ball now.
Show me the
Listen to
fucking
this
ball.
fucking idiot talk about anything he fucking can, but getting a ball and a boat. Now take that boat and move it out of your view. Put your camera directly down on that ball, right? Your camera sitting on top of the sphere. Now move that object, that boat, out of your fucking view. Now put a toothpick on the top of that boat where the guy's going to be pointing, where his head's going to be going. It's not going to be going towards. It's going to be going towards space that way. When you release a helium balloon, which direction does it go? Vertically above your head, the same way the toothpick would be pointing. Dumbass. Now, if you're on flat Earth and I look out like this, right? And you're saying, no, you're not on a flat Earth. You're on a globe. A globe, when you go away from me and you release the balloon, I won't be able to see it.
Okay,
I won't be able to
starting
see
to
it.
get it.
Now on flat Earth, I'll see the balloon rise up vertically. The only thing a balloon can do from flat Earth, no matter how far away you are from me, is rise up vertically. Now you're vertical. I think the thing you got confused was I might have missaid because I've had to say it so many times while you guys are talking. So I might have misspoke. Sorry, but what I'm trying to say is you're fucking vertical now past the curve when your head's facing that way towards the sun. Is now my horizontal is your vertical. Your horizontal is my vertical. So now your balloons don't fly horizontally. They fly vertically. This is what I'm proving. Only vertically. They don't go horizontally. They don't go all directions from a sphere out. This is what we're proving right here. So if you release your balloon, I can't see your boat. I can't see you. You release your balloon, zoom in. I can see your balloon. You're on flat Earth. That's the premise. That's it. Sorry if I misspoke.
I think I'm starting to get it.
Right. And you can do it with a real ball. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't want you to believe anything I say. I'm not going to go get anything. I've already done it for myself. That's why I'm speaking on it. I wouldn't
Honestly,
speak on
I
it.
love that demonstration. That was a great demonstration.
Well, I mean, I actually did it on Google. If you Google Demont, you can see my ball and what I did and how I do it and what I'm talking about if you want. You can see the video. But I didn't do exactly that, but it just shows you what a real attribute of a ball would be. If a building goes over the curb out of your way and you can't see the H part for the helicopter, if I'm a helicopter pilot, I want to go up and see the H to where I'm going to this building to land, right? If the building is 5 miles or so many miles out, 1.22 miles, whatever, right? And I can't see it now, that building has to be tilted away from me at a certain point of degree, like an actual angle tilt. Yes. And no matter how high I flap in my helicopter from that position, I'm not going to go forward, just up. I'll never be able to see the H. Never.
So
On a
you
boat.
have conducted this experiment yourself.
On a small scale, yes.
Do you still have the ball?
Brother, I just told you, Google Demach. You'll see it. It's fucking live on video. What the
I'm not
hell?
gonna Google your balls, no.
Oh my fucking God. You're asking me if I have the thing that you want to see, that I'm telling you to watch the video of the thing you want to see. Holy fuck.
I'm just joking. I'm gonna Google it right now.
Okay, okay. It's a 4 foot by 4 foot ball. It's about 8 foot. So it's a pretty
What
good
is it
size.
in meters?
It's 4 foot, brother. Google it. 4 foot. It's an 8 foot ball, 8 foot tall. 4 foot half, 4 foot half. Does that help you?
Do I just Google your name and then ball?
Just put Demmoch, DEMMOCH, and you'll see videos, flat earth videos. How to debunk a ball.
Oh, Everett Anderson?
No, it's Demmoch, God damn it. I never made the videos, other people did. I mean, I made a video and showed them, and they recorded and did what they wanted. You understand how people do that? They edit shit. Yeah. So it's probably under everybody else's name, but my name, Demmoch, is who's the one that made the video to show them. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I produced the video and made it in my backyard. Now, whoever recorded that and used it their way, I have no clue. I couldn't. There's so many Globers that used it, bro, and that's how it got on YouTube. It didn't get on YouTube or Google from me. It got on there from a Glober. Yeah, I didn't even put. I've never put any of. Huh?
Have you saved the ball? Do you still have it?
I think so.
I need to study.
Listen, brother,
scientific reasons.
go get you a beach ball. Get a big beach ball from Walmart or the dollar store for like $5. They're like a 10-foot tall, 5-foot tall, 3-foot. They got different ones at the store. I mean, different beach balls. You can get them different sizes.
Ooh.
But what you're looking for is the toothpick. Put a little helium balloon on the toothpick, like a little party balloon. You get like what are those little balloons you get on Valentine's Day? Stuck the little straws and shit for lady. Like you get the little balloon on the straw. Take that, and that'll represent which way the helium's going to go. Stick it on the top of your boat as it's sitting on sitting on a horizontal plane. Stick it on there, and then move your boat away. And the way that balloon is facing is the way helium should be flying that way, right? But once the guy gets out of your view totally, when he releases the helium balloon, it should go that way, and you shouldn't see it go up vertically. You should never be able to see it go up vertically, ever.
Can I try to expand your mind?
Yeah, you can use a real helium balloon too. You can get a real little helium balloon, fill it up, let it go, and it'll rise from the boat, and it's going to go vertically up to show you you're on flat Earth.
No, what I'm asking is, can you try to entertain a thought experiment with me?
Sure, I can do a non-physical experiment without a globe. Yes. What do you want?
Imagine a circumference.
24,901.
Huh?
A circumference? 24,901 of 24,901 miles, or what?
Just a geometrical circumference.
360 is 360 no matter what. I mean, what are we doing?
It doesn't matter what size it is. We're in the world
so it's
of ideas.
360 degrees.
Yeah.
So what are we doing?
Zoom in. Zoom in on one of its points. What does the line become if you zoom in far enough?
An arc, a protractor.
It becomes a straight line if
No,
you
it
zoom
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Are you talking about your computer screen or a real sphere?
in. I'm talking about a sphere from the realm of ideas.
Well, how the fuck is that going to help us see what a sphere is doing if it's only an idea? That's not going to help us in physical reality. What you need to do is go get a granite, crystal, glass, or a cue ball, and then you zoom in on it in real life and show us what the fuck you just claimed. Show us the horizontals. If you can't do that, then shut up and stop making shit up. And that doesn't fit reality at all. So I can't imagine a fucking spherical arc to ever be a horizontal line. No matter how much you zoom in on the arc, it doesn't become an unarc. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that you do
Okay,
not
so go get a
understand.
real sphere, like a crystal one, something solid, glass, granite, cue ball, pool ball, and zoom in on the motherfucker.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, sir.
You're a Jew.
I'm everything.
All right. Have a good day.
I'm even a part of you.
Yeah, I'm just the Jewish Jew who has ever Jewed.
Okay. Peace and good morning. So why is he mad that his math doesn't work? Do I got to be a Jew to show him the math doesn't work? I like the analogy, and it only costs a helium balloon. That's all it costs. Release the hounds. Release the helium balloons like Macy's parade. Just get about 6 miles or 10 miles away from, or 15 to 20 miles away from a hot air balloon party, right? Set your stuff up. Get your zoom, get your cam, get your stuff. You can't see them motherfuckers. They're 20 miles away. You can't see them. They're all around the curve, like a lot. So now tell them to fly up. If you can see any of these fucking hot air balloons going straight vertically up in the air out of the 1,000 of them or 100 of them that are going up, if you can zoom in and see them come straight vertically past your view, no way. You can even have them put a fucking plumb bob on that bitch and get an observatory telescope and zoom in and watch the plumb be level. Check that shit out. You could have a little sensor on the balloon that tells you green for its level or red for its unlevel. How about that? You don't even have to guess. A level can talk to you today. You can get a wooden fucking floating piece of wood, put the talking level on it, push it away. It'll say 2, 3, 4, 9, 8, and whatever it like settles. It'll say 8 inches drop from the elevation of which you of departure. There's been an 8-inch differential showing the Earth curve after 1 mile. Boop. You wouldn't even have to take nobody's fucking word for it. This thing would tell you. Oh my God. What's the matter, little stick level? I just dropped 1 inch. Oh my God. Please don't drop another. Oh my God, you dropped another. Oh my God, we must be on a fucking globe. This water is horizontal and at rest. And how in the hell is my little level telling me he dropped an inch? Sweet baby little level. It's not going to. It's going to be like, go welcome to flat earth level. Welcome to flat earth. 0 change in altitude. 0 dip. We have experienced 0 curve for the 80-mile push.
he's talking to you right now. He's the ringer.
Am I meant to be scared, or I'm not sure.
No, absolutely not. No.
If you keep on saying more sciencey terms, you're going to get scared real quick.
You're going to find out how little you know.
I was just curious because, like, Ewan said whatever Ewan said, and I was curious if that's how compasses work. Because
let's not get off the beaten path here.
Well, no, but it's relevant though.
Yeah. We'll get back to your compasses here in a minute. It has nothing to do with conservation of either of the momentums. It's non sequitur. It would be like toenails having things to do with amoebas. Right? So thanks. Go ahead, Mickey.
All right. So did you want to retract your statement, UNESCO, at this point? Because we could take a retraction, man, obviously.
I'd rather go off and learn about it more than instantly retracting my statement.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a great idea.
I'm not going to instantly retract my statement because of something that I've heard from people on the internet. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right, and I'm not saying what you're saying is right, but I'm just saying.
Okay, so, I was going to get into it, but you inserted that information, so Quantum Racer jumped in here. But
having not heard what was initially stated, I do find it interesting that you would make a statement that you're not sure about and then stand by it.
Let me just jump in real quick.
That's weird to me.
Let me jump in real quick to kind of highlight to Crypto. We're talking about axial rotation, and then UNESCO chimed in to say why he thinks that it is possible. UNESCO, are you there?
Hello.
Did you want to go ahead and tell Crypto why you're not going to retract the statement you did?
Why I'm not?
Yeah, go ahead and tell him why you think that axial rotation is possible.
I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay,
hey, Meg, just move on. Can you get to the vacuum of space before I freaking fall over here?
Well, he was listening to the conversation, so obviously he is prepared for this. So now we're going to talk about point number 3, UNESCO. That the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists. So how has it been proven to you that that is the case? UNESCO.
Again, I'm confused. I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay, so according to you, do you think that when you look up at the night sky that you're staring into the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Probably.
Okay, so there's a 50-50 chance that you're looking into the vacuum of space? Is that what I'm getting?
No, I'm saying it is a vacuum.
All right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So now with that information, how do you know it's a vacuum? Go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure.
That is the point. It's a belief that you have in your mind that the pressurized system in which we live is adjacent to the vacuum of space in which they tell you. So you have a belief in your mind. Is that correct?
I suppose.
Okay. Well, that's what we're highlighting with the previous buddy that was on here, Kim Zanda.
Hello.
And being an intellectually honest person, you would have to say that to be the case because it can't be supported by anything in the way of evidence that you could verify. Correct?
Sure.
All right. So putting you guys that just joined here, and I'm going to unmute Ben H because I think Ben H was in your group as well. All right, Ben H, were you listening to the conversation? Because I'm going to kind of wrap this up for all three of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So the understanding that you guys have right now, according to you guys, of the globe Earth is only just a belief. In every area that we've talked about, curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. And I didn't tell you that. You conceded on your own that it is a belief, that it can't be supported by anything that you have in the way of evidence.
But then how do you know that they don't exist though? Because if you're saying that we're believing these people because they're telling us, aren't you basically like them? Because if I believe you, then wouldn't they have the same argument? that I'm
No,
giving you?
because all I'm doing right now is falsifying the information that you guys are.
See, what you're
believing
saying.
is true.
What you're saying is fact.
Absolutely.
No.
But you-
Hold on a sec. You're presenting. Okay, so I see what you're doing here. You're saying that Miggy is the equivalent of NASA or whoever.
Well, if that's who
and
he's
so
saying,
therefore, I didn't finish. So, and therefore, you're in a position where you have to believe one or the other. That's not the case. What Miggy is saying is that if they haven't proven what they're saying to be true, then you shouldn't believe it. That he hasn't made a claim yet. So you need to wait for Miggy to actually make a claim before you put him in the position of claim maker. Does that make sense?
But I'm not going to believe him.
I'm not asking you to believe him, and he hasn't actually given you anything to believe.
Right.
Yeah,
Doesn't that just make the whole flat Earth thing just flawed?
No.
Okay. So you have a fundamental problem with philosophy. You don't understand very basic philosophical concepts. But let's just start at the very beginning. If someone makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim?
I guess an expert.
No. If somebody makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim? The claimer or the person listening to the claim?
Claimer.
Exactly. So, what Miggy's trying to say to you is that these people who are claiming thing X haven't got evidence for the claim. This is not a claim that Miggy has made. He is simply pointing out the lack of evidence for someone else's claim.
His logic is undeniable. Crypto. That's my boy. What's it? He was eating chips on a hot mic, damn it.
So I'm still trying to puzzle this together.
Well, no, that's all right, man. Because I mean, like when you guys came in here, it was almost, I don't know what maybe you were thinking. It was just going to be some kind of meme or maybe just a weird chat or something.
This entire like theory is memed. Like,
it's not a theory.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so other people think it's silly. No one cares what other people think.
Oh, I'm not saying it's silly. I think it's interesting. I just wanted to hear people's opinion.
Right.
Okay, fine. So let me put you an example. Right, let's get rid of the flat Earth for now. Let's just park that. So me and Miggy are, let's just say, competing. I have the theory that there is a unicorn in my house, right? And I don't show you any evidence. I just show you a picture of a unicorn, right? And Miggy comes to you and goes, "Oh yeah, you know, crypto hasn't actually proved that. He's just shown you a picture." So this is what we're doing now. So would you say to Miggy, "Oh, you haven't disproven that crypto's got a unicorn," or would you be coming to me going, "Bro, prove your unicorn"?
Bro, I'm gonna have to see that damn unicorn. I'm a skeptic.
I mean, to say it's fact, I would have to see the unicorn in your house.
Yeah, of course. I would need to prove it, right?
Yeah, fact is that which is demonstrable, yes?
So it doesn't matter that Miggy questioning me having a unicorn isn't a claim. He's just said, well, I haven't seen evidence for the unicorn. But that's what he's doing with NASA.
Okay, yeah, so it's like, so they haven't proven to us that the Earth is round. Because obviously we can't go out there and see the Earth is round because obviously we're on said or globe or flat Earth. But what you're saying is fact for you is the Earth is flat. But how can you actually prove to me that it is?
No, we're not even at the point where we've made a claim yet.
Right.
So we haven't even got there yet. All Miggy was
okay, yeah, sure, but you believe the Earth. Okay. Yeah, so you know the Earth is flat. Yes.
Yeah, well, it measures flat. That's what I'd say.
Observably flat. It's an observation.
Seen
slow
down.
Right.
Yes,
what did I say?
It's an observation.
3 words. What did I say?
Can't really remember.
I said
we haven't really made a claim yet.
1 second, Spartan. I didn't say observe. I didn't say you look at it and it looks flat. I said it measures flat.
That's right. He went out and actually measured it.
But wasn't there? So if you're on about flatness, wasn't there an experiment done by flat earthers that didn't work? involving a laser.
I don't care what other people did. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
but they're your society, so you should care.
No, they're not my society.
Our society.
I'm not a member of a society.
So there's multiple societies with different theories.
Well, hang on. There's a tangent happening. There's a tangent happening right now. We're going off on a tangent. 1 second. Well, let me just bring this back. We're going off on a tangent now, Kame Zonda. I think we need to bring it back to what we're talking about and understand the falsification that just happened here. All three of you guys. Well, and I'm including Ben H because he was listening to the conversation. But I'm pretty sure he's going to agree with, not being able to produce any verified evidence. So understanding these points is paramount in what you're thinking that you believe in right now. Because it's been falsified. And you proved it. By your own admission, it's been falsified. By your own admission. That you said is just a belief that you have. Do you understand that point?
Like I said it with the flat Earth. I believe the Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is
doesn't.
flat.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't actually know.
I understand, Kame Zonda. I understand that. But with the understanding that you had of the globe Earth, you understand right now that it's a belief because it's been elucidated to you. So now you know that it's just a belief that you have. Can you go ahead?
Hey, he walked past that to say, what about Bob in this documentary this other guy produced? They made it look like you guys did something wrong. So cute.
Yeah. But I just wanted to address the fact that it has been demonstrated to him that what he has is just a belief.
There's no proof for it.
And there's no need to cling to it religiously. Because if you just hang on to it because you only believe and you can't demonstrate it, what does that say? I mean, that's got to at least ring some alarm bells in your mind.
It's like that poster, that movie star on your wall, and you can't get rid of it because you still believe one day you're going to date her.
Right. Right. That's a good analogy, Mike.
One of these days, Raquel, me and you, baby.
Silence is good. I mean, yeah, I'll take that. But it's just more or less for you guys to come to that realization. And then we can start moving forward with some questions and having an honest discussion between us instead of it being something where
so I mean, I don't know the Earth is round. I don't know the Earth is flat.
Fair enough.
So, like, I'm not gonna come to the realization that I know by fact that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round because I cannot see it for myself.
But that understanding though, Kame Zonda, it should be paramount in your investigation, because when you're looking, even just looking into it, I'm not talking about full blown research, but just looking into the topic like you're doing right now. Having a discussion that should be paramount in how you proceed forward. When you start thinking about what we're talking about here, when you actually think about, well, yeah, that's just a belief I hold in my mind. I can't try to justify it now because it's, it would be wrong of me to do that because I only believe it to be true. I don't know. Do you understand? Like, so instead of being a bit combative, you can just kind of bring those walls down and be like, okay, so what do you guys have like in the way of evidence? And we'll show you. So, do you want to know?
I mean, you could show me evidence, but like that's not fact to me.
Oh, you just my God, you can't you can't hover over a crystal ball and know what I'm going to show you, Kame Zonda.
Right. Yeah, but
you don't even know what I'm going to show you.
Sure, but how do I know that that's not you falsifying evidence?
Because you could go out and verify it yourself.
Yeah, you could go verify it. That's the difference. I'm not going to give you a belief just like you just left or thinking about. I'm going to actually show you something you can demonstrate to yourself. If that's not
go out. Yeah, you can actually go out and do this observation and prove it to yourself without even having to listen to anyone here that it measures flat. You can do that.
They just know most people aren't going to go do it.
Well, that's because they're lazy.
Well, let's not jump the gun with what they're going to do or not do. Let's at least give the opportunity.
No, I'm just saying they know most people aren't actually out there trying to do it.
Yeah.
He started it, Dad. He started it, Dad.
we gotta at least offer them the opportunity before we gun them down. Like, I think they should at least hear out what we have to say on the matter. So now that you know that the globe Earth is just a belief, the information that we could present to you could be quite compelling. Without waving your hand over a crystal ball and then saying that you can see what I'm going to present to you, maybe just let me present something to you and then look into that afterwards. How about that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. If you can go to live stream voice text, then I'll start dropping some information in there. How about that?
Wait. Is there a link here?
In live
voice channel. The voice. Say the voice.
The voice text channel.
Okay, I'm in there. Yeah.
Here, I'll tag you in there so you know you're in the right lobby.
Yep, I got it.
All right. So what I'm going to drop to you here, it's called specular reflection.
Ooh, good.
Couple
choice.
of images. Couple of images here for you to take a look at. Now there's gonna be some questions that you might want to ask, but I just want to present this to you so that you could look at and kind of maybe ask some questions while I'm presenting it to you. But with what we're seeing here with a specular reflection, it cannot be possible that you could have it on anything but a smooth surface, and the angle that you see should be a flat surface, all straight across. So do you see the water?
It looks pretty flat to me.
Right. You're being honest here, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. Convexity would distort the image. It wouldn't be possible on a convex Earth, whether it's curvature or depression. Either way, it would distort the image. There'd be no symmetry.
Right. So why would that be? Why would that be the case that Battle Spartan just said right now, that it would distort the image if we did live on a ball Earth and there was curvature in that water? Why would it distort the image? I'll let you kind of just critically think about what we're talking about here.
Well, I was confused what you saw.
So with the images that we're showing you,
yeah.
If the Earth was a globe and it was bending like the way they say it is.
Oh, are you saying that those images should theoretically be bending?
Well, think about it.
It'd be all
because the Earth is so big.
Not theoretically. We can demonstrate that if it was
sure.
We can demonstrate with a convex mirror that it would be a distorted image with no symmetry, meaning there'd be no equal reflection.
With the slightest convexity.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, but the Earth is so big that.
Right. Well, it's not.
That's why I said with the slightest convexity.
Right. So that answer has been the one that gets popped up the most when we present this information. But what is the problem with what you're saying? I'm going to let you think about that, Kamesada. What is the problem with what you're saying about it being too big?
Well, because you can get a rubber ball in your hand, and if you magnify it so far, like as if you were basically a human size on the globe, it will be flat. Okay, and that's where that photo has been taken.
Well,
so what's the difference between?
Hold up. Here's the thing you can't do with that rubber ball. Whether you magnify it or decrease it, you can't get a specular reflection like that off that spherical object. Sorry.
Okay, so what do we have in the way of knowing what size the Earth is instead of saying it's just too big? What do we have in the way of knowing what the size is? We have the metrics, right?
You presented measurements earlier.
Right. There's a known radius, circumference, diameter. All these numbers are already established for the globe. So
and they've been measured, right? Like people.
It's not measured. Yeah, it's not directly
they were
measured.
Calculated based on a spherical assumption.
So these numbers have been given to us to actually test the globe to see if it is what it is or not. And that's why people don't, when they do that, they're not going to find that there is any curvature. But we do have these numbers that have already been established. So when somebody says the Earth is too big, then we say, well, if it's too big, then how come they give us these numbers? Like they wouldn't be able to.
So who's giving these? I'm curious, who's giving these numbers?
Okay, so the Earth has been established to be a set radius for thousands of years since Al-Biruni?
Yep. Long before Aristotle.
Long before
Eratosthenes.
Bro, the numbers are coming from the globe Earth model. Those are the numbers.
Right. They're
What's,
your
that,
numbers.
what's to say that they're actually the numbers?
So
Yeah,
well,
that's
that's
our
fine.
point.
We doubt them as well. We doubt them too, bro. So we're on the
here's
same
the
side.
thing.
So if you're doubting them, then why are you using them?
Here's the
No,
thing.
okay, dude.
Listen,
Right, let me
if
get
we
an
want to
example
destroy
again.
your
Come
model, we
on,
had
get
to
everyone in here cock blocking.
No,
your
but what's
math,
going on is that
right?
no one's actually addressing the point. Let me just get really. If I tell you that I've
Bargain
got
bastard.
a blue unicorn, yeah, and then turns out that it's green, do you see a problem with that? You'd say, well, that's not blue. So we're taking the model, we're taking the numbers, and we're seeing if those numbers are true.
Okay.
That's it. So if you doubt them and we doubt them,
you're saying the numbers that you've been given compared to those images shouldn't exist.
More than just those images.
Yeah, he's on point. Okay, so now we're back on track. So that's where we're at right there with the images that are being presented to you. Because the answer was in your mind when you saw it, and you're like, what if the Earth is just too big? Well, now we're going to go back to the metrics because that doesn't pan out if you think that. Because there is a curvature drop rate, and there would be curvature to distort that image if it was a said ball, but it's not. And so we have this specular reflection that shows clear images of the background of the mountains in the far distance, and so on, and the different specular reflections that we see in the different images that we have been presented to you.
Well, the mountains in the background, it's quite difficult to see if it is curving or flat because they're distorted. So, like, if I look at the middle part, that's obviously the flat part. That's easier to
Right, but
determine.
what we're saying though, Kamzanda, is that the mountain in the distance wouldn't bounce off with the angles that it does into your, reflecting into your eye, because of the fact that the curvature wouldn't allow that image to appear on the lake the way it does.
Yeah, the reflection of the mountains, bro.
Yeah, that's what we're concentrating, not the mountains. It's the reflection that's reflected off the water into your eye, the observer's eye, or the lens, or whatever he's using to take that image. Do you understand that? That's what's important. That's what's key here. Because if there was a said curvature,
what's key here is he's trying, no matter what, he's trying every little thing to try and say, well, what about this? What about he's got a case of the
he's all right, God rocking. It's all good.
Tell him why the reflection wouldn't exist, why it wouldn't go to his eye and it'd be off in the sky, bro, if we were on a sphere. The angle of incidence equals the angle of refraction. So the image wouldn't be delivered perfectly to your eye on a spherical object because it'd be refracted at an incidence angle that would project it up into the sky. Would be diffused or distorted. It has to be delivered to your eyeball. This is how we see light.
I'm gonna drop a few images here that show like light being hit over surfaces that are not, clear. So the image wouldn't be, observed by the person to be what you see. It would be distorted.
Miggy's got this topic down. If the rest of us just stay out of his way, he'll be able to do tricks on his bike all night.
Do you see what I'm
bike well? Sorry, bro. Sorry.
That's all right. Do you see what I'm presenting, Cape Zonda?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the case here, and that's what happens when people start thinking that it's too big or it just doesn't work, because you would not get the reflection on that water bounce into the observer's eye.
Okay.
It's compelling, isn't it? And that's really what all I want you to kind of look at. I don't want you to jump into it and be like, oh yeah, I believe Earth is flat. I just want you to think about the information given to you. Because at first it was like, okay, what do you guys got to show me, and how can I do this myself? And the thing is, here's the evidence, right? And you could go out and do this yourself. Find a really calm day where there's a lake that you can have something in the background, take a clear image of it, and voila, you could do it for yourself. You can even find known distances from your where you're making the observation to things in the far distance to actually get an estimate of how far things are away and how they're being reflected on that water. I mean, that would even increase the information for you to actually understand that this couldn't happen on a ball Earth. It can only happen on a flat level plane of existence. That's the only way.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm done here. But one last thing before I mute.
All right.
What would need to be shown to you for you to change your mind? It's always been curious to me.
Okay.
Actual
Well, ask
evidence.
yourself that.
Yeah, actual evidence, bro. It should
So,
be
for
clear
example,
by
you
now.
would need to, you know, I think it's Virgin are doing like space shuttles.
Oh,
No, what
Virgin
I need, I don't take any space, bro. Check this.
Or would you say it's simulation?
Listen,
Check
Virgin,
this.
How old are you?
Virgin Galactic still
One
owes
second.
people money, bro. Quit with the fairy tale crap. We need empirical proof.
We haven't-
Scientific
How
evidence
old
that
are
we
you?
can test and repeat.
So
We haven't
you're
put a-
saying that if they put you in the rocket,
Cam's on
and
how old are
showed you the planet, you
Cam's on
wouldn't
how old
be
are you?
curved.
I don't want to have to keep asking. How old are you?
Is that what I said?
1 second, please.
My age
1
doesn't matter.
second. I'm not talking. I'm not coming through. Cam's on. How old are you?
Why is that relevant?
Because I think I'm older than you, and I've been hearing about Virgin Galactic since the 90s.
Right.
Okay.
They've been
It
talking
doesn't
about it for
help
20
that.
odd
It
years.
doesn't help that a couple years ago.
Never
it was-
happened.
Check
So I think
this,
that's
my
where you
man. I
delayed
don't
it a
even
bit.
need you to send me to space, bro. You don't even have to send me to space. All I need you to do is go out and find the geometric horizon or the Earth curve, right, based on the radius value. Literally, if you can just go substantiate a physical obstruction of convexity of terra firma or Earth curvature that's consistent with the radius value that they told us, and you can go do this all around the Earth and find this geometric horizon, boom, I'm convinced.
Wait, we didn't put a
Oh.
1 second, came down to we didn't put a stake in the heart of the vacuum of space just yet. We only talked about how you had a belief that it actually exists. So the stake in the heart to the vacuum of space as to would demolish your any idea of a fantasy medium that you could travel to would be gas pressure without a container. If you could demonstrate that, then you would have all the space you wanted, the vacuum of space anyway, and rockets to the moon and everything. But if you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you have absolutely squat. Nothing. So that is a stake in the heart of the idea that you can actually travel to this fictitious medium that you consider to be where men are flying around the Earth in a tin can, the ISS. So can you demonstrate any way possible that you can have gas pressure without a container?
I'm sorry. Wait, what was the question?
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
No.
No, you're being intellectually honest, right? You can't do it. Okay, so the Earth is purported to be an open system, meaning that the high pressure that we have here on Earth is adjacent to the low pressure of the vacuum of space. And whenever we have such things adjacent to each other, what do you think happens? In any instance here on Earth, like just the laws of nature, what would happen? Gas pressure next to a low pressure, a high pressure system next to a low pressure. What happens in that instance?
I don't know.
This is literally how the weather system works. Is that if you have high pressure and low pressure, okay, one goes to the other. Okay.
Which one goes to the other though?
Well, high pressure goes towards a low pressure.
Correct. That is correct. So
the atmosphere would go away from the Earth if it was a round ball, which has been perpetuated by the media for 25 trillion years or whatever it is.
Okay, Zed, I think you're a new person in here. You might just hold back.
I've been here for
sorry, yeah, Zed's with us.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
Just hang back for a second.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
even if it's with
Zed's
you guys.
dead. Zed's dead, man. Zed's dead. That's the problem.
What?
Zed's dead.
Yes.
Okay.
So
that was my point. So what he's trying to tell you is to cut it short, so we're not here for the next 35 minutes with, just.
I'd muted.
So what Mickey's trying to tell you is that what they're describing, their story, when they're put up on the stand, they're saying it's a vacuum of space. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're lying. Your choice. Thanks.
Really, at this point, there's more evidence of Bigfoot.
Hold on a second.
Than the Earth being a globe.
Wait a second. Let him take that in. Don't jump to another topic. Either the second law of thermodynamics is false or they're lying.
Yeah, I wasn't changing topics. I was simply
Yeah,
saying that
let's just chill right here. Let's just drop anchor.
there's just more evidence of Bigfoot than there is of a globe. That's all I was
Yeah.
saying.
Thanks.
I mean, if people don't get it, it's like.
Cape Zonda, do you have any response?
I'm confused. I wasn't talking about vacuum of space.
No, you said Virgin Galactic going into the vacuum of space.
We're back to that now, are we?
No, the point is that space couldn't exist.
Okay.
That's where we're at. The part of the fairy tale that says that there's space, a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr adjacent to a pressurized system in which we experience every day and know to be true because that's how we're alive. That could never happen.
All right, so I just want to bring forth the point that he said. If I can show you guys that Virgin Galactic goes into space, that's what you said. Would you guys believe in the globe? So
No,
we're talking.
No, I said if you're in it, not if you saw
so
it.
It doesn't matter who's in it. The point is, it's going to be going into this fictitious medium. So we're talking about the medium that you're describing right now. If we could go there, then would you believe that it's a globe? But you can't go there. That's what quantum was telling you, right?
But then if you did, you'd be like, oh shit, you can.
You can't go. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me correctly or not.
Well, what if?
Can I go through another? Look, I like my analogies because I think they help elucidate
the biggest two-letter word in the dictionary.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, but
I like analogies because I think they help to elucidate faulty ways of thinking. So, I'm just going to go through this as Camazonda quickly. Camazonda, if I took you on a dragon to World of Warcraft, would you believe in World of Warcraft?
What color is the dragon?
Wait, say that again.
If I took you on a dragon to World of Warcraft, would you believe in World of Warcraft?
Yes.
Okay, but does that mean that World of Warcraft exists?
If.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Okay, so World of Warcraft is real. Is it?
Well, if you've taken me there, yes.
So do you see how pointless your question is?
Yeah, if.
No.
You're
What do you
saying
mean, no?
if, bro. If.
This is what you're asking. You're asking, if I take you to a place that may or may not exist, will you accept that it exists? Well, if you took me there, it would have to exist.
Okay,
that
yes.
isn't proof that it exists,
Then I
is it?
apply that to you. Like, if Virgin put you in a rocket... And
Think about the question.
No, let me speak.
No,
let me
don't, no.
And then if I put you into a rocket and put you in space...
You're not understanding. Stop talking and start thinking.
No, I'm saying...
Stop talking and start thinking.
He said no.
You don't want to think. Okay, fine, whatever. Clearly, dude, saying that you might be able to go somewhere that may or may not exist is not proof that it exists.
Well, give me
this
the
is
simple
fundamentally
answer.
silly.
If I was taken to space, I'd probably believe in it, but I haven't been, so here we are.
But I mean, realistically, even if you were, you would just be delusional and still believe.
You're self-projecting because you don't even know anything about this. Hey, how about this? Watch this. Where does space start?
Hold up, bro. Did you hear what I said? If you took me to space, I'd probably believe in it. This is what Ron fucking told you. But you haven't taken me there, so here the fuck we are.
Where even does space supposedly start? Do you know?
I'm not going to debate it, bro.
No, I'm just making a point, man.
It's a fucking fairy tale.
He has no idea where space even supposedly starts. And you're coming here pretending that we're delusional because we don't believe in it. We know every single little specific detail of the fairy tale. You think we're dumb for not believing it. You see the irony there?
If you only knew.
If you're saying a rocket,
yeah, I do. It's pretty ironic.
Listen, bro, you ain't taken us there yet. You haven't proven space, so we're not even going to debate that on your if.
I just want an honest answer to my question. I don't feel like he really understood it.
Okay, how do
World of Warcraft exist?
How do planes work then?
Does World of Warcraft exist?
Listen, planes.
One second, please. Can I just get him to answer this honestly? Does World of Warcraft exist?
If you've taken me to it, yeah.
Exactly. So does that prove that it exists?
If we're going on the theory that you've taken me there, yes.
Think about it.
Yeah, but we haven't taken you there.
Please, Battle Spartan, 1 second. If we haven't gone there yet, how is posing this question?
Retard level.
I know he is, but I'm doing it for everyone else listening as well.
Can we not use ableist language, please?
So how is asking the question...
There is no we, bro.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, listen. How is asking the question evidence that that place exists?
Because that's you're basically giving me an example, and I'm answering the question. If I was put in that situation,
Right. So we haven't gone yet. So how is me asking you this question proof that World of Warcraft is reality? Oh, he bailed. Right, okay.
He bailed.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I would say that World of Warcraft is real because trolls exist.
Oof.
That's one of the worst cases of the yabbits I've ever seen.
I think that's one of the times that Crypto's analogies weren't hitting home with that guy anyway.
I was just wondering how many minutes we were going to spend on if. How many different ways can you emphasize if doesn't prove shit?
This dude just randomly screamed like, "Well, how do planes work?"
It was real simple. If he just answered Quantum Eraser's point, if he would have just answered that point, he would have seen the light. But I think he diverted into.
I don't think he would. He was already dodging it. He was already dodging QE's point by saying Virgin Galactic, bro. He didn't get it.
So okay, then how do planes work?
Hey, what color's that dragon? Damn it, I want to ride.
I don't know, mate. Red.
I brought up the second law after Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, it was after, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said Virgin Galactic again, didn't he? You remember?
Here's a good one. Virgin
Well, he
Galactic.
could say toilet drains. That wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
It's a question
of course. But that's my point. Is he doesn't know why it's not a rebuttal to your point.
Yeah.
Virgin Galactic is still a virgin. It's never penetrated space.
You guys are a bunch of fargan bastages, man.
Yeah, that's a four-way highway. That's a four-lane highway.
It's Friday night.
For
right,
example,
right to your parkway.
Yeah, I can get in the fast lane and pass your parking ass. But that's not a part.
All you guys come in drunk in stupor and friggin' cock block Meggie. I was rolling, right? I was like, God.
I know you were laughing, man. I bet you was like, man, he's just dying right now.
I'm really not sure. Am I okay to speak? I'm still not entirely sure how these things work.
Go on.
Well, one piece of advice for you before you start: just make sure you actually like respond to what's being said to you, relevant to the discussion, right? Like, don't just scattergun thinking about what you can come up with to ask next as soon as someone gets done talking. Really take in what they're saying so we can have productive convo.
Yeah, I've been in this Discord before. I've been here for a few months.
I feel like we're just being long trolled.
No.
Oh, you were
No.
co-piloting for him.
I wasn't co-piloting for anyone. He joined well before I did.
All right, then. So, is there anything you want to bring to the table right now? Any conversation?
Could I get a microphone check, please?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
helps. Can you get another microphone check in like 5 seconds after Mickey's done introducing the topic again?
Could you get another microphone, please?
Breaker.
Mic check.
Have something going on, so that's pretty
Welcome to the arena for the 1v1 debate.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the arena for 1v1. The principles are Cyrus the Great versus Zanuck. I am Quantum Eraser. I am the referee. The rules. Real quick. Number 1, everyone in the room, please mute yourselves now till the end of the debate. Number 2, all direction for control of this debate will come from this chair. When I say stop, I mean both parties shut up. If you don't, I'll mute you. If you continue when unmuted, I'll server deafen and your dumbass will forfeit the debate. Number 3, one topic and any related one time. There is no gish galloping, incoherent, bebopping, red herring, incoherent fallacies. I will catch on to that shit quick and stop it in its tracks. Number 4, color commentaries about the discussion or your plight will be met with severe contempt and a mute. If there's a second violation, I'll server deafen your dumb ass and you'll forfeit the debate. Number 5, no interruptions from the audience. They will be not tolerated whatsoever. If I hear a peep from anyone other than the 2 principals, that's Cyrus the Great and Zanuck, I'll mute your dumbass immediately. Any questions? From the 2 principals, topic of the debate.
All right, let's see. I would like gravity, however, with a twist, like the origins of gravity and your universe, your spherical, spinning, heliocentric universe. I want to take it to, where all begins.
Thought you wanted to go Coriolis.
No. I just call you. You're the Coriolis master because you always debate Coriolis. Yeah.
So gravity is the debate?
Yeah, gravity, black holes and gravity. So it's like the origins, in the bigger scheme of things.
Is that agreeable? Zanuck, is that agreeable?
Sure.
Yeah.
Who will lead off?
Sure, man. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Who? You?
Yeah.
Cyrus the Great.
I think you believe in it. That's what I'm saying. You're right. In the spherical heliocentric model, right? That the universe is a black hole universe, and it all came from like the Big Bang universe theory at the same time. Do you agree to that? Like,
loosely,
yeah.
I don't think there's a black hole universe. I think
black holes in the Big Bang universe. Yeah.
Big Bang. Yeah, I think I believe in that theory.
Yeah. Well, we are taught that in like the mainstream. However, they're not. They're mutually exclusive. They're not. You can't add them together because, like, black hole universes are spatially infinite. So it's an infinite universe, and Big Bang universes are spatially finite or spatially infinite. It depends on the K curvature and the energy momentum tensor and Einstein's field equation. So it's determined by the K value, if it's 1 or 0 or -1. Anyways, so they're not. You can't really work them together in the same model, but they do. So how does that? Because gravity kind of starts here, right? Because you can't really formulate these spheres without your gravity, from what I understand.
Right. So mass is boiled down to its bare essence, mass attracting mass. And even at the very small atomic structure levels, things are attracted to one another. They're pulled together. They fill larger masses. The larger masses have more forces on other objects that are around them, other masses. They pull them together and they clump together, and this clumping forms structures that we call planets and suns and stars and everything else.
Okay. So, is everything expanding, or is it stationary, or is it like contracting because of gravitational forces?
It's expanding and it's accelerating.
So all right. In the Big Bang universe, you're right. Everything expands. However, in the black hole universe, things don't expand. So, which side do you subscribe to? So we can like carry on with that one.
Are you saying that when there was that moment of singularity, the Big Bang, that was a black hole?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there are 2 separate models of the universe. However, they lump them together, right? They just add them together. So like universe A plus universe B, right, equals, universe A plus B, whatever that is, And you can't do that because the parameters are different, right? You can't do that. And like, okay, black hole like universes have no age, right? Do you know that? So we're told. According to these, the priests of your like
right.
high signs.
Could be a major. It could be a cyclical universe where it expands, it contracts, and indefinitely. You have the cycle of life.
But Big Bang universes don't do that. No, they're finite.
Big Bang. So they
have a finite age, yeah. According to Hawking's, we can dig this up from like Hawking's too.
14.7 billion years ago, we had some reason, some impetus, some spark that started this small, incredibly dense size of an electron.
Okay.
Beyond imagination, and something sparked it to.
Well, we can't do that here.
Wasn't even math.
Okay.
At that point.
Yeah. So
as this expansion occurred,
all right,
everything expanded, and then mass was formed shortly thereafter via this property that we call gravitational attraction.
Cool. So with the something that sparked this electron smaller than the electron. All right. How did this electron thing like? So you know that it began as this thing, right? So.
Right.
When did you really observe that? It's not, right? It's theorized, correct?
Yeah, they have background radiation, background noise that they can actually attribute to this moments after
the nothingness,
but
with the infinite temperature, because those are the correct parameters. Those are the boundary conditions that we're given about this singularity, right?
And then the reason why it continues to accelerate is the $1 million question. So they fill in the gaps. What they observe does not follow the initial theory because they're seeing this.
So all this mass. So was all this mass condensed? Like, was it compressed into this particle?
Compressed.
Or this? It was all compressed. By what exactly caused this compression? Was there a force, external force, acting upon it? Because we're so deep in imagination land now, so we really have to dissect, because you are breaking the first law of thermodynamics. We're not second law. We're first law. Like we're breaking the beginning. You know what I mean? Like
no, not really. I mean, if you go with the part, the theory does clearly state that everything in the universe came from this one point called singularity, and nothing was created.
The first law of thermo? No, that's the conservation of what?
Conservation of energy.
Cool. All right. So we're talking about compression, and yeah, look, man. Hey, man. If you got a volume of gas and you want me to compress it, I'd be like, okay, sure. I have to spend energy. Period. That's it. So
it's harder to press gas because gas is a problem.
Solids and liquids are incompressible.
Relatively so. Relatively.
Look, relatively to I know what you mean, but yes, okay, we both agree the same thing, dude. They're relatively incompressible, okay. However, we have all this solid material, man, like in the so-called universe, just spinning around, and that's incompressible according to the physics we know today. So how was it compressed into that electron? That's one. That's not like the first law violation, right? But okay, there's that too. It's like, okay, dude, like. Double speak, I'm down. Like, just tell me, listen, here you gotta swallow some mathematics, and we're kosher, and I'll tell you, hey, cool, here, swallow mathematics.
Okay, no, so I'm not gonna make anything up or have any mathematics, other than I do believe a little bit of this is somewhat religious. I mean, imagining the entire universe in something the size of an electron. That's kind of, I wouldn't be betting my life on that theory, right? But that's the theory, so we're talking about the theory. No, it's not mass compressed into this point of singularity. It's not liquids. It's not gases. They're not even atoms. They're plasma. It's things that could be theoretically compressed to this
plasma. Point. According to my knowledge of plasma, I like plasma. I'm no expert, man. I like sputtering and stuff like that, like just kooky stuff. Too. So plasma's like, it's super excited gas. So plasma, we're really talking about gas. Yeah, okay, you can have a plasma of a metal, copper, sure, man. Okay, but that's still, again, gaseous, super excited gas.
These are still atoms. They're stripped off. Just have an electron missing or no electrons, right? These are gases. These are still have atomic structure.
Super jittery. Super jitter.
There's no protons. There's no neutrons. There's nothing. This is the substance that they theorize to be compressible, and to use your vernacular, to the point where everything in the universe is in there, and it's not even mass yet. As it expands, whatever sparks it starts expanding. We all agree, or to the theory that this happens. It starts to expand, and all these particles start to coalesce
So hold on. So it expanded from the initial blast, and then it started contracting. So it started doing work upon itself.
No.
No.
There's something to spark it to
going.
expand. It's expanding. It's going to continue accelerating. While it's expanding, these elements are now attracted to one another. These particles, and of course, mass begets mass because that's how it works. There's more stages in how these particles become mass. Let's skip over that. Just become particles. They attach to other. They coalesce. There's gas clouds now that are formed. These gas clouds then
right.
Now there's so much mass that they compress and form these. And there was the most simplest element.
I know the hoax books.
All just hydrogen.
But,
okay, hydrogen.
Listen,
and now we have these
basic vectors, man. I know you know some basic stuff. Basic vectors.
So it coalesces, it condenses. We have hydrogen, and we have high temperatures and high pressure that fuses into helium, and that creates a lot of energy. And that creates
beautiful story.
None of these other things.
It's an awesome story.
The reason I'm saying this is because you mentioned earlier about how all the rocks and things. That's way later.
We're getting serious because you have a force going outwards now from this blast that before that it was compressed.
Stop right. Thank you. We're getting off base here. We're going in multiple different directions. I want a claim support. Thank you.
Your subject, Cyrus. What claim?
Okay. Claimed? Sure, that black hole universes and Big Bang universes are exclusive and they cannot coexist. And your science for gravity takes bits and pieces from whatever you want. That's the claim.
Gravity, the law of gravity being just that objects' mass attracts mass. And that is shown by what we can actually experiment scientifically. We can actually take mass, large bodies of mass, and not only witness these attractive characteristics, but we can actually measure it. We can do simple tests, as in dropping something. That's the most simple thing I can think of.
Objection. I'll use it. Objection.
Objection. Stop. Everyone shut up. Objection.
I was talking about the black hole. Yeah. I was saying the claim was black hole universes and Big Bang universes cannot coexist. And like the mathematical part of the space-time continuum stuff, not the Cavendish stuff, which you brought this up. Cavendish does not exist here, right? This is Einstein, Hawking's. So I said you can't lump them together, and you went off like on a tangent to Cavendish. So
yes. Hold on 1 second. His objection is black holes and Big Bang universes are mutually exclusive based on the K value. Is that correct?
The K value would be, for the Big Bang universes, you have to specify which one. Yep. And for the black hole universes, you would also have to specify which one because there are 4 types, Big Bangs, 3 types, and no one ever specifies.
You bet your sweet ass, and I'm shocked. I am shocked you know that.
I like my Einstein, man. I like my Einstein, man.
I am here in shock. Zanuck, he said that you can either have a black hole universe or Big Bang. He is absolutely correct. So, do you have a Big Bang universe or a black hole universe right now?
We have a Big Bang universe. That's the theory I subscribe to.
Okay, there's a Big Bang universe. So,
like a white hole, the time reverse version of a black hole.
Yeah, we're not going to no white fucking holes.
All right.
We are going with Cyrus the Great.
Yeah.
He is going with a Big Bang universe.
All right. Okay. Finite, infinite, or
which one?
What? Yeah.
There's 3 of them.
I want to go with
because this. Okay, so look, I'm not trying to sound like a dickhead. All right, so in the Einstein field equations, the one on the right with the K value, there's like a minus K something something. Anyways, So if that's the energy momentum tensor, and you do have to pick which Big Bang universe you're talking about here. Like you really have to choose to solve, the equations. So you gotta pick your K.
Okay, stop. What are you saying, Zanuck? There is a K-1, K0, and a K+1 Big Bang universe. Which one are you choosing?
Well, I don't know enough about the choose one that I think best fits the more likely scenario.
You know
Why don't
what?
you, since we're talking,
Yeah. You know what? I have it in my notes.
show how that plays a role in each.
Shut up.
Those.
I've been searching in my notes for K-1, K0, and K-1 to make sure that you're on board. I cannot find it. Cyrus the Great, can you please explain K-1, K0, and K+1?
Oh yeah, I will have to pull up some notes, but yes,
please.
I think so. There are two cases. I think the finite. I'm not sure which one it is, but so you got two infinite cases of that universe, and one is finite, right? Because when K equals 0, the whole momentum tensor equals 0. Okay, so you're gonna have the two. Well, I gotta pull up the Einstein field equations on that. I am rusty on that because it is math. It's been over a year, but that's what I did like a year ago.
You've worked with Einstein's field equations. Have you been successful in reducing them down to
Bro. Listen, man. There's a lot of mathematicians that worked with this. You got De Sitter, De Sitter's empty universe. De Sitter is like a Dutch astronomer, right? Where there's no mass in the universe, mass there's equals 0. It's like what? Okay, so it's insanity. You get the solutions, you got different solutions, right, for the Einstein field equation, yeah. So I just go and see what they did. Those guys, the heavy hitters from the ball, and it's just nothing adds up. So what do you mean you got an empty universe? How does that work? But yeah, you can solve it that way. But does the solution make sense? Can you have an empty universe? Well, yeah, that's De Sitter's. If you look it up, DI.
He's correct.
Sitter, it's Dutch astronomer 1913, something like that, man.
The Big Bang doesn't really fully explain the origin of the universe, does it? Doesn't
the Big Bang? No, this is the origins.
It doesn't explain. Does not explain how energy, time, and space were caused. It just describes the emergence of the present universe from this really dense, high-temperature initial state, right?
What got it to this high-temperature initial state? Okay, cool, man.
God put it there.
Okay, so you want a miracle? I'll give you a miracle here. If all right, then God created the flat Earth. Boom, done. If you want to bring in miracles, cool. One for you, one for me.
We see nothing about flat Earth that you can see, touch, or measure.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't see too far, but that's not the subject. Anyways,
you can't see too far.
Anyway, Bob, let's reverse. Reverse. Reverse, bro. Reverse. Yep. So, anyways.
Special relativity doesn't even apply beyond the motion through space, right? Hubble's law. You got to talk about Hubble's law. I mean, there's a lot of Doppler shifts that all lead to this connection.
I'm going to stop. Yeah. I'm going to stop it right now. Right now. There's a lot of terms and phrases being thrown around. I have yet to hear claim support. Cyrus the Great, claim support, please.
For what exactly? For the beginning.
Big Bang universe.
Big Bang, Big Crunch. I mean, what's going to happen, right, to us? What's our destiny?
What's our destiny?
Is the argument?
Prediction.
So it's clear. Hold on. So it's clear to the audience. What is the argument here?
The argument. Hold on, let me pull up my notes.
They call it right now.
It was the origins of the universe, right?
Origins of the universe.
Yeah, origins. Yeah.
Okay.
Origins, because the gravitational model comes after that, right? It has to, right? You can't precede it. So yeah, we're just talking about the origins and how you can't pick and choose from two different models of the universe, but you guys do. That's it. So
when we talk about the Big Bang, we talk about the observable universe, right? We don't, not the entire universe. We don't know what else is out there. We know things we can see. We know there's things beyond what we can see because things are moving away from us even faster than the speed of light.
But okay, so
but how is that possible?
In the Big Bang, everything is expanding. So you've witnessed the expansion? We've recorded the expansion. Is that correct?
We have measured this expansion.
How did we measure that?
By the redshift and blue shift of objects in the distance.
Ooh, dude, did you study Halton ARP stuff you did on that? I'm rusty on. I'm really rusty on that. But that's from your ball scientist. That's full of holes. But anyways, yeah.
Well, you don't think redshift is a
no, it's no, I understand it. Yeah. I get it. But no, from what the material I reviewed back then, there were other alternative views on it. And Halton ARP. I remember the guy. The material exists on YouTube, but I would seriously have to go review it. It's a real long time. There's nothing in the head. But okay, so you're saying that. All right, cool. Let's see.
I mean, Hubble's constant and all these other.
What about Hubble's? What's that?
Well, how fast things are the expansion of the universe based on what they measure. Hubble's law. I mean, I spent a long time for me too. So
okay, all right. So do you have black holes in your? Since you went with the Big Bang, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my claim is there are no black holes in the Big Bang universe.
There are no black hole. We have a black hole at the center of our galaxy. That doesn't exist.
It can't, according to the math.
Why?
So how does it?
Where does the math dictate that cannot occur in the Big Bang universe?
Dude, it truly 100%. You really have to go and study the material. 100%.
Oh, I did a long time ago, but I mean, what I remember is certain conclusions. How I derived those or how I arrived at the conclusions, I don't really remember, I'll be honest, but I do remember that. Black holes they're all over our galaxy.
Exactly. I was about to ask you that. How many black holes can you have in a black hole universe? How about that? According to Einstein, dude, how many? Go ahead.
I'm not. I don't know how many. I know there's more than one.
You're supposed to only have one. Yeah. So how come now we got all these?
Wait. Are you conflating the origins of the universe as a
No. We're saying black hole universes.
Immortal atom? Are you talking about our black holes we see today?
They're not. You cannot add them together. These are two different models of the universe. They're not linear. You can't add them together because the parameters, their properties. All right, you can't take a piece from here and piece from there and mix them together. Like a black hole universe, has a set of conditions, like it has to meet. All right, Big Bang universe has a different set of conditions. You see?
Give me the top three conditions that are different. Give me the top three conditions.
It's not expanding.
Because I have
black hole universes. Black hole universes are not expanding universes. Big Bang universes are expanding universes, and we have recorded. You're saying we recorded the expansion because we live in a Big Bang universe, and we have a black hole in the center of the galaxy that cannot coexist according to the astrophysics that I understood. And that's the mainstream astrophysics.
Nowhere have I ever heard anything or even read anything that talks about any kind of conflict between Big Bang and a black hole. No way ever. Never.
I'll lead you to the books.
Stop. You need to stop. Both parties stop right now.
All right.
We have to get some kind of coherent claim, support. Appealing to books. Hold on, I said stop. Appealing to, you have to read the books. You have to go research it yourself. No, you have to provide the evidence here in the arena. If this is contention, I understand the argument. I know the argument, but I cannot intervene.
Yeah, I'll have
Either
to yeah, go ahead.
So either stick to this argument and support it, or change the argument. And
Let
now
me see if I can
Cyrus
dig
the
up
Great.
slides.
Hold on.
I know.
Cyrus the Great, I am directing this towards you. I'm sorry.
Yep. No, I know. I gotcha. I did not have material prepared, that's for sure. I know that.
You are correct in your claims. I cannot intervene.
I understand.
If you don't have the support at hand, then we have to move on to the next argument.
Yeah, because if you haven't heard of Hubble's law, and I haven't heard of the black hole universe, we're kind of talking past each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Whistling Dixie. So you don't have the your background information on the contrast. You're also disputing my claims that.
Stop. I already said that. Stop.
I know. So let's. Yeah, I agree.
Stop. I already said that. I don't care whether you agree or you don't. Cyrus the Great.
Yep. We can move on, man. Yeah, we can move on. That's fine.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I'll have to get material for you, but I can. Sure.
That's fine.
We can move on.
Yes, please.
What would you like to move on to, Zanuck? I picked the first one. Go ahead. Coriolis. Reference frames, bro. How many reference frames can you have?
Let's do it, Coriolis. Why not? Let's roll this. Let's roll down that path.
All right, well, go ahead, man. What's your claim?
Path.
Go ahead.
Let's roll down that apparent path.
Yeah, apparent, exactly. Yeah. I'm down. Go for it. Okay. Cool.
So, but are we? So, what's our goal here? I mean, we're just kind of grabbing topics. We have to. They're so wide and so diverse.
We need to fight. Yeah, I know. We're
How
so
does
friendly.
it apply to the overall story we're trying to tell or claim we're trying to make? I mean, if they're related to the Earth, curvature. I mean, what is your God? I mean, what are we really trying to frame this with? How are we framing our discussion for Coriolis so we know which way to go here? That it doesn't
in the shape of the Earth, right? Obviously, yeah. Shape of the Earth, yeah.
The shape of the Earth.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So
Right?
Coriolis,
That's the idea.
we agree Coriolis is an observed effect that is viewed from a rotating non-inertial reference frame.
I disagree.
Oh, okay, good. Then we have something to talk about.
Yes. Observed, yeah. Like, show me. Okay.
Okay, so I can obviously use the most simplest example. You throw a ball on a merry-go-round, and the person that throws it sees the ball. Instead of going to his buddy that's sitting directly across from him, this ball deviates over and curves and flies off the merry-go-round. That's the apparent deflection. That effect is basically called Coriolis.
Okay. On a spinning apparatus, yeah, sure. Centrifuge, yeah, 100%. Let's keep rolling.
Anything rotating. Or
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about the effect, not like on Earth. I thought you already took it to the ball. No, you were just talking about like that effect itself.
Yeah, so we all agree with that effect. And it has to do with observing an apparent deflection while observing it in a non-inertial, aka spinning, rotating reference frame. Not on, by the way. Not in. In, rather, not on.
In the frame.
In the frame. The frame,
Yes,
the whole
not-
frame,
not on
the whole
the frame,
entire
yeah.
point, the whole point coordinate system is rotating.
Yeah,
So
okay.
when we see things, long range artillery, according to the Earth, have these charts developed and distributed to everybody in long range 16-inch gun type of artillery batteries, where they have to take Coriolis, and that's a huge effect, but it's they could be 70, 80, 90 feet off of their target at 2 miles, but that's enough to where they take it into consideration, just like they would a crosswind. And that is, and the deviations they talk about and are listed in their specifications. When you shoot north, the deviation is to the east. When you shoot south in the northern hemisphere, I'll just keep everything in the northern hemisphere to keep things simple. And less really, everything I talk about will be in the northern hemisphere.
Am I allowed to make an objection?
No, you're not.
No.
I'm sorry, man.
No. Who said that?
Cardi.
Cardi, no, you're not allowed to make an objection. Do not interrupt the discussion again.
So these objects will deviate to the east when shooting north, to the south. They'll be deviated to the west. Basically right. They will always be deviating right. in the northern hemisphere. And we see examples of that.
The deviation is caused from what exactly?
It's caused by challenging the conservation laws of momentum. So you're leaving from a position of higher tangential velocity when shooting north and going to an area on the surface of the Earth that actually has a lesser tangential velocity.
So it's also observed in like airplanes, right? If you fly north with like a heli or south, we observe that.
There is something that it's hard to observe it because you're steering the aircraft.
Well, that's how come. Wow. Okay. Because that's my method of observation. Like on a shell, there's too much wind between like point A and point B. Like I know windage will have effect.
Right.
So I can't really take that. Well, sure, yeah, okay, but to verify it. So the easiest method of like verification, drones but you still got the wind. So I can't really verify your claim. I understand that it works like on a small scale, but in your because you already presuppose that the Earth is a ball and spinning. So
no, we're just talking about observations we see. We must assume. Well, it gets better, by the way.
Yeah, well, you said artillery shells, right? So yeah,
I haven't become ill prepared here. I have the information that you can observe and or review.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so we notice these objects consistently deviate to the right when shooting north. In fact, anywhere they're shot, they're deviating to the right. And in east or west, there's an effect called UFOs, which is also a family of the Coriolis effect, which makes the object basically have less weight. So when it's shot eastward, it has less weight. It goes farther. When it's shot westward, it's
less weight.
Yeah, less weight.
Why?
Because it's going along this. It has a centripetal force, which is its weight. Because we all agree objects have weight.
Right, so it's okay. It's got less forces, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Since it's going on a curved path, since the plumb line of that particular object will always be vector straight down, and that vector is always changing and not parallel along its path, it will follow a curved path, so it'll induce a centripetal force. It'll be a centripetal force, and that
has been verified. Yes.
Yes, and this is verified. You can weigh things as you travel east and west and see this type of evidence, and that makes things appear 0.3% lighter. Some fraction of a 1% lighter going east.
Is it within the margin of error of like or is it?
Device?
Yeah.
No, it's
outside.
It's fairly conclusive that it's due to something that's made the object lighter.
I would like to actually look at that.
And always in those directions. Nice. I mean, they have a grouping of the bullets for long range snipers that will always appear to be shooting high versus the other direction.
I'm not going to take grouping data as weighing the bullet in mid-flight, the projectile. No. Okay.
It's statistics.
Yeah. If that's what they used, just scrap that. That just means nothing to me.
All right.
If I thought I actually they had like a sensor, because you got to measure the forces, right? Like I thought, you gotta right. Yeah, you can measure. So
that's
how you gotta do it.
Travel you can travel in an airplane. It keeps at a constant altitude, and you can then measure with a very sensitive scale that this object on the scale will be lighter going eastward than it is westward.
Oh, yeah. Well, it wouldn't work on an airplane, but I understand you would have to really fix a device. You gotta calibrate.
No, it's long enough.
You can't just airplane. Look at the speedometer. How fast am I going?
Over 4 or 5 hours at a constant, relatively constant velocity. Sure, the velocities will change slightly, and your altitude.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do, man.
That's why the plot is not going to be a straight line. It'll be this jagged line, but it'll be shifted on the lighter side, going east, and shifted on the heavier side.
Well, you assume that the jaggedness of the graph is exactly identical to assume that the shift would be correct that you're implying upon it. You can't do that, man.
No,
let's see the graphs first. Then okay, if the graphs shift, sure, man. You gotta match it first.
It's statistically significant because all the jaggedness is the R-square value would actually match the data. I mean, the claim. So it will be significant because all the little jaggeds, which are, like I said, changes in velocity or changes in altitude, any kind of wind you run into, there will be some noise. This noise can be filtered out and get a line that is discernibly below the.
I have not done it myself. to verify that this is correct.
I've seen it done, so I'm not gonna,
Yeah, sure. We can crunch math all day. I get it. Okay.
And then,
so,
of course,
yeah, keep going with the Coriolis. Your claim was what?
So because the Earth is rotating, we see these phenomena that can be demonstrated and point to the rotation of the Earth. See, it's like whenever
they all point towards the rotation. Yeah.
The rotation. That we are in a rotating sphere. Yeah. That we are rotating. And rotating specifically because.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Why can't we be a rotating like cylinder, and we're just on the surface? I understand that sounds stupid, but if you're going in one direction, it's the same as going around the cylinder. You said a sphere,
Sphere, yeah, because we have this Coriolis effect going north and south, and you wouldn't have that.
Yeah, so because you mapped it out. I get it. Yeah, so now you have the shape of the sphere.
It has to be a sphere.
Because we mapped out the sphere based on observing the Coriolis effect.
No, we detected we were in a rotating reference frame by the apparent deviations we tend to detect.
In projectiles, yes, but not quite.
Projectiles and storm rotations,
not in airplanes because they're under engine power, correct?
Well, they're also being steered, right? And we have the vector of the thrust, which can be changed by a small wingtip dip and a small rudder change. And
same thing on the projectile. It's not in a perfect environment. It's not an isolated.
Well, no, it's not powered or steered.
Oh, well, the wind can actually steer it, yes. And if you have turbulence in the middle. Okay, if you're measuring wind velocity at point A and point B, but you got turbulence you can't see in the middle. I don't know, man. There's too many variables as a scientist, just basic.
Yeah, no, we can take into account the maximum amount of drag laterally that would happen or be forced on that particular projectile and find out how much it would move it. And we could say worst case scenario, what if we had a 100-mile-an-hour wind along the way? How much would it deviate? Well, we know this profile of the projectile. We know its drag coefficient laterally from the side view, and we can tell how much force would be acting on it in that direction, in either direction, all directions.
Yeah, basic ballistic calculations from the stuff I understand. It does not take account the Coriolis effect at all. It has the ballistic coefficient of the projectile, right? And of course, you got gravity, right?
Well, there's a whole chart.
Projectile mechanics, and you just look
it
up.
The military not only takes into account the rotation rate, it also takes into shape, because that's going to change where this thing lands.
Like the shape of the projectile, of course, yeah.
No, the shape of the surface. It's falling away from you. When you shoot a projectile, you're if you have 8 inches per mile squared over 100 miles, let's say. If you're shooting a long-range ballistic,
you already we don't. You never measured that, but anyways,
that's in the Navy.
You presuppose that you got an 8 inches per mile squared already. But
all right, stop. I'm going to stop the debate right now. There's a lot of opinion, a lot of baseless assertions without any support. This debate is about making a claim and supporting it, whether it be citation or logical consistency or scientific evidence, those three. So I like the discussion. It's a great discussion, but that's not what we're here for.
Okay.
So I would say make a claim, support it, shut up, be concise, and let the other have at it. Is that understood? From here on out, for the next 20 minutes or so, I want claim, support
from the globe. So we could just say that it's a belief that you have from the measurement, right? That you trust whatever source gave it to you, that you're saying, okay, well, it's legit, right?
No, I could go out right now and test it if I wanted to, but
right but now, you haven't, right? But you haven't, so it's still a belief at this point, right now.
Well, sure, but I mean, I'm listening to the biggest scientists in the planet. They're not just lying to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gathering what you know. So, point number one: the Earth curvature being measured would be just a belief in your mind for right now. So we'll move off to point number two, which is axial rotation, either being measured or tested to be true. Is there any way that you know that axial rotation is a reality that can be measured, like that you know that the Earth is spinning?
Well, we know the Earth is spinning because it spins at 15 degrees per hour. We already know that because of Bob.
Oh God, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, hang on, Bob. Hang on, Bob. I know you're in the chat. Just hang on. Let me get through here with this guy.
So yeah, because said he's not new.
Okay.
Well, I'm in high school, so I should know this now.
You name dropped somebody you didn't know was in here, but Mickey's gonna finish the conversation with you real quick. Please just be honest and concise.
Well, I didn't know this was filled with like the biggest flat earthers, but whatever.
Let Mickey do it.
Just let me. Okay, so you said that because Bob presented some information, and you didn't get this from any source like a textbook or a teacher told you. This was strictly from a Netflix video that you saw. Is that correct?
From multiple sources, yeah.
Okay, so what would be the primary source of your knowledge from the axial rotation of the Earth spinning, Spooky?
Well, from the textbook, first of all. I already knew that from class.
So you read some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was laughing at the physics class. My bad.
So a teacher told you this, or a physics class that you took, some information that you gathered that the Earth is spinning on its axis is how you obtained the understanding that it is spinning on its axis, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, your model, it doesn't really work out with day and night.
Model?
Sure.
See, the sun...
Yeah, one second, guys.
See, the sun...
One second.
The sun
Go ahead,
is...
Spooky.
the sun is round. And in your model, it only shows half the Earth illuminated, which doesn't make sense because the sun is a ball.
All right, cool. I understand. But we're sticking to like what you know and information. Just give to me what you know from how you got the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis. That's all I care about. I don't really care about anything else but what you know, the information that you can give me, how you know the Earth is spinning on its axis. And from what I gathered, it's from some physics class that you took, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not any direct measurement that you have done, but somebody somewhere on that you got told from your physics class gave you the information that you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So what I'm alluding to here is that it's a belief that was given to you that you haven't verified thus far. So right now, the understanding that the Earth is spinning on its axis was given to you from a teacher, through a textbook, however you got it.
Yeah, but those were done through experiments from other people. They're not.
Sure, right. So what you're doing here is you're taking information, on face value that they've done their due diligence and they gave you that information via some kind of experiment or something. So right now you're trusting these sources, correct?
But why wouldn't I trust these sources?
No, I'm not.
Scientists.
Yeah, I'm not. Hey, I'm not disputing that. So the information that you're gathering right now to you, as far as you're concerned, is just a belief because you trust them. It's a whatever you want to call it, justified belief or whatever. But the root of it would still be considered a belief because you trust whatever.
No, it's a known fact.
No, I'm talking about what the information that you've gathered is a belief.
The information that I gathered is a known fact.
Okay, sure, whatever, but it's still a belief because you haven't measured it. You haven't verified it yourself.
That's what I'm verified. 10 other people besides being verified.
Right. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not debating with you on this point. I'm trying to establish is either it's verified by you or it's a belief that you have. So right now it's just a belief because somebody else did it. So that's all I'm getting to right now, just the information that you know. Spooky, I'm not debating with you. I'm just saying,
stop trying to debate him. He's not trying to debate you, man.
Yeah. I'm just getting the understanding that from what you know, it's just all belief right now. It hasn't been something you verified. That's all I'm just getting to right now.
Well, yeah, I guess so because I don't have 15,000.
All right, cool. Yeah, thanks. No big deal. No big deal. You don't need a reason. It's all good.
All right. So point number 2.
Let Mickey do it, will you?
Point number 2 is that axial rotation is just a belief you have because via whatever information you gathered that you think it's spinning on its axis. So point number 3 is that the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists. Now, is there any information that you could give me? Remember, no right or wrong answer, just what you know as to how far you can verify that when you look up at your night sky, that it's actually a vacuum that you're staring at when you look up.
Well, we could see that because we're not talking about a vacuum cleaner here. We're talking about vacuum means emptiness in our case. So there's nothing there.
Okay.
Yes, so it's a physical place we could travel to. Yes, because
Okay.
there's no,
Yeah, go
nothing, no air, no oxygen molecules, no nitrogen molecules, nothing like that. So,
None at all.
All right. So everything
well, maybe one or two, like
all right.
per like 1,000 kilometers, maybe floating
Sure.
around.
So all this information is verified by you. You said, like, you verified it to be true that when you stare up in your night sky, that's indeed a vacuum. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, because I have a telescope, like one of those 10-inch wide telescopes, and I've watched the International Space Station fly past the moon. I'm just saying.
So you're
fake.
right. So you're seeing things from the ground, and you're believing that the sky is a vacuum. Look, what I'm saying is, have you verified that it actually is yourself?
Well, geez, I haven't been to space, so no. I can't
Okay. So no would be
can't either.
Right. Well, I'm not disputing. This is the thing, Spooky. I'm not debating you. I'm just gathering the information honestly from your point of view as to what you know. So yeah, you conceded. You said I don't know. So right now, the vacuum of space being a reality to you is just a belief. So it could be that you're trusting sources or astronauts or whoever it is, but it's just a belief that you have that the vacuum of space is a reality and it's a medium that people can travel to. So I'm going to go ahead and round off the 3 points that I propose to you right now, that the curvature of Earth being measured either in ancient times or now is just a belief. Axis rotation, that you trust in sources. Wait,
But now you're twisting my words. Now I didn't.
No, I'm not twisting.
Hey,
I'm not
he's
twisting
talking,
words.
man.
Let me finish real quick, Spooky. So this isn't, like I said, this isn't a debate. It's just gathering information from what you told me. So that's all I'm doing, repeating it back to you, and I'm kind of making it to where you can see all 3 points together. So the axial rotation point you told me is also something you learned from a physics class, and you trust those sources, so it's a belief. And the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists, is still just a belief. So the paradigm of the globe Earth as presented to you throughout your whole life has been a belief that you held strongly to, but it doesn't have any basis on known reality. As in, it hasn't been measured, you haven't detected it, and you haven't been there. So there's nothing that you could actually say right now that would justify a belief that you have in your mind.
Well,
so when you would move forward in the conversation, because we're going to open it up so you can ask any questions you'd like about flat Earth. But if when we open up the conversation and you revert back to trying to justify it, we're gonna let it known that what you're trying to do is assert your belief once again when it's already been known that you just believe it to be true. You follow me, Spooky? So it's not something that you could test and verify because you haven't done it yet. So you're just asserting a belief. So when we get into a conversation, which I'd like you to have with us, don't revert back to like, well, what about pictures from space or something? Because all these things are just rooted in your mind as just beliefs. So,
well, I have a couple.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just going to open up the conversation now, but just to let it be known to everybody here that you did concede and said it was just a belief. But so if you cannot, try not to go back and try to justify these things as if they're actual known reality, because just right now you conceded to yourself that it's just a belief that you carry. That would be it. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up, and you can ask any questions to people here who would take any questions for Flat Earth. And if you want to know,
you mentioned Bob, why don't you start with Bob?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have one question only.
I didn't
fast
mean to
question.
Bob here.
I only have one question fast about Bob. Yeah,
Oh,
no, I think he's right. We should let Bob cover that attack on him if he wants to.
I'd be more than happy to cover it.
Without interruption, please.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. This is going to be awesome.
Okay, so obviously you don't know me, right? You only know me because of what you saw in Behind the Curve, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and from what I said in Behind the Curve, you took that and interpreted as, what I was saying is that the Earth was spinning, right?
Yeah, you said 15 per 1 hour and 15-degree drift.
That is correct. That's exactly what I said. And you know what? I wasn't lying. That's exactly what we registered. The problem is what the producer interpreted that and actually cut the editing to make it look like. So would it surprise you if I told you that, I completely agree with everything you just said. I absolutely did say that, but unfortunately, because of the way the producer twisted that around, I was not saying 15 degrees per hour of Earth rotation. Now, do you want to know how I know that?
Because your gyroscope, your like $40,000. What was like? How much was it?
Well, first of all, it wasn't my gyroscope, and second of all, I didn't do the initial test, but I got credited with that, so I'm just gonna wear it, okay? But we took that gyroscope, and like I said, when we first plugged it in, we got a 15 degree per hour rotation, and actually, it wasn't specifically 15 degrees per hour. It would be an interpolated value, taking the sine of the latitude times 15 degrees per hour, which would kind of equate out to that. Okay, so let's make that perfectly clear for one thing. But secondly, when I was in the movie, at that time when I stated that, I had no idea. I was just as surprised as anybody else, and I was very reluctant to accept it because I was trying to interpret, exactly what we were seeing. And I came to find out later on, and by the way, I did tell the movie producer this, exactly what we were seeing had actually been measured and discovered over 100 years before in what was called the Michelson-Gale experiment, right? The rotation of the luminiferous ether. So at that point, then what we were faced with is we had the challenge of, well, how do we prove that it is not Earth rotation and was in fact the luminiferous ether? Now, some people, and I'll even say even in this panel, don't believe necessarily that the luminiferous ether exists, but there's also a lot of Nobel laureate, physicists that say that it does, and it's, there's a big debate on it. Let's just put it that way. But by using that very same gyroscope, whether you believe in the ether or not, we actually devised a way to tell us whether or not it was in fact Earth rotating, okay? And it was really pretty simple, right? So first of all, do you understand at all how the fiber optic gyro works, how laser interferometry works?
Well, not really, but I mean, I get the gist of it. I get how a gyroscope works and how the gravitational pull works on it. And then when there are spins, there's different. It marks one spot, and then it calculates the time interval it takes. Then it calculates the angle, how much is the angle is like changed.
Well, that would be for a gyroscope, yes, but a fiber optic gyro works a little bit differently. It works on something that's called the Sagnac effect. And the Sagnac effect is basically, it goes under the assumption that if light is traveling through a medium, right? In other words, they speak of light as a wave, right? So you have to ask yourself, well, what is a wave? What is it waving, right? What is it traveling through to cause that wave? What is the medium that light is actually waving, right? Well, scientists have been saying for centuries that it is in fact this luminiferous ether. And that is what I actually wound up claiming that it was that was actually rotating, the luminiferous ether. Now, here's how and why I came to that conclusion. So we went back and we looked at these experiments from over 100 years ago and the assertions about the Sagnac effect and laser interferometry. And it turns out that what they say about the luminiferous ether is that it rotates very much, or it behaves very much like a magnetic toroidal field. Are you familiar with a toroidal field in a magnet?
Yes.
Okay, so the ether very much behaves in the same way. It actually is moving. It's not a stationary thing. It is moving, and believe it or not, it propagates vortexually, right? And it just so happens that that vortex rate is about 15 degrees per hour. Now, again, how is it that we were able to figure that out and that it was not Earth rotation? And the answer is really quite simple. So if I'm taking, and this is, by the way, exactly what we did. So we took the fiber optic gyro and we went to a place in Colorado called Pikes Peak. And Pikes Peak is at 14,125 feet above sea level. Okay. And we did our measurements there, and we got our essentially our equivalent to the 15 degrees per hour rotation rate from Pikes Peak. Now, again, whatever you want to call it, you can call it the ether or you can call it Earth rotation, whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But what we're trying to prove here is that it was not Earth rotation that we were picking up. So we did that measurement at Pikes Peak, and we got a value for it. Okay. And then we went down to eastern Colorado following the exact same line of latitude, right? And why we followed the exact same line of latitude, I'm going to tell you here in just a second. But we went directly east in Colorado on the exact same line of latitude down to just over 4,000 feet. And then we did another measurement, okay? So would you agree that if I am measuring something that rotates or that measures spin, right, or a rotational rate, that it should not matter whether I take that rotation rate at the bottom of a device or at the top of a device, especially a spinning ball. It would be the same whether you took it right on the globe or an inch above the globe. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and you would be absolutely correct. It would not vary at all because it doesn't matter where you would be, high or low, on that same latitude line. It is going to rotate at precisely the same speed. Well, here's the problem with that. What we found was that when we did the measurement with the fiber optic gyro at the 4,000 foot elevation, we had about a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour variance from that done at the 14,125 foot elevation on Pikes Peak. Okay, so we thought, well, that's pretty interesting because that actually equates to be 26, 27 degrees per day, right? That's a huge number. So we did it again at a different place, Guanella Pass, and again, and again, and again. And we did it in several different places in Colorado. And again, each time we then went to its corresponding latitude line at a lower altitude. And every single time we got a greater than 1 degree variance on the two measurements. Well, why would that be? Well, if you think back to what I just said about how the luminiferous ether was always said to propagate, and this comes from the people that coined the term, Newton, Maxwell, Clerk Maxwell, all these people that talked about this originally, then all you have to do basically is visualize it as a vortex, i.e. like a tornado, okay? So if you are looking at a tornado and you look at it on a z-axis, right, then at the top of the tornado, right, it's rotating fairly slowly. And as you go down that z-axis down towards the ground, it rotates faster and faster and faster, right? So you have a considerably faster rotation rate at the ground that you do, from high up in the air. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Did I lose it? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no.
All right. So that, again, is exactly what we are saying that the luminiferous behavior is propagating as, right? A vortex. So the problem here for the globe is that when you get a 1.3, 1.4 degree per hour, which equates to 27, 28 degrees per day, something like that, difference in rotation, then that pretty much tells you unequivocally that what we are picking up is not Earth rotation. And it is more commensurate with that vortexual behavior that science has always told us that the luminiferous ether actually behaves in this vortex, right? So we did this multiple times, and every single time, we weren't expecting such a huge variance. But, when you're talking 1.3, 1.4 degrees per hour, that's actually huge for 10,000 feet. So we can only imagine that number grows even greater if we were able to go higher and lower. But the most important thing is what it proved unequivocally is that what we were picking up was not Earth rotation. And do you see the logic behind that as to why we know that it wasn't Earth rotation?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. So whether or not, anybody wants to accept that it was in fact the luminiferous ether, as I claim, and as other people claim, that's up to you. But the primary goal here is to prove that what it did pick up was not Earth rotation. And in fact, when they did this over 100 years ago in the Michelson-Gale experiment, they had to do another experiment called Airy's failure to try and determine what exactly it was that was spinning. Was it the Earth or was it the sky? And so what they did was they devised a very simple optical experiment called Airy's failure, in which they measured the rotation rate optically with the telescope, and then they filled it, full of water, and theoretically that would slow down the propagation of light through the telescope. And then the idea is that if they had to tilt the telescope further forward, then the light would not be coming in at the correct angle. However, if they didn't have to tilt the telescope forward, then the light was already coming in at the correct angle of 15 degrees per hour, indicating that it is in fact the stars that are rotating and not the Earth. Well, guess what? Airy's failure, same conclusion. It concluded that it was in fact the stars. So now not only do we have the FE cores version of testing whether or not it was Earth rotation, but we also have Airy's failure from back in antiquity. And to this day, you still have people saying, well, we built these gigantic laser interferometers that are stationary and sitting in one place. And of course, they are going to be picking up a rotation, just like we did. But the problem is there's no way to falsify that if you cannot move that detector up and down on a z-axis to see if whatever it is that you're measuring is changing velocities at different altitudes or different z-axis. Okay, so that is how we know unequivocally that what we were not measuring was Earth rotation. And of course, because the producers of Behind the Curve did not want that information to come out, they skewed it and made it look like, wow, dummy flat earthers, they proved it, with their own equipment, and then sit there and keep denying it. Well, they didn't include the rest of the story, and that's kind of the problem that we have with Behind the Curve. And that's all I have on that, unless you have any questions.
No, I'm just wondering why. I mean, it's just weird why they wouldn't include it.
I'm sorry, it's weird why they wouldn't what?
Include it, because like lots of people, I don't think you've told this to many people.
I have told this countless times. It doesn't get any press, and I told it to them, and I'll tell you why. And the producer even said it himself. They were all for giving Behind the Curve a fair representation until they went to the 2017 Flat Earth International Conference in Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay, then at some point I don't know, either primary or junior high school kid got up, expressed his beliefs in flat Earth, and he said, Clark, whatever his name was, Mr. Clark, that did the documentary production, said that he and Caroline decided at that point in time that this was too serious and they had to stop it. And they decided at that point in time that they then had to change around the theme of the movie to make it more of an anti-flat Earth propagation piece. Now, they said this in their own words. Daniel Clark, by the way, is his name. He said it in his own words, and he said the same thing to us. It's like, okay, now this isn't funny anymore. You've got kids taking this in, thinking that it's serious, and so now we're going to turn this around on you, and that's why they didn't include it. That's exactly what they told me, and that's what they are actually in public saying. Okay, so in other words, this flat Earth idea, this paradigm is so powerful that it will change lives. It will change everything about this world, really, that you ever thought you knew about it, and it exposes a lot of things, to a lot of people that they simply are not ready to handle yet. And so that is why they decided not to do that, and that's exactly what they told us.
All right, Spooky Elon, did you have any questions for Flat Earth that we might want to engage any discussion on, or?
That was awesome.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, guys, thanks for letting him talk uninterrupted.
We get that all the time. You see how crazy that is, bro? Like you said, your instinctual response was, why would they do that? He explained their little story for it, but isn't it interesting that you came in here having a complete misrepresentation of what the actual stance was? Because if what they told you about it was true, which is that it's archaic, unfounded, and just preposterous, stupid, then they would never have to do that, right? And you've now got the context of just one of the misrepresentations, which was a Netflix film. Firsthand, you couldn't have got a better explanation, but this will be a reoccurring theme. This is because there is no debate against flat Earth. Flat Earth is objective.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask Spooky Elon is, if what Bob said is 100% true, and I completely obviously believe him, why did they have the opposite reaction that they should have had? So if this is true and it's serious, why would that force them to make it anti-flat Earth? Surely, as a well-meaning producer, when you discover that something actually isn't a joke, you should want to push it out more.
Well, I think a lot of that goes back to, people's cognitive dissonance. I mean, let's face it, flat Earth is an explosive subject. It completely screws with people's realities, and they simply, I hate to coin the term, but, it kind of goes back to that movie where Jack Nicholson says, you can't handle the truth. Well, a lot of people can't handle the truth. I mean, because this, what flat Earth actually represents is a change in paradigm that is so severe that it literally wrecks everything we've ever been taught for our entire life, And as flat earthers, we, it's much easier for us to understand things like, that these frauds are going on, like Sandy Hook being a fraud, like Boston bombing being a fraud, like 9/11 being a fraud. We see it over and over and over again, but this is a big one. When they're talking about, wow, we're not in outer space, we're not on a spinning ball, that there had to be somebody that actually created this place for us, which is a very logical and sound conclusion. It's just something that a lot of people can't handle. And by the way, there's a lot more evidence, to kind of support, not support, there's a lot of evidence, period. In fact, all the evidence pretty much supports the flat Earth position. I always talk about what I call the preponderance of evidence. And, when you look at the preponderance of evidence being that, we cannot measure curvature anywhere, we cannot measure spin rate anywhere, we cannot measure these very slight changes in inertia between perigee and apogee. People will say, well, of course you can't feel that with your senses. And maybe you can and maybe you can't. But one thing that they neglect to say at that point is that we have instrumentation that is absolutely capable of measuring those very, very subtle changes, right? They're called accelerometers. You have one in your phone, and they are so sensitive. Look into them. They are incredibly sensitive. And so we have all the instrumentation. It's not just the fiber optic gyros that are giving us this information. We have several pieces of test equipment that are, giving us this information. And going on behind that, then when you look at NASA and all of the frauds that they do, all the CGI, the fake pictures of the globe, the fact that we didn't even get a picture of the globe until like Apollo 17, right? You'd have to ask yourself, why in the world would that be, right? Why would NASA, admit to making CGI composites and not even giving us pictures of the globe when, if you and I went out to outer space, the first thing we would do is snap about 1 billion pictures of every leg of the journey, I mean, everything that NASA is doing is completely non sequitur. It doesn't add up. And when you start looking at it through the paradigm of, well, maybe because we can't go into space, and that the Bible just may be accurate in that there is a firmament up there. And I am a person that believes, that there is a firmament up there. And I say that not because of any religious belief, because I'm not a religious person necessarily, but because of the evidence. When you look at things like sprites and elves and discharges, and everything seems to cap off at this 100-kilometer or 62-mile limit, and all kinds of strange things seem to happen around there, you really have to begin wondering. And then, of course, there's also the NASA and the Army documentation that talks about the firmament that, of course, the ball earthers will want to, completely set aside and dismiss. Great, so set that aside, dismiss that, whatever you want to do. But there is still a mountain of this preponderance of evidence to follow to prove our position in flat Earth. And we can take apart the globe argument at every turn. So this is why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, gas pressure without a container. Well, obviously there is a container. It's called a firmament, and the evidence for that container is quite abundant, frankly. And I've done several shows on this. So there you have it. And that's just my take. I'm going to let some other people talk about this, but that's just my take on why I've gotten into this.
Bob, can I ask one question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you know that somebody in human history made some similar or the same measurement you do on that movie, and if you understand, my English is not good.
Welcome to my presentation on logic. I hope you enjoy. To start with, I feel it's important to understand the different types of reasoning. There are two main types used in the discipline of logic, and they are deductive reasoning and inductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is an inferential process that supports a conclusion with certainty. Inductive reasoning is an inferential process providing support strong enough to offer a high probability but not absolute certainty for the conclusion. The attributes of a deductive argument are soundness and validity, and I will define those further, starting with validity. Validity is the attribute of deductive arguments that denotes logical strength. Validity is about the strength of the inference or reasoning between the premises and the conclusion. A deductive argument is valid when you have the following. If all its premises were true, then its conclusion must be true, by necessity. To determine if an argument is valid or invalid, not valid, first assume that the premises are true, even if they are not. Pretend that they are true, and ask yourself whether the conclusion would need to be true, assuming or pretending that the premises are true. Here's an example. Premise 1. All dogs are snakes. Premise 2. All snakes are birds. Conclusion. All dogs are birds. This is illogical or unsound, since the premises are obviously not true. But this is a valid argument regardless, because if all the premises were true, then the conclusion would follow by necessity. The argument therefore has logical strength or validity. Validity is about the form of the argument, not the truth of its premises. Valid arguments may have true premises and a true conclusion, or false premises and a false conclusion, or false premises and a true conclusion. But valid arguments can never have true premises and a false conclusion. In a valid deductive argument, if the premises are true, it is impossible for the conclusion to be false. It is important to keep in mind that just because an argument does have a possibly valid combination of premise-conclusion truth values, for example, true premises and true conclusions, it is not necessarily valid. It must also be logically strong. That example with dogs, snakes, and birds is valid because the true reasoning works. If those premises were true, the conclusion would necessarily follow. Even if the premises are true and the conclusion is true, it does not mean that the reasoning is valid. Here's an example of an argument with a true premise and a true conclusion, but the strength of the connection, the reasoning, from the premises to the conclusion is not valid. The conclusion happens to be true, but not due to any reason provided by those premises. The argument form is invalid, a formal logical fallacy. Premise 1. All dogs are mammals. Premise 2. All collies are mammals. Conclusion. All collies are dogs. This is a categorical syllogism and commits the fallacy of illicit minor, because the minor term is undistributed in the minor premise, but is distributed in the conclusion, as is easy to show by changing the variables. Premise 1. All platypus are mammals. Premise 2. All dogs are mammals. Conclusion. All dogs are platypuses then. Which is why it's important to learn about fallacies. But to summarize, a valid deductive argument is one where it would be impossible for the conclusion to be false, given that the premises were true. The conclusion follows necessarily from the logical connections or reasoning established by the premises. And now on to soundness. Soundness is the attribute of a deductive argument that denotes both the truth of its premises and its logical strength. A deductive argument is sound when it is valid and it has all true premises. For example, premise 1, all cats are mammals. Premise 2, all mammals are animals. Conclusion, all cats are animals. This argument is sound because 1, it is valid, the premises support the conclusion by necessity, and 2, all of the premises are actually true. On the other hand, the example used before to demonstrate validity with dogs, snakes, and birds is not sound, because it does not have all or actually any true premises, but its form is still valid. Sound arguments are rare in today's world, but we must still strive for soundness to remain reasonable. Moving on from deductive arguments to inductive arguments. There are 2 main attributes of inductive arguments, inductive strength and cogency. Inductive strength is the attribute of inductive arguments that denotes logical strength. An inductive argument is inductively strong when you have the following. If all its premises were true, then it is highly likely or probable that the conclusion would also be true. Strong and weak are the terms used to describe the possibility for the logical strength of inductive arguments. To determine if an argument is strong or weak, first assume that the premises are true, even if they are not. Pretend for now that they are true. Then ask yourself whether it is likely or probable that the conclusion would be true, assuming or pretending that those premises are true. Here's an example. Premise 1. Most peacocks eat oatmeal for breakfast. Premise 2. This bird is a peacock. Conclusion. Therefore, probably this bird eats oatmeal for breakfast. This argument is inductively strong, because if all its premises were true, then it would be highly likely or probable that its conclusion would also be true. Inductively strong arguments may have true premises and a true conclusion, or false premises and a false conclusion, or false premises and a true conclusion. Inductively strong arguments cannot have true premises and a false conclusion. To summarize, a strong inductive argument is one where it is improbable for the conclusion to be false given that the premises are true. A weak inductive argument is one where the conclusion probably would not follow from the premises if they were true. So we should strive to make strong inductive arguments, not weak arguments. On to cogency. Cogency is the attribute of inductive arguments that denotes the truth of its premises and its logical strength. An inductive argument is cogent when it is inductively strong and has all true premises. In this way, it mirrors soundness from earlier. On the other hand, the example from before concerning peacocks used to demonstrate inductive strength is not cogent, because it does not have all true premises. Here's another flawed example from Lumen Learning where they tried to make a cogent argument, but fail. Premise 1. Europa, a moon of Jupiter, has an atmosphere containing oxygen. Premise 2. Oxygen is required for life. Conclusion. Thus there may be life on Europa. This argument is far from cogent, yet the assumptions of the author made him assume it is. This argument is inductively strong if we assume it is all true. However, it is far from cogent, since premise 1 assumes Europa has an atmosphere containing oxygen, when that is unverifiable, so not a true premise. And premise 2 assumes oxygen is required for life, when actually there are many forms of life that don't require it. It is only most living things that do. So the conclusion is uncogent, showcasing how hard it is to make sound or cogent arguments. So let me try. Premise 1. Refraction causes chromatic aberration from collimated light, or sunlight. Premise 2. We don't see the expected chromatic aberration in long-range images that violate globe Earth geometry. Conclusion. Refraction is most likely not causing us to see beyond any curves. This argument is cogent because 1. It is inductively strong. If the premises were true, then the conclusion would probably be true. And 2. These premises are actually true, so the conclusion is actually true. In summary, an inductive argument is one in which it is improbable that the conclusion is false, given that the premises are true. In closing, good arguments. The important takeaway from the information on the attributes of both deductive and inductive arguments is this. A good argument proves or establishes its conclusion and has two key features. It is logically strong, and all of its premises are true. Logical strength is the degree of support that the premises, if true, confer on the conclusion. This attribute applies to both deductive arguments by virtue of validity and inductive arguments by virtue of inductive strength. A good deductive argument is not only valid but also sound. A good inductive argument is not only inductively strong but also cogent. A sound deductive argument is always stronger than a cogent inductive argument, so we strive to be sound if we can, and when we can't, be cogent. That concludes the first part of my little logic course. I hope you enjoyed this, and I highly recommend the following course on fallacies. Until then, goodbye. Hi everyone. I collected some materials together and brought you guys a little presentation. I will essentially cover two informal fallacies, the non sequitur and the begging the question fallacy, two formal fallacies, the denying the antecedent and affirming the consequent fallacies, and two logical proofs, the modus tollens and modus ponens. But I will start with the basics and defining some terms to avoid confusion. I will also briefly mention the fallacy and the fallacy variation at the end. Fallacies, the basics. Most of you probably already know this, but a quick overview for people who are new to this. A fallacy is a defect in an argument that involves mistaken reasoning. Sometimes fallacies are committed purposefully to influence or mislead the reader or listener, and sometimes unconsciously as an ego-defense mechanism. There are two main types of fallacies. 1. Formal fallacies, where there's a problem with how you structure your argument and how you're making your points. You might be speaking the truth, but the logic breaks down because of the way you're putting your arguments together. A formal fallacy is one that can be detected by examining the form of an argument. It is an argument with a premise and a conclusion that doesn't hold up to scrutiny. 2. Informal fallacies. There's a problem with what you're saying and the information might be incorrect or misleading. Unlike formal fallacies, which are identified through examining the structure of the argument, informal fallacies are identified through the analysis of the content of the premises. In this group of fallacies, the premises fail to provide adequate reasons for believing the truth of the conclusion. There are numerous different types of informal fallacies, but I will only mention two here. To help clarify a little of the terminology used in logic for people who are not used to it, I will define two words that get used a lot: antecedent and consequent. An antecedent is the first half of a hypothetical proposition whenever the if clause precedes the then clause. A consequent is the second half of a hypothetical proposition. I will post these definitions since these are important to keep in mind, as these words get used in quick succession and unfamiliarity with them can make the logic sound confusing. To start with, I think I will go with the most common or the simple formal fallacy, the good old non sequitur. It is present within most fallacious argumentation, so it is a great start. It literally means it does not follow. It means there is a divide between the premise and the conclusion. A non sequitur is all about taking a giant logical jump that is totally unreasonable. Non sequiturs can also be just assumptions that are not necessarily true. All the following statements still take that giant leap, which defies basic reason. Marilyn drives a Mercedes. Marilyn must be wealthy. His apartment building is huge. His apartment must also be huge. Billy is eating broccoli. Billy must love to eat vegetables. NASA has pictures. The Earth must be a globe. When they say anything followed by the Earth is a globe, it generally is a non sequitur. So simply learning this single fallacy and you can stop over 95% of what the globers use, since logically it does not follow and requires assumptions or faith. Now, because of how closely related the other fallacies I want to cover are and how it gets weaved together with them, I feel it's important to mention this informal fallacy, or the begging the question fallacy. It is probably my favorite fallacy since it is very common for the globers to use, and it is any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning. The fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it. In other words, you assume without proof the stand/position or a significant part of the stand that is in question. Begging the question is also called arguing in a circle. For example, gravity is proven by experiment. I learned in school that Cavendish is an experiment. Therefore, gravity is proven by experiment. This assumes that the school told you the truth, then using that assumption as proof, while not understanding what defines an experiment and how Cavendish does not qualify to be one, regardless of how many people believe it to be an experiment. Here is another example. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't, therefore the Earth is a globe. Whenever they start with if, like if the Earth is a globe, or they assume an aspect of the globe to try to justify the globe, it is very likely a begging the question fallacy, as long as they end with the conclusion of any of their premises without having a valid logical format of either modus ponens or modus tollens mentioned later, they automatically are begging the question. The savvy among you probably noticed the previous example was also a different fallacy, and that is the fallacy we will talk about next. Before we delve deeper into the formal fallacies, I want to mention deductive reasoning or logical proofs, known as modus ponens and modus tollens, since the fallacies I will cover next are invalid or defective forms of those valid arguments. So let's start with the simple modus ponens. The argument form has one premise that is hypothetical if-then statement, and another premise that affirms the antecedent of the hypothetical premise. The conclusion then claims the truth of the consequent. In symbolic form, modus ponens looks like this. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q. Lumen Learning Logic course made a non sequitur trying to formulate a modus ponens argument showing how hard it is to be logical. Premise 1. If we get up before sunrise, then we have time for a run. Premise 2. We get up before sunrise, conclusion, so we have time for a run. While formulated correctly as modus ponens, if we get up before sunrise, then we have time for a run, does not follow necessarily, emergency, etc., and therefore makes a leap in logic, showcasing our first fallacy, non sequitur. Here is a less fallacious example of a modus ponens argument. Premise 1. If something is more dense than the medium it is in, if P, then it falls, then Q. Premise 2. Something is more dense than the medium it is in, P. Conclusion, therefore it falls, therefore Q. Next we will go over the fallacy that is the defective version of modus ponens, or affirming the consequent. Recall that one of the premises in modus ponens affirms the antecedent of the hypothetical premise. In effect, the modus ponens, the antecedent, necessitates the consequent. If the antecedent does not necessitate the consequent, it is a non sequitur fallacy. In the fallacious examples I will present next, however, the consequent is affirmed instead of the antecedent, like this. If the Earth is a sphere, if A, then we see boats disappear bottom up, then B. We see boats disappear bottom up, B. Therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. The antecedent is claimed to be true because the consequent is true, but that does not mean it is. That was never confirmed, just the consequent was affirmed. So we can't affirm the consequent to prove the antecedent. Does that make sense so far? Here's one more example of this fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, if A, then we would see the shadows like Aristophanes saw, then B. We saw shadows like Aristophanes saw, B. Therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. This argument assumes the truth of the conclusion, so there's also the begging the question and non sequitur fallacies. But this form is specifically denying the antecedent. These arguments are highly illogical and can be dismantled via understanding of any of these fallacies or the correct logical argument structure. So on to our second logical argument, or modus tollens, a favorite of ours. This argument form also has one premise that is a hypothetical if-then statement, and the other premise denies or indicates the untruth of the consequent of the hypothetical premise. The conclusion then claims that the antecedent is not the case, that is, denies it. In symbolic form, modus tollens looks like this. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. We are all familiar with the black swan, so I will go over this quickly. The following are two examples I made while making this. Fact: Taylor columns form in rotated fluids. If Earth is rotating the fluid air, if P, then Taylor columns would form in all fluids on Earth, then Q. Taylor columns don't form in all fluids on Earth, not Q. Therefore the Earth is not rotating the fluid air, therefore not P. This next one I was not sure about until I read more about logic from different sources. I wonder if you guys will have a similar issue. So here goes. If imagined gravity can prevent greater gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, if P, then we would not be able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, then Q. We are able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, not Q. Therefore, imagined gravity cannot prevent greater gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, therefore not P. To help clarify in this context what my issue was, not Q simply means the denial of Q. So I used a negative claim to begin with for my Q, and then I denied it using a positive claim. So it felt very counterintuitive. I will give an example of this principle within logic from Lumen Learning next, so regardless, this is still modus tollens. To denying the antecedent. This fallacy can be seen as a defective, invalid use of the modus tollens argument form. Recall that one of the premises in modus tollens denies the consequent of the hypothetical premise. In the fallacious example to follow, however, the antecedent is denied instead of the consequent. Premise 1. If I'm cleaning the kitchen, then I'm not reading my book. Premise 2. If I'm not cleaning the kitchen, the denial of cleaning is not cleaning. Conclusion, thus I am reading my book. The denial of not reading is reading. The premise here is valid, not a non sequitur, but this too is defective reasoning, if you think about it. Not being engaged in kitchen cleaning does not by necessity infer that I am reading. I could be doing anything besides cleaning the kitchen. I also have this fallacy as used by Globers. If we would see forever, if P, then the Earth would be flat, then Q. We don't see forever, not P, therefore the Earth is not flat, therefore Q. There's a logical leap here between the antecedent and the consequent, so a non sequitur. We can also easily show how you would not see forever through a medium like air, so this is invalid and defective, in the content and in the form, by denying the antecedent. Generally, when they try to confirm the globe, they affirm the consequent, and when they want to deny the flat earth, they use the denying the antecedent. Make sense? The movies teach them these fallacies and more as logical deductive reasoning, so people use them unconsciously thinking they're being logical. I would class them as level 0 in logic. Level 1 hears the irrationality but can't name the logical fallacy. Level 2 can name the fallacy but struggles to help others understand how they are being fallacious. And Level 3 uses the weakness of their fallacious argumentation to show others how it is fallacious. Knowing the name alone can create an issue with the fallacy-fallacy variation where the fallacies are called but not shown, and it is important to not fall into the trap of the fallacy-fallacy where you assume whatever is argued for is wrong because they argue with fallacies. However, they should attempt to reformulate an argument without a fallacy, since that specific argument can be dismissed on the grounds of being fallacious, regardless if they're arguing for a truth. And this is the end of my presentation. Hope you and everyone else enjoyed it. I will be making more of these in the future, and I hope to see you there. Until next time, goodbye.
El Shaitan.
Hell.
Ra'el, Va'el. The only Lord that goes by many names isn't the Most High. And the Lord isn't a God, just so people know. Because God,
Pete, my Jew. Yeah.
Well, God and Lord are dominions, principalities, powers, and rulers, and high places.
God is a dominion and Lord is a dominion. To say the two are equal is it's idiotic. God is a dominion that's above Lord. Lord is just a ruler of a land. God is a ruler and owner of all. Those are dominions, they're powers. God is the utmost power. Lord is beneath him. So to say that a Lord is a God, it just shows that you don't understand the etymologies of the words that were used in the biblical sense or translation. Lord is no different than, what do you think landlord means? Anyone? Landlord means?
Don, you got to kick up to the man.
Over your property, mate. Yeah.
Exactly. The landlord is a ruler of a property. Exactly. So a ruler is not the Most High. Because the Most High is actually claims all authority because he created it. Whoever creates it owns it and rules over it. Only a creator can appoint a lord over something he created. It's like I built a bunch of houses, and I started a rental agency, but I don't want to run the damn rental agency. I just want to get paid. So I hire an old dude here, and I say, I'll pay you. You can be the landlord. So now he lords over all my land. He collects all the money. He keeps some for himself, and he bumps the rest up the Silk Road to me. Because I'm the creator and the supreme ruler over my land, that which I created. I also make the laws and rules that rule over that.
Yeah, and you've also got right of tenant in absentia, because you're the creator, mate. You've got right of tenancy to that property because it's your creation.
Exactly. The same way Ford Company actually owns the cars until you register them, and then once you register a vehicle, you really don't own it. Registry isn't title. Title and registration are two separate things. Ford created the car, so it's a Ford and it's owned by Ford. You're just a leaser. If they really wanted to, and they could come in and invoke their right to rule over their creation whenever, and they could take their shit back. Because that's law.
Yep. Yep. You've got a copyright right in the front of it. It says Ford.
Yeah, unless, of course, you have the original deed of manufacturing. If you have the original deed of manufacture, you don't even need a registration. You don't have to register your car because you own it. You can be the entitled creator of the vehicle because you now own the creation registry. It's already registered. When you register it with the state, you basically give ownership to them and authority over that vehicle to them. That's why they can impound it. And that's another principality, Lord of Deeds. That would be like a Lord of Hosts. Deeds are all the hosts. So the Lord of Hosts is also could be considered the Pope, because the Pope is the Lord of Commerce. So most people know what the Silk Road is. That's the first trade route, and the Vatican got a certain percentage of all trade, all products that were moved up and down this route. Well, now the Silk Road is expanded, and so is the Vatican. The Vatican claims ownership of all the land, so they claim the right of way of all land. So this gives them dominion over the Silk Road, which is all trade routes that are done on land. A king doesn't have all the power of the land. He doesn't own everything in land. He only lords over the land and the people in the land. So he's basically a landlord. That's what a king is. Wherein if you do trade and commerce and you move any product on this Silk Road, or any trade route, you have to pay the Vatican. I don't care if you're America, Japan, the UK, you're paying to move your product. And a percentage, that money all goes to the Vatican, but all the lords under them are allowed percentages, which would be the Queen of England, the King of Britain. So all these people, the lords of the land, they get their percentage as payment for lording over the land. But they also collect revenues that go to the Vatican, because the Vatican holds all the treaties from the Occidental peoples, the original natives of the land, who have first seizure claim to the land by ecclesiastical law and are the hereditary heirs and owners of that land through work, maintenance, blood, sweat, and tears. They lived on the land, they died on the land, their people are part of the land. They now belong to the land, and the land belongs to them by ecclesiastical law. They get a certain payment too. They all got treaties, and you get these little, we give the natives free health care, which is health care you could spit at. It's not worth shit. None of the shit they give them is. But the landlords, they collect the money from the tenants, which are the nations that they allow to be set up. A nation is a legal fiction under a landlord or a tenant. And they say, we pay taxes to the king. Well, King George. And the truth is, King George is lord over land, appointed by the Vatican, the Rothschilds, Amdorini Vatican family, the Pope, the Black Pope, the White Pope. And the King George collects this money, takes his percentage, the royal family, his heirs, take their percentage, then they kick the rest up to the Vatican. Truth is, people don't know, they don't know the world they live in. They're in a prison that's a matrix of systems and laws and groups and hierarchies and dominions and powers and rulers. And it creates a prison wherein you're no longer a man created by God and placed on earth where you have dominion, but you're now a prisoner in a cage. You don't even know what the prison is. You couldn't cut the bars and get out because you don't know what the bars are made of. It's like The Rock, you know what I'm saying? Escape from New York. Whoever seen that movie? That's about the matrix you live in. Now, obviously in Escape from New York, they knew New York was an entire prison. And they knew how to get the fuck out of New York because they knew the limits and the boundaries and the construction and the format. But most people can't even contemplate the prison now in which you're enslaved. And they're so busy hating their neighbor, the black guy across the street, they're worried the Arabs up the street are terrorists. They got box cutters and bombs in their garage. The Mexicans across the street are probably illegals. They're so worried about this dumb shit that's meaningless because we're all people and we all got a right to live here on Earth. You can't really own land. We were all naturally put here on Earth. Either way you look at it, by nature or by creation. If we evolved on Earth, well, then this environment belongs to all who involved in it, all forms of life. Because we have to maintain the ecosystem, we should honor all forms of life in it. Can't restrict where they live, where their movement is, where they go. And we know this. This is the law of nature. No different than you could restrict the buffalo to one corner of the plains or the deer to one corner of the Americas. You can't restrict this man if I really want to move, because naturally, regardless of what you write on paper, I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want. That's just natural. It's just true, and we all know it in our heart, and that's how the law is written in your heart. But before we can be free, we first have to let them motherfuckers stop dividing us by stop believing all the bullshit that makes you hate, well, the terrorist and the guy against you and the illegal across the street. You can't be an illegal immigrant on Earth. It's just all there is to it. All the land on Earth belongs to all the humans and all the life forms on Earth. When you die, you can't take this land with you, so how the fuck can you own it? Stop dividing yourselves Realize who it is that oppresses all of us. Define the confines of the prison you're restricted in, the economical and legal matrix, which are the chains that bind you, and break them. This isn't a call to rise up or fight back. We just don't have to propagate the system anymore. We don't have to participate in it. We don't need any of this to survive on Earth. We can get everything we need from Earth. We can grow our own crops, catch our own food, hunt our own food, build our own houses. We don't need a lumber yard to get lumber. Ask the Amish people. We can go in the woods and get it. We can go in the woods and get food. What food you can't get from the woods because you can't find it anymore in the wild, which we could change that. We could go back out there and plant all this stuff in the wild again, and eventually it'll be a part of nature again because it'll just keep drifting around. That's how it works. The circle of life. Tomatoes grow this year, they die, they leave seeds, and they grow more tomatoes next year. What ones don't get ate? Or even if they do get ate, a deer eats a tomato, he shits the seeds out on the deer trail, well, you're going to have a tomato plant on the deer trail. So once we break those chains, we can restore the garden to her proper status, and she'd supply everything we need to survive. And there's no shortage of food. There's no shortage of resources. What there is, though, is a shortage of knowledge and intelligence and awareness. So my people perish for lack of knowledge. And it breaks my heart.
What?
If people would just wake up together, we could find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. We could unveil the wizard at the end of the yellow brick road. You know what I'm saying? We could get Alice out of the rabbit hole. Bring her back through the mirror.
Nah, dog. I
We
don't know
can
what
do
you're
all
saying
that
there.
together. They tell you, America, they told you. Right there in their motto. They told you the truth, and nobody ever sees it. United, we stand. We the people. Divided, we fall. We're divided, and we're falling. We're falling from our true state as natural men born on earth. We're free. Right now, we do not exist in real freedom, and if you think you do, you're ignorant, and ignorance and freedom cannot coexist. You cannot be ignorant and free. You can't be free and also ignorant. It cannot happen. The ignorant will always be imprisoned. And they see this.
What?
It's giving away your authority through free will because you chose to be ignorant, motherfucker. So they're righteous people living by God's law. They didn't do anything wrong.
Sorry, man. I had to pause that shit. What the fuck?
I know, man. I
Dude,
keep it wrong.
what the fuck?
Mike bugging, man.
Shout out to Mike, man. But who let him ramble, man? What the hell? Anyway, y'all. Shout out to BattleBond, man.
Yeah, someone tweaked him or something. He wasn't lying, though. You know what I mean? But
Nah, he's been facts. But yeah, man. Let's get it.
So I think
28.
Paraplegic sent me drugs because my
Dude.
coffee's because it's still not here yet, so they must be searching.
Yeah, I just had my first cup today. I think it must be laced with something because I don't know. I'm feeling I don't know, man. I don't know what he put in there. Tracking device, chip. He put a microchip in the coffee or something. I don't know, dude.
The wrong Colombian. It was like the white bag that says Colombian or the brown bag that says
He
Colombian.
sent the other Colombian, yeah.
Can't remember which bag it was in.
Lord.
I was supposed to capitalize the other one.
Yeah.
Not to capitalize on my frickin' Colombian.
Holy.
Dude, that shit like left Springfield, Massachusetts yesterday night. It was supposed to be here yesterday night. It left there yesterday night, and now it's just saying in-network transit. We're just like, yo, it's a 1 hour drive from Springfield to Boston. So it's like,
Damn.
what the fuck, bro? Like, for real?
Yeah, he definitely sent you that wrong Colombian, man. That's for sure.
And that's, yeah, man, he sent me the wrong package. They're freaking like inspecting that shit. This has actually happened before. This isn't actually the first time. For some reason, whenever someone on the East Coast, doesn't matter if it's a company, person, whatever, when they send it to Boston, it's just like it's always it'll say someday, and it's always like the next day or the day after.
Kimberly is here real quick. Let me unmute you. You are muted automatically. What's going on, Kimberly? Go ahead. Are you how did you find us? What brings you here tonight? Are you a flat earther, globe earther? What's going on, man? Kimberly, go ahead.
Oh, I'm definitely a flat earther.
You're a flat earther?
Yes.
Well, shit. Buy out. What's up, man? I'm trying to buy in. But
That's
okay,
right.
you're a flat earth. All right, you're a flat earther. So how long? How long you been on board?
Probably about 8 years.
About 8 years. All right. Damn, that's a long time. Holy. Are you she, he, they, them? What's going on with you? Or
I didn't hear you.
oh,
I got a
okay,
bad
okay.
signal.
You got a bad signal. So
Yeah,
are you
you're.
a dude or a chick? Or neither?
Why the fuck does that matter? You
Oh,
thirsty, bro?
no. I just can't tell, dude. The accent's too damn thick. I can't even hear it.
No, it's a girl.
Oh,
Well,
you're a girl.
That's because I live in Tennessee.
Oh shit, you in Tennessee? You're the only 10 I see.
Gotta be northern Tennessee, right? Is it northern Tennessee?
Eastern Tennessee.
Sheesh. All right, cool. W Tennessee.
Down in the bayous, you know.
Down in the yeah,
Dude,
southern
you're
hospitality.
about 1,000 miles away from
Yeah,
the bayou.
Bayou. I'm like Bayou, boy. Ain't no Tennessee.
Hey,
in the
listen,
Bayou.
you fell for it, dog, and not you, Indigo. Indio.
Indigo is
I'm
crazy.
talking about creation. Sorry, I was thinking of my name.
Nah, you good. People call him Indigo all the time. It's funny as hell.
Don't call me a
All right.
Glober.
Yeah, just don't call me a globe card. All right, Kimberly, 8 flat earther for 8 years. That's wild. So who put you on, or how did you first get involved?
Was looking at the sun one day.
Wow.
And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. So I got my 2-year-old son at the time. He's 10 now. But I got him to go look and see what he's seen and tell me what he's seen, and he described exactly what I was seeing.
All right, my man.
So I knew I wasn't going crazy.
Okay, nice.
So that's when I started researching everything that I was ever taught.
All right, cool. Are you this is gonna sound terrible. Are you single?
Am married legally, but I've been separated for the whole 9 years.
Damn. So you kind of like okay.
Oh, shut the hell up. Oh, my God.
Yo, that's the only reason you weren't even asked that question. So that was like no. It's
that's great. That's so
no,
great.
never mind. I don't want to get this personal. Let's just get on.
Are you a single mom?
She ain't a single. She's married.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty much single.
You let him hit it raw. No second thoughts.
I haven't seen him since 2016,
Now you a
and that was
single
when
mom.
he came to get mail and didn't even visit with his kids and just got his mail and left
W misogyny. Very
with
nice.
with his girlfriend in the car and
Oh, super misogyny. Nice.
two other people. They were on their way to sell the title to the car to make some money to get some meth.
Oh, trailer trash. Damn. That's
Yeah.
bad.
Hey, I like me some
Wait,
man.
but you gave that guy a kid?
No, I've got them.
No, but I mean, the biggest blessing you can give a man is children.
Yeah, well, he didn't want them.
That's crazy.
He didn't want them. That's why we ended up separating, because he started throwing the money away, and I didn't even know that we were fixing to get kicked out on the street. So,
Was he just like really charming, super handsome, or?
well, he was charming, and at the time
I
he was
bet.
handsome, but after he got on the drugs, he not so much.
Yeah, you'll have that.
Well, you got to go with the safe bet, the provider, safe bait, Bailey boy who,
Well, we've
Anyway.
got a couple of the smartest children that you could imagine.
All right, that's good. That's a win. Are they
Yeah.
flat earthers also, or no?
Definitely, I'm not putting my kids in public school to learn all that bullshit.
W mom in the chat, guys. Very nice.
They've never been in public school, so I teach
Good for
them the
you.
truth. Try
Excellent.
to everything the truth.
Well, I'll tell you one thing: there ain't no truth in public school.
No.
Nope.
Much programming though.
Oh, it's public school. The purpose of public school is social conformity. That's what they're there to teach you.
Oh yeah.
They're not there. But listen, believe me, I know from personal experience. Does not matter what your grades are. You can have fucking straight A's and be in all the fucking honors classes or whatever. If you don't behave right, that's what they care about. They don't care about your fucking grades. They don't care about if you know the curriculum. They only care about is do you behave right. That's all they care about.
Yeah. Obey.
I don't behave
Yeah.
right.
Right.
Why
And that's
they put me on drugs as kids, They put me on Ritalin.
Ritalin, man, I was on that Ritalin,
Right.
that Concerta, all that shit.
Man,
boy.
I used to hear voices, see shit. I was probably they put me on it when I was 6, all the way up to when I was 12.
God damn, boy.
Yeah, and one of the big reasons why they do that is because kids that can't pass the test and have the grades up the way that they want them to makes the school's overall score come down, and it keeps them from getting money from the government.
But you know what I learned from that though?
No. It's actually it does keep them from getting money from the government. The thing is, they want as many kids diagnosed with ADHD because then they get extra money from the government to provide special services.
Yeah. But you know what I learned? I learned never to touch pills in my life.
I don't know. This is off topic though. We should really get off the drugs.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah,
facts.
No, it's not. It's okay. I'm just saying. A little's okay, but too much is too much.
Yeah, it is. When you throw things away in your life, especially people,
Damn right.
it's too much. And when the government's just wanting to make money off of killing you, it's too much.
So, wait a minute. You're a flat earther. Haven't you been in an airplane? Like,
nope.
You never been in an airplane. Oh, so Stoic, you and I both agree that this lady hasn't been in an airplane, so she hasn't seen the curvature yet, right, Stoic?
Good day. You haven't been on a plane?
Nope.
Ouch.
I haven't.
All right.
Yeah, so Kiwi and I both agree. If you got on an airplane, you wouldn't be a flat earther. We both agree, right, Kiwi?
Tongue in cheek. No doubt.
Wait, so if you haven't been on an airplane, how do you know it's flat?
Common sense.
Common sense. Yeah,
Yep.
but what about all the scientists and the experts? They don't think it's flat.
You mean those same scientists and experts that are fighting to make us comply?
Well, you're just on Discord. I mean, you're just a mom on Discord. Well, what makes you think you're an expert in the topic?
Oh, I'm not an expert.
Okay. Well, so how?
I'm just sharing my belief.
Oh, okay. So, what makes you think you're right and the experts are wrong?
Well, I do believe in the Bible.
Oh, okay. And what do the experts believe in? Science. They believe in science, ma'am. You don't
Yeah,
trust the science?
they don't go according to the Bible.
Yeah. Well, they go according to science, which is, scientific and smart and expertly. So, you trust the Bible over science, or what's your problem?
I trust the Bible over man.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
But plus, I mean, if you can look up things and do research, you go back to the beginning of when things are discovered, and you find these little key words called theory and opinion when it comes to discovering that the Earth is a globe.
Well, how is it an opinion when we have pictures?
The pictures are CGI.
Or CGI,
They even
all of
tell
them?
that. Yeah, they tell that on not all of them. The ones in the air balloons that go up, you can see the sky. I guess it's dark or it's blue, like the water. And then you
Okay.
can see the land. You can see the land below. When it gets up so far, it starts spinning, and then it'll pop and it'll come down.
Wow.
All the ones that I've seen.
Wow. So you're just a full-on conspiracy theorist, huh?
I don't. A lot of people call it that, but I guess I call myself
So
a truther.
a truther? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't know how to help this lady, guys. She's a full-on conspiracy theorist. Her tinfoil's wrinkly. She doesn't trust the government. She doesn't trust experts. I mean, she's a flat earth. I mean, no wonder. You haven't been in an airplane. How else can I teach you how it's a globe? Like, you're not gonna pray with me, or you don't want to believe?
Oh, you're wanting to teach me that it's a globe?
I mean, everyone agrees it's a globe. I just don't understand why you'd be a flat earther against, everyone already knows it's a globe. You have pictures.
Oh wait, I have a question. Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie about it? Like, I can't think of a reason why they would lie. So,
Well, because if everybody thought that, okay, hypothetically, if everybody believed in God and everybody thought that we were not God's only creation, then that would make everybody feel less significant than if we were His only creation.
also,
So if
Brown
people,
Recluse is here. Brown Recluse.
Yes, hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank,
Are you trying to
thank you.
cook this lady, or are
I
you
mean,
with her? Are you with her or against her?
I'm a globe-trotted personally.
Let's get her, bro. Let's get her. Let's cook this lady. So,
Well, okay.
wait, you're a globetrot. So you agree? We've been in an airplane. We've seen the curvature, right?
I personally believe I've seen the curvature. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So from an airplane or a
Yeah,
mountain, or
from an
where were you?
airplane. Yeah. Again,
Airplane.
yeah, yeah.
Nice. W.
It
Okay.
is. It's pretty
So
immense.
is that the lowest you can see it, or like the minimum, or can you see it
No.
lower?
Again, when we're talking about a curve from an airplane, it's a very, very slight curve.
So just a little bit.
Yeah, and again, the people can argue that the airplane windows are curved and therefore
Okay.
create an illusory curve.
All right.
But regardless, even if that curve doesn't exist, I think there are several other factors that clearly point to a round Earth.
Yeah, like
Flight
what? Tell them. Tell them. Yeah,
flight
tell us.
paths,
Like what?
flight paths, like how the shortest
Flight
path to a lot of distance is a parabolic arc as opposed to a straight line.
Really?
Yeah.
How is that? When you travel somewhere, do you take like a curved path to get there? Or do you just like go straight there? Like, say you're gonna go to you're gonna go to your chick's house tonight. Are you gonna take like how in Call of Duty you can strafe?
Yeah, no,
focus on your.
I understand
Like,
what you're saying, but
you're not like you. So are you
well, like
strafing to the target
well,
or?
for example, again, this is kind of and not necessarily analogous, but like I drive further away. Like when I go to work, I work south. Like my job is south of me, right? But I have to drive north in order to get on the highway. It's faster to
Yeah.
get on the highway to travel south, right?
Right.
So, and that's not necessarily the exact same thing, but you know, in like again, there's this thing where like again, I forget the exact places, but I think someone was traveling from Japan to California, right? And then they had to make an emergency stop in Alaska, right? Even though there were several other options that would have been hypothetically closer on a flat Earth, right? But Alaska, in the parabolic
Oh,
arc,
they'd be hypothetically closer on the globe.
huh?
You're closer on a flat Earth than the globe. Yeah, you got it backwards.
Okay, maybe no, that is correct. Because on a globe, it looks like the fastest line is across, right? Like beelining it to from Japan to California, right? But it looks and a flat Earth, right? It is a beeline, right? But if you take like the parabolic arc, which is the shortest route, that puts you over Alaska or puts you near Alaska to make it a far more reasonable stopping point. That's not exactly my point, right? But planes travel in arcs across the globe.
I don't agree with that.
No, that's an artifact of the coordinate system. I can actually show you this.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on a second. So when you try to convert a spherical coordinate system in a Cartesian coordinate system, you'll get, just because of the coordinate conversion,
right?
It's gonna appear as if you're taking a curved path, but it's not actually curved. And I'll show you it in reverse, right? So what I'll show you is a polar coordinate system, and then the airplane. This is pilot in the cockpit looking at the chart, and it shows a straight line across your polar coordinate system. So hold on, just give me a second.
I'm gonna ping a bunch of people, guys. So get ready.
Here we go.
Hold on to your cheeks.
Ew, pause.
What about GPS? What about GPS?
It's another
What about
problem.
flight paths, bro? Oh, come on, man. That's some season 1 shit. But get him, Indio. You got him.
Oh, here we go. So if you look in live stream voice text, it's the text channel right above this one, right above the voice channel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the video. I got a screenshot of the.
Unavailable.
You have to just click the link, not the video.
Yeah. What's it?
W's in the chat. Guys, ping is out. So if people join, I'll try to welcome them as they join. Glad to have you, Kiwi and Northern Rebellion, Miguel, Kimberly, Indio, Flat Lloyd Wright. We have Bear Pelagic Coffee, Spearster Turbo. You've got a listening pass. Welcome. And
now you see how those lines are straight. It's a polar coordinate system. When they project the path onto it, right?
Can you guys hear me?
It ends up being a straight line.
Cool.
Yeah, BPC, we can hear you.
Cool. Yeah, I can't believe that damn package, Indio. Son of a bitch.
Sent me the wrong Colombian, bro. Sent me the white Colombian and not the.
Also, come to me.
You got that shit seized.
Cometh home or whatever. Cometh to me. Welcome. Cometh to me.
No, Bear Pelagic, this has happened before. Like for some reason, anything that's like sent on the East Coast, if it's like basically south of New York City, it always ends up a day late or 2 days late. It's messed up. I don't ask
It's
me why.
literally just it'll literally just sit in the same place, like hanging out. You know, like why?
But it's in between. It's not even. It's in between. So it's in between Springfield and here in a truck somewhere, parked on the side of the road or something.
That's right. Yeah, it said it left the one place. Man, that kind of worries me.
It's an hour drive from Springfield to Boston. Like, there's no excuse.
My cushion's going flat. Just yelled at March. Sorry. Yep. My wheelchair cushion is having issues. Sorry, guys.
Real quick, Spearster Turbo. Can you hear
All
it?
right.
Spryster Turbo. Go ahead.
Been here before, I think. I've seen him before.
Spryster. Chime in.
Yeah, he's got listening pass. Last time he was here, I unmuted him. He didn't talk.
Come on, loser. I mean, Spryster. Anyway, 28 is here. Welcome, 28, and we still have Camberly and Cometh to Me. Cometh to Me. Can you hear us? Or
Where's
Cometh Home or whatever the hell. Comet.
So how any particular route or path works depends on the coordinate system you use. So GPS, someone brought it up, uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. Doesn't use latitude and longitude. It gets converted into that, which is why the elevation data is usually the worst. It's way worse than the horizontal data because Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is like a tangent plane in Cartesian coordinates. So when they convert to latitude and longitude, the vertical has the error in it, as opposed to the horizontal. Even though the horizontal should have the problem, because horizontal is not flat on a globe.
Facts. Also, welcome, Majin. Says who? Guys, please continue.
See,
Cometh to Me is here as well.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, CB. So, the thing most people don't realize is that the coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. We have arbitrarily decided, hey, if you see a star in this particular location, then you're at this coordinate. But it's just a convention. It has nothing to do with like, hey, we measured the ground somehow. Because the easy way to prove this is if you blacked out the sky, right? Sky's black, stars are gone, moon's gone, planets gone, everything's gone. Can you find your latitude? Can you find your longitude? No, you can't. It's impossible. You can't find your coordinates in the polar coordinate system without reference to the sky. Which is why we use it. It simplifies it. Well, kind of.
I have a question. Why is it that the celestial, the heaven, the sky appears spherical, right? But obviously the planet, you would argue, does not appear spherical, right? And for example, right, like latitude. One second, excuse me. Latitude is obviously based on Polaris, right? The North Star. It's like the angle from Polaris or whatever, right? So, but in the southern hemisphere, right, you in certain parts of the southern hemisphere, your view of Polaris is completely obscured. You cannot see Polaris, right, because it is obscured by the Earth, right? So why on a flat Earth model is Polaris fully obscured in the southern hemisphere?
Well, just to tell you, there is no flat Earth model. When people say globe model, flat Earth model, they're just using the word model wrong.
Okay.
Because
well, then how would you
models in science are for phenomenon, right? So like the phenomenon of something falling, we can model that, how that happens. We can model electricity and magnetism. We model phenomenon. We don't model shapes per se or geometric figures. So like the flat Earth model, there's no flat Earth model. There's no globe model. That's just using the wrong word. Because if I asked you, hey, post a globe model, you'd be like, Google Maps, bro. Google Earth, bro. It's not actually a model. Anyway, the reason you can't see Polaris from a certain distance from the north is because of perspective. So things that are higher than you appear to sink towards the horizon as you move out from under them. Right. So if you're standing in Walmart, right, and you had a light over your head, then you walk to the other side of Walmart, that light would no longer be above your head. It would appear, at your eye level in your vision. Right. It would approach the horizon.
Right. But when we're talking about
welcome to anyone that just joined. Go ahead.
Right, but when we're talking about the celestial sphere, right? How do we know how far away that Polaris is from Earth?
You don't know.
No,
right.
so this is a good question.
Right,
What's the radius of the celestial sphere?
We have no clue, right? Hypothetically, right? If we
No.
hypothetically, but go ahead. Do we?
No, we have no clue. Nobody has any clue
There you go.
because
Sure.
we can't measure it. Nobody can
So-
measure it.
Sure. There we go.
It's been known for 1,000 years.
100%, right? But so if Polaris is hypothetically a great distance away, right? How the distance you would have to travel horizontally, right, in order for that great distance away, image to disappear is bigger than we have, space for here on this planet, right?
What?
It's if I can jump in on right quick for
Please.
just the observation, if I may. When you get to the equator, it appears that
What's
Polaris effectively. Sorry, go ahead.
What's the equator?
Yeah, what?
No.
Also, welcome
just go ahead,
Nonir
Storm.
and
Just
Green
go
Bean.
ahead. No, just finish what you're saying.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
I'm just going to the rabbit hole. Go ahead.
No, all I was bringing to the table, apparently, when you get to the equator, the division line, that Polaris effectively sets into the horizon, which is exactly as you said, Indio, perspective, right? When you're at the North Pole, Polaris appears above you. Now, as you walk away from it, it effectively sets into the horizon, i.e. you can no longer see it, perceive it. Just like the sun traveling overhead, it travels far enough away from you, it effectively sets into the horizon. Thanks for the space.
W Kiwi in the chat. Guys, I just, if I could wave a magic wand over Brown Recluse, and I made you a flat earther right here, right now.
Please do it.
Okay, no, here's the thing that I want you to realize, though.
Go ahead.
Is the Earth is the way it is currently. So, you know how I can't see you wherever you are? The Earth is kind of freaking big. So I'm not able to just see to you. Okay, the same thing would apply to, say, Polaris. If you're in the south, I'm in the north, I see it. Well, the Earth's quite big, and you don't see it. I'm just here to say that this Earth, the way it is now, is the Earth that flat earthers are saying is flat. So when you make a presentation and you say, well, if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see Polaris from the south. No.
Why not?
Because here's the thing: we have flat earthers who live in the south and they don't see Polaris. Are
Right.
they like, wait, no, I need to see Polaris for the Earth to be flat? No, they understand the Earth to be flat the way it is without seeing Polaris from the south. So you're creating this presentation that, well, if it was flat, it should be like this and this, this and this. No, it's flat the way it is right now.
But why am I wrong? But
No,
why?
because basically, at the end of the day, it's a straw man fallacy. You've created a flat Earth in your head, and you're asking us why the Earth doesn't behave the way you imagine. We're here to tell you that it's flat the way it is right now, bro.
1 second. Here, I'm just gonna. Can I just 1 second? So I'm just gonna post a picture. Oh, I can't post a picture.
Here we go.
But if we just imagine, right, is as a triangle, right, as we have to view things from,
we understand the argument.
You didn't hear what I said at all.
No, I understand, but you're saying that it's invalid because it doesn't matter anyway, right? But I'm just curious as to what the answer
reality. Yo, we're not trying to say reality isn't the way it is. It is the way it is right now. So
Right.
I don't see Polaris.
Okay,
like
just-
I'm
Just so you